and welcome to Living Well Matters. Living Well Matters is a health and wellbeing seminar which is put on today by Worldwide Financial Planning. Worldwide Financial Planning have a team of independent financial advisors working right across the UK. We have offices in Southampton, Northern Ireland and also in Cornwall. So good morning to the team all sitting at home watching. The purpose of today's event really is so that we can give our team the very best knowledge in terms of nutrition, in terms of physical health, and in terms of mental well-being. So joining us on the sofas today in Cornwall at the Cornwall Channel is physiotherapist Gordon Bosworth from the Bosworth Clinic in Oxfordshire. We have nutritionist Helen Money, and we have human given psychotherapist Jennifer Broadley. So I'm just going to hand over now and let Gordon introduce themselves, and then we will continue with the webinar.
Thanks, Anna. Good morning, Gordon Bosworth. I'm a chartered physiotherapist working out of Oxford. Started my career in the Royal Air Force and then moved into private practice. I've specialised in elite sport for the last 25 years or so, and been fortunate enough to attend a number of Olympic Games and World Championships through my career. And I look after some fairly elite-ended athletes at the moment, plus some good old weekend warriors who want to go out there and break themselves.
And Helen, over to you.
Good morning. I'm Helen. I work at the practice from the Bosworth Clinic, Gordon's clinic. I'm also contracted by Oxford University to work with the elite level student athletes. With that, I cover all sports, from the more traditional ones that you would expect at Oxford, like rowing, rugby, athletics, through to things like equestrian, shooting, fencing, so the whole range of sports. I'm also contracted by Cambridge University Press to work on the Nutrition Society journals. What's great about this job is that it means that I'm required to read 7 hours of research a week. So that keeps my knowledge up to date in the nutrition sector. Then probably most relevant to today is that for 16 years I worked in the city. I was a fund manager covering emerging markets. So why I particularly enjoy doing these types of things, working with companies to support their employees' well-being, is that I really love people to be eating the diet, eating the foods that enables them to feel good, feel great, and to perform to the best of their ability. And I think that's really the link in everything I do to do with nutrition, is about performance, sport, in the office and also at home. So I'm really happy to be here and looking forward to the day.
It's lovely to have you, Helen and Jennifer.
So I'm Jennifer Broadley and I am a human given psychotherapist, and I work with people with depression, anxiety, panic attacks, trauma, eating disorders. I also specialise in relationships, couples therapy, and I additionally specialise in working with people with neurodivergent challenges, so autism and ADHD. I've had my private practice Healthy Chat set up for 12 years, and before that I had another 12 years of exec coaching. So I worked in the media industry, in TV, radio, print media and online. And previous to that, I worked in the UK and around the world, also in media, mostly in magazine publishing. And I love my work. I work from a home office almost full time, so I work with people from across the UK and around the world. And really, really love what I do. I also have, I'm particularly a human givens psychotherapist, so we're understood to being fast and effective with the results that we get, just because we have a very particular methodology. Yeah.
Brilliant, okay. And also with us today we've got Orla McGahan. Orla, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Orla. I work at Worldwide Financial Planning. I'm working along my studies as a business and marketing student.
So Orla has also been very instrumental in putting this event together today, so thank you for all your work, Orla, and indeed all of you. But Jennifer, we'll just start really because I know that we have all talked about the human givens. Can you tell us more about what the human givens approach is?
Yeah, because I think it's quite an important basis for all of the things that we're going to talk about today. So in particular, there are 9 human givens, there's probably easier to understand it as human needs. So these are emotional needs that when they're met healthily, it's almost impossible to be emotionally or mentally unhealthy. And those 9 things are to feel secure. So what is it in your life that creates security for you? To feel like you have control and autonomy. So that means that you get to make the choices that you want to make and you don't have to defer to another person to do that. That you have status, which means that you are recognized for a skill or talent in some way. And that you have privacy. So there's enough time somewhere for you to have 2 minutes or 2 hours to figure out what just happened, or like remind yourself, where is it I'm really going, and did today contribute to that, or did this event that I'm doing contribute to where I'm going? The next 3 are all to do with other people in our lives, and so the giving and receiving of attention. So that's just having friends and family in your life, enough people that care about you, that when you listen, when they speak, you'll listen, or when you speak, they'll listen. Do we have emotional connection? So that's at least one person in your life who unconditionally accepts you for who you are. And then the third thing that relates to other people is wider community. So are we getting together regularly in a group of other people that share a common interest with us? So whether that's book club or whether it's triathlon club, we're getting together regularly. And then the last 2 are competence and achievement. So are we doing something where we are increasingly skilling ourselves up day by day? And even if we have an aim to get somewhere, if we're not presently there at the moment, do we at least have a plan to get there? So that's competence and achievement. And the final human need is meaning and purpose. And meaning and purpose is created in one of 3 ways. Caring for others or being needed. Setting ourselves goals, whether those are mental or physical goals. And connecting to an idea that are bigger than ourselves. So whether that's getting involved in the environment or whether it's a faith thing. But that makes up our 9 emotional needs pretty much.
Yeah. And you know what, it sounds really, it's the type of thing, and it's really through, I suppose, everybody at Worldwide Financial Planning will know that our CEO, Peter McGahan, has actually talked to us quite a lot about this and has mentored quite a lot of the team through those human givens. But it's something that's not taught about, and it's something
really
that
not.
probably everybody should know from quite an early stage in their lives. Would that be right?
I think from really early, and I think the earlier we can teach things like that, but I think that's similar to our physical needs as well.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think that teaching our children how to be physically healthy, how to eat healthily, how to remain hydrated, how to exercise often, how to sleep well, those are our physical needs. And when they're met healthily, again, I think it's almost impossible to be physically unhealthy, and our emotional needs are similar to that. But the younger we can teach them, the tricky thing is if we don't have the knowledge ourselves, how do we pass it on?
Yeah.
But I think that's what education's about generally.
Yeah. And Helen, it would be the same really, because we've talked before about life chapters, and we talk about when the nutrition starts, and how important is nutrition right from the beginning. So that would be the case in terms of then meeting your human givens, your emotional needs, and then also as well as helping you develop your physical awareness as well.
It certainly would, and I think that modelling in the house is the home is really important. That children learn from a young age to eat set meals at set times, and there's lots of research showing that actually sitting at the table as a family, it might not necessarily what we think is the normal what a family looks like, but sitting as a group at the table with different age groups actually models to children what a meal should look like, what they should be eating. And also something we've discussed as well is that at around the age of 2, a fear can develop in children of certain foods, and that's just how we're made. So if they see an adult or someone they trust eating that food, they're more likely to eat it because it removes that fear. But
That's
very
really
much that modelling in the household, rather than being too forceful, you must eat this and you're not leaving the table until you've eaten it, just that leading by example.
Yeah. And then of course for children as well, Gordon, in terms of combining these with your physical needs and how you develop, and I suppose how children play sports and things like that, what would you advise then for parents? Because I know there's a lot of parents within Worldwide who have really quite young children right now. So
Yes, it's important that we let our children play. We let them go out and exercise and experience all types of exercise, including falling over and falling down and potentially climbing trees. We live in a slightly different society today because we're a little bit more reticent about letting our kids go out and play. So therefore we need to provide them with the means to do that. Otherwise, with all of our phones and iPads and televisions and whatever else, kids could very easily be sat in their room working on their, playing on their iPad, playing games, as opposed to, as in my day, going out, running around and enjoying the fresh air and enjoying exercise and sports. So you do tend to find as well now, though, I think a lot of parents probably compensate for that by taking them to various clubs, gymnastic clubs and play clubs and other clubs where kids can get the exercise and the interaction with other kids which they need. So it is important, just let them play, let them enjoy themselves. They will develop physically better that way. And the more variety you can give them, the better. So that would be my advice to parents out there with children.
and then of course as well as that, Jennifer, there's that that would be meeting their human needs as well, their emotional needs as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think if children spend time together, there's a whole bunch of healthy stuff that comes out of that. And I think clubs and sports and getting together to do those things are definitely healthy. I just think sometimes something less organised is also healthy as well, isn't it? Just come around to the house and let's, play games, run about in the garden, or have a family day down by the sea or down by the river or just outside somewhere. I think those simple things, it's the really simple things sometimes that the children remember. It's not the times when they had a really complicated holiday or a very organised or structured holiday that makes a difference. Sometimes it's just the simple things where you all hung out together having a picnic in a field.
I mean, I do accept as well that not everybody has the space, doesn't have a garden.
That's true.
People may not live in an environment that's easy to do that. So it's not always easy, but I think finding a way, even if it's dragging them to the shops and back and walking along, which you tend to do, because I know as a kid, you're being dragged to the shops, but it actually gets you out and you get some exercise. So I think we have to accept that it's great if you happen to have a nice garden you go run around in, or a park nearby. But I think we need to think about these things because it definitely physically the development changes as we get older, and I think if we start off well, we have a much better opportunity, a better chance of developing our physical systems and our various pathways better.
Yeah.
We had a couple of children when my daughter was young, and she was probably about 8, and we had lived in London and we'd moved up to Scotland, and she had a couple of friends that came up to spend a week with us in Scotland, and I'd organised a lot of activities for them to just because I thought, they'll need to be entertained for the whole time. And when I finished, and when the week had finished, and I'd said to them, what did they enjoy most? It was the day at the beach where there was nothing organised, and I had literally had just sandwiches and drinks, and they had built things with driftwood on the beach. And so that was the thing that stood out for them, is the beach. But they also said, where are all the sirens? And I was like, we've got no sirens here. And they're like, we can't hear anything at night time. I was like, there's nothing here. But I think you're definitely right. Sometimes the unstructured, I think structured and structured, there's probably a good mix of that. I think probably the mix of it is a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, just to give that example, we're obviously in Cornwall right now, and we were at the beach yesterday, and my son, who's actually here today, he built a sort of like a sand thing, but it was my mother's house and whatever. But that's when he's most happiest as well, just even out with nature. And I think it's just so much better for them, isn't it? But again, you saying that, Jennifer, it's very much as well about that you giving them the right attention that they wanted, that they would have wanted.
Yeah, I definitely think that's right. And sometimes we need to not structure that attention, they need to create it themselves, because that's how we learn, by doing something. But I think this mix of structured and unstructured is probably something that you were saying was about exercise. Let's make some of it structured, but some of it completely unstructured, and probably about diet as well, not to be too strict about some of these things. Because I wonder if sometimes there's just so many rules that we have to fix, going, here's the right way to do it. And I think there's an anxiety that comes with, am I raising my children properly? Am I ticking all the boxes? Are they healthy enough? I don't think they have to be super healthy, perfect. They just have to be healthy enough. You know, it's just the enough bit.
Yeah.
So talk to me about then, I suppose children at that age and combining the nutrition and the mental well-being and the physical, how they come around learning how to develop their own relationships, firstly I suppose with themselves and then of course with other children.
So I think that it was something that Helen said earlier actually, that the best way for our children probably to learn that is to see it modelled.
Yeah.
And to watch their parents have their emotional needs being met, so their physical and emotional needs met. Are their parents exercising well enough? Are their parents eating healthily enough? Are their parents seeing enough friends? Are they happy in their work? Are they happy in their career? And if they're not, are they able to see that their parents have choices? And are they able to see that their parents can change things if they're not working? So if they're not working and they watch their parents say, well, this was really challenging, but then I changed it, the children go, oh, we've always got choices. And I think that's really, really important. Choices in how we exercise, choices in how we eat.
Can I ask a question there? You mentioned parents. Often parents, you know, life's really, really busy and parents maybe travel or can't always be there to model. Could other family members do that? Could there be a friend in the family that you think, do you know what, they're a really good role model? It'd be nice if they spent more time around the children.
Totally. And I think it can be anyone. I think it can be a teacher. I think it can be our peers at school. When we see healthy something, we recognise it as healthy something. Do you know what I mean? When people are, children might be gaming for hours and hours, I think other people look at it and go, there's a place for those things. I definitely don't think they're wrong, but there's a place for those things and there's a balance for all things. And when we notice that something's balanced, I think we just sense it. And we'll sense the people that are a little bit more balanced than others. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be balanced enough. You know,
I agree, but as a parent, it's difficult. There's no blueprint. There's lots of people who try to advise you, but at the end of the day, they're your children. You have to set the boundaries. You have to decide how they're going to be brought up. It doesn't mean that other people will agree with that. It's not about them agreeing. It's about your choices that you want to make. And I heard it said earlier, it's so true. I mean, some people have the choices. Some people, well, we always have choices, sorry. There's never a case where you don't have choices. Some are more limited than others. But I think it's real difficult. And so it's not about preaching, which we're not doing that, the parents here. It's about saying, where you can, try your best to get your children to interact. I think single parent families and with only, and also with single children, it's really quite hard. It's much harder. Brothers and sisters, siblings, it's slightly easier, but I think it's really difficult. You're a single parent, you're working all else ends, you're trying to bring up a child or children. I mean, these are real challenges, and yes, it's all great to want to be able to do these things, but for some people it's really difficult. And with the changing financial landscape as well, it gets more and more difficult, and it's going to get even more difficult. So there are real challenges, and I think we're not being judgmental here. We're just merely saying, you know, this would be ideal if you could do this.
Do you know what else I think about challenges as well, though? I wonder, and you'll maybe know this, Gordon, how many people thrive out of challenges. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying we should all look for challenges because it, you know, then we'll just thrive out of it. But I think sometimes, I wonder how many of your athletes have had a really tricky first 10, 12, 15 years of their life. And because of that, they've had to try, like I've seen people that I work with and they've said, I was raised in a, I don't want to demonize single parent families because I am one, but they're saying, you know, we didn't have a lot of choice, we didn't have a lot of money, but that meant that I was out playing football for 12 hours a day, or I was out doing things that actually my peers weren't doing because they had choices that I didn't have. And so I wonder how many of your athletes or something will have come through challenges that maybe other children haven't had, and that we shouldn't necessarily fear, we don't seek them out, but we wouldn't fear challenges because it has the potential to bring something extra special out of a person.
There's no doubt. I mean, a lot of the athletes, most of them haven't had it easy at the beginning. Most of them haven't had it, I would say that's a good percentage haven't had it easy, and have found something within themselves that they can perhaps excel and be really good at. And that gives you that great feeling you were talking about before. That gives you that self-esteem. It makes you feel that much better, and they do develop from there. And I think if you're fortunate enough, if your child does start to show signs of something they really, really enjoy, then yeah, obviously you're going to encourage it. But yeah, I think I would say quite a few of my athletes, and quite a few have had very good upbringings and have not had to want for very much. But yeah, when you have conversations with some of them about what motivated them and what does motivate them, it's really interesting. And they go through different changes as well, because some athletes will be sponsored, some won't be sponsored, some will have funding from the government, some won't have funding. And it's really quite interesting sometimes, often when they've been funded and they're not funded anymore because they haven't met whatever criteria they need to meet, it's interesting how that tends to spur them on. It's interesting when you take something away, sometimes it brings out the best in you, as opposed to giving everything all the time. I mean, obviously that doesn't work for everybody, but it's fascinating. And yeah, I mean, a lot of my athletes right now are doing that. They're working really hard to get back to that point. And then they're deciding, well, actually, is that better if I had that? Or am I better off staying on the plan I'm on? So yeah, I think it's really interesting. That's what makes it fun though, isn't it? Everyone's very different.
Everyone's very different, and then of course you have the different stages, I suppose, that children go through as well, puberty, adolescence, and you know, at what point, you know, because then their diet would change,
Yeah.
I suppose their moods would change,
Definitely.
and just how they view the world sort of develops and changes. And then in terms of, I suppose, you know, maybe those children, I know certainly a lot of parents who are friends of mine who would be taking their children to, you know, different clubs nearly every night of the week, but they're not really specialising in anything, but yet they still love all these sports. Is there a point where there's burnout there, or is there a point where somebody will decide, actually I'm really good at hurling, or I'm really good at football, or I'm really good at rugby?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good question, and there will be, and sometimes the signs are not easy to spot, but kids will grow and develop at different rates, both, you know, regardless of gender, there'll be different rates at which they will grow. The body grows fairly randomly, and so for some people, if the kids are over exercising through a growth spurt, through a more hormonal change, then yeah, it's possible for the body to become overloaded, and it will express that overload through pain and stiffness and tension, because the system is overloading, and it's a difficult one because the child really wants to go and do that, but you know, there's a number of conditions that we know that sporting young kids will get, which need managing, and often are. And I think it's again another difficult thing for a parent to know how far to push the child that's loving what they're doing and wants to do it, and how far to push them. And I think if you let them develop that, if you let the child lead that, if they're really keen to go and do it and they're capable and you're not seeing anything within them that bothers you, then just support that and get behind them. The difficulty is if you've got a child that is particularly, I'll use the word talented, but that's another subject. You can want to push them on a little bit quicker than maybe their system and they need to go. And I think I would say if you're in that situation, you need to be careful that you don't overdo it, because if you start to set up issues in their developmental stage, physically and mentally, then these things will maybe not show themselves immediately, but they will manifest down the line. And then you suddenly get people now who are constantly getting hurt and injured, and they can't understand why, because they're doing everything properly now, but they may have had a period in that developmental stage where they weren't, and therefore they've now set themselves up for problems later on, like we all do, like all of us who have got older, and now everything creaks, hurts, wears out. You know, we sort of have a little bit more insulation, which we don't really need during the summer. You know, and I always keep lending my six-pack out to all my athletes. So you know, what do I do? But it is again. It's a balancing act, and I think all of this is about balance, and it's difficult. Sometimes we get the balance right, sometimes we don't. I think it's recognizing when we're not getting that balance right and taking appropriate action. As tough as that can be for the youngster, it's really important to do so, because genuinely, and I see it all the time, you will set them up for problems. So if I think getting that balance of push-pull is really important.
Yeah, and it's, I suppose as well as understanding how to prevent injury from really quite early on so that they don't experience injury.
No, exactly, and
later.
that's where the whole team, that's where the likes of the work that Helen does,
Yeah.
particularly alongside myself with developing youngsters as well. It's trying to make sure they're getting everything they need, and you'll be amazed, and Helen will talk about it, but you'll be amazed at how much they need.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like you've got to eat how much? And I think that's the thing. And my athletes as well, because athletes have this image of themselves, but invariably, most of the athletes are not eating enough, full stop. And that's the problem. And so I remember one simple fact, and Helen's the expert, but you fuel the body for what it's got to go and do, not what it's done.
Yeah.
And that's a big mistake a lot of people make, is that they think, oh, well, I've not eaten all day, so I'll now go and have a 5-course meal at 7 o'clock at night, and the body goes, yeah, great, thanks for that, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. So I'll tell you what, let me shove it around your waistline or on your thighs or on your bum.
Because that was really interesting, because obviously we have been speaking for quite a few months now in preparation for this event. And that was one of the things that you had really said, Boz, was about, if you aren't using food as fuel for your body, you have an unhealthy relationship with food. So Helen, talk to us about what Boz was just saying there.
It's an area I'm particularly passionate about, because getting it right in teenagers, especially teenage athletes, I'm going to just focus on athletes for the second, but there are things that go through to just the more active teenager. So exactly as Gordon was saying, it is actually absolutely phenomenal how much energy athletic teenagers need. I'm going to talk about calories. I wouldn't be talking about calories with the teenagers, but if there's parents listening, I think you'll understand these figures a bit better. So a teenage girl, ballpark, active for her general activity to supply energy for growth and development, ballpark needs about 2,300 calories. A boy can go up to about 3,000 calories.
Wow.
Wow.
We then add on training sessions, which some of these athletes are doing. 2 hours training a day isn't abnormal for a teenager. That's about another 1,000 calories, 1,500 calories. So we have teenagers that are in school all day, limited when they're allowed to eat and what food's available to them, that can have a 3,500, 4,500 calorie requirement a day. It's absolutely ginormous. And what we tend to see, unfortunately, quite frequently, is that it's not, okay, there's the whole issue of an unhealthy relationship with food and people deliberately restricting, but actually what I see much more regularly is actually people just, it's often, the whole family, because still the parents are quite involved in what that teenager, if they're an athlete, are eating, but it's actually just not realising quite the huge amounts of energy they need to take in. And then unfortunately what we see is if, exactly as Gordon's been saying, if there's low energy availability, that means once you've used energy for how much you need to move and for your training sessions, how much energy is left to grow and develop the body, because that takes a lot of energy. So if not enough's being eaten, we generally see potentially late development. That can lead to problems because in girls supporting bone development, which then impacts later life if they don't get if they're late starting creating peak bone density, that actually impacts in later years. And actually, to be honest, with some athletes, we see osteoporosis in their 30s. Wow. But also, we just see injury in general. So they'll get injured more often. We see stress fractures. And another consideration, while I'm focusing on girls, there's there's common things in male athletes as well, teenage athletes. But a girl that starts, a female, once she starts menstruating, her iron requirements go up from, again, these are figures, but it'll just give you an idea of how much it changes, from 8.7 milligrams a day to 14.8 milligrams a day. So when a female starts her period, iron requirements virtually double. Not quite. I know this is a finance day and my maths isn't that bad, but it virtually doubles. But then with athletes, because more oxygen is needed for energy creation and other reasons, actually need 120% of that. So you have a teenage girl with an absolutely huge iron requirement. And again, not enough anemia will have impacts on all sorts of things, their
Massive.
performance,
Massive.
and then also their academic studies as well, because of the importance of
You're so right.
oxygen to the brain.
So
So
right.
it's really, really difficult to get it right. And often the sort of an apologeticness, oh my goodness, I've been really under fueling my child, not giving my child enough to eat. But it's so, without that knowledge, the numbers are so huge, it's
Yeah.
quite
And I think
quite difficult.
it's important to mention, isn't it, as well, that it's one of the most difficult things to do anyway through life for young teenage girls and women to maintain their iron levels.
Yes.
I mean, it's really,
hard.
really hard to do to even get
Yeah.
to the figure, the baseline figure.
Yeah, it is.
But how would you do it? So how would you do it? I mean,
So-
what would you do to allow a child to do that?
So make sure, I would do a number of things, that they're having good meals, so they're not just constantly snacking, so their meals are well balanced, they've got green leafy vegetables in. I know this is much harder with a teenage, so what I'm talking about is optimal here. They've got green leafy vegetables on there. Probably with a teenager, I know we could we'll have probably at some point have the whole discussion on vegetarian veganism,
Yeah.
but including red meat in a female teenage diet. Nuts and seeds, grains and pulses. But I know all those things are harder for a teenager. But I'd say it's having those good meals. We could also talk about supplementation, but because to be honest, a teenage girl is likely they will need an iron supplement. However, I wouldn't ever just say, do you know what, just go and take an iron supplement. I'd recommend that you've got an iron test, which you can get from your GP if you feel that your child, teenager is maybe iron deficient or anemic, that you get a test and then you supplement, because you can actually quite easily cause iron toxicity, because with vitamins
Yeah.
and minerals we
Yeah.
think, do you know what, that's good for us, so more must be better. That's not the case, and that can actually
Yeah.
cause as much damage.
It's true. One of the, I mean, I know we all get tired, and I know that kids get tired because there's a lot going on in their days. But again, lack of iron will be that sort of lethargy and that being a little bit tired, more tired than normal, is often a really good sign that it's worth getting checked out to make sure they get enough in their diet. And again, what parents shouldn't worry about is no matter how hard you try, this is a massive mountain to climb.
Yeah.
So you just got to do your best, because you know it's really, really hard to get it right. You just got to do your best to get it right. But it is important. I mentioned earlier about setting kids up into later life to become damaged, because it is true, particularly once those hormones go mad, particularly in boys and girls. And I think for menstruation, which we will talk a little bit later on, I know, but it's important that we that your child doesn't become amenorrheic. It's important that if they're exercising a lot, that you do check that they are actually starting having their periods, because it's as Helen said, that bone density starts changing early on. You don't lay down the cells that you want to, and now you're really open to things going wrong. And it was a very common thing some years ago. It's less common now because we're much more on top of it.
Yeah.
But it was really common to have these athletes at 16, 17, 18 with stress fractures, pubic bone fractures, sacral fractures, just where the bones couldn't take the load. And again, not right now, but later on, we'll talk a little bit about load and what that means, because that's what we're all dealing with every single day, because we have to stand and move. And because we can move, we have to be able to deal with load. And so we have muscle systems, joint systems, and fascial systems to help us cope with the load. And our training means we can deal with more load. But if we don't deal with the load, and if our bodies aren't sufficiently fed and exercised, you can actually have a very healthy looking person who then starts to get bone damage through insufficiency. So they're not even able to cope with the normal walking around and moving around. So, and I've had a number of young athletes come through where we've had that, where they're training quite hard, they look absolutely fine, but they aren't taking enough calories, enough food in, and their bodies are telling them. And it's not that they're overtraining, they're just not able, they're just underfueled. And the body will also start breaking down for that very reason too. So it's really important to keep an eye on these things.
And there must be a lot of angst there, Jennifer, as well, for...
I'm listening to this and I'm thinking it's a lot to think about, isn't it? It's a lot for parents.
Yeah, so there's a lot for parents to think about, but there's a lot also for the teenagers to think about, because if they think they're young, they're healthy, they're fit, and they haven't had access to information like this before, or parents haven't, and they think they're doing the right thing. There must be a lot of angst there whenever maybe they do get injured, or they just don't feel as though they're performing well enough.
Yeah, I think this is a whole mix when children are growing up from, you know, primary school up to high school age, and there's just a lot to think about because their bodies are changing, their relationships are changing around school. They are starting to have feelings and emotions that they don't really know what to do with. They might not even have the language or the vocabulary to describe what they're thinking and feeling. And so that amongst staying fit and eating well, it is quite a lot, isn't it? But I think, again, it's this thing about parents modelling healthy stuff, you know, parents working well, and parents doing the best they can with the skills that they have. I remember this story, which I think I told to you, Orla, yesterday, about the mother duck with like 8 little ducklings around her going like, how do I get these ducklings from their nest over, 500 metres to the pond? How do I do it? And the mother duck doesn't scuttle around going, come on, because she's gathering up all these chaotic 8 little ducklings. What she does is she just walks to the pond. She just walks. And one by one, the ducklings line up behind her and follow her because that's what they are programmed to do. And I think that's what human children are programmed to do as well. So actually, if they see parents eating healthy, if they see parents exercising healthily, if they see it modeled to them, they're much more likely to do these things healthily. And I think this, and I see this often, in my profession, I see parents going, can you help my 15-year-old child? Can you help my 12-year-old? Can you help my 18-year-old child? And you're like, well, actually, this is kind of about you, really. It's kind of about you having the skills and the talent to be able to model something that your children go, oh yeah, that's amazing. That's strong and that's powerful and that's inspiring. I want to look and be like that. So I think often it's easier than we think, but it's our, as the older generation, something to model, something really strong to our children, and to always to let them know that you have choices. You have choices who you're friends with. You have choices about what you eat. You have choices where and when you exercise. And how are you going to make those choices for yourself? And to increasingly, obviously a child at 3, 4 and 5 needs to be guided in those choices to make those choices look healthy. But a child who's 10, 11, 12, getting to 15, this autonomy piece, this ability to control, we need to gradually, as our children get older, give away a little bit more control as parents go, well, it's up to you to choose. You're 16 now. It's up to you to choose. You're 18 now. I get that children all the way up to, I still defer to my mum. I'm in my 50s. I still defer to my mum. But quite often she'll, well, that sounds very interesting. I've listened to you. Now, what do you want to do? You've got to defer that control back to the person because they're designing their own life. And there'll be similarities to their parents, but at some point they're going to go and do something that is unique to them. And we need to make sure that they can exercise to do that. They can eat well to do that. They've got the emotional capability to do that because gradually we've modelled it and then we've given a little bit of our power away. Yeah, go and do that. And also what you said earlier, Gordon, about let them play, let them fall down. It's the same thing emotionally and mentally, is let them make mistakes, let them have their hearts broken. And, let them do that, but be there to say, you did well, you had a shot, well done. Well done, and have another shot.
And it's interesting because as well as just what you've said, Jennifer, we have talked before about visualization and how we look at our children or young people or nieces, nephews, whatever, and we think, how can you sort of empower them to say, what do you see your life looking like as you get older? You're saying there about, children following their parents and following healthy habits and healthy conversations, etc. It's quite difficult now because there's so much social media, I suppose, as well, and young people sort of certainly around even 12, maybe even younger, have phones now and they've got all the apps and things. So there's a lot of influence on young people now. So I can imagine that there would be a lot of angst there between a child wanting to look at their parents for influence, or looking at TikTokers or Instagram posts or whatever. So how important is it to teach our children to visualize the right things?
I think it's really tricky with I don't know how to say it, unedited, like TikTok, Instagram. I think those things have value. I think some of them have value, but I think sometimes we've got to be careful who's an expert on there. Are you an expert at building a 450,000 fan base? But are you an expert at that, but you actually don't know about diet, or you don't know about exercise, or you don't know about mental health? So we've got to be aware who the experts are. Just because you've got that number of followers, you are not the expert in that area. So we need to just teach our children, be careful who the experts are, and be careful who you give your power away to when you're gathering your information. And then tell me again.
Yeah, because it's actually, because we talked about this previously, and it's actually about teaching young people as well to be able to have that debate and to recognise that there might not be, that information just might not be right, and for them to feel confident, not to just watch something and believe it.
Yeah. There's a really cute little app. You might not like it. But anyway, I use it just as an analogy, just to demonstrate. It's the NHS BMI app, so it measures your body mass index.
Yep.
Okay.
BMI isn't everything. We can discuss that, but it's a broad-based measure.
Yeah, but what I love about it is that it's really simple, right? You put your height in and you put your weight in, and then it gives you this little chart, and there's usually a massive green zone, and it's to say you're pretty healthy. Anywhere inside this green zone is pretty healthy. But then there's a little yellow zone at the bottom, which is you're a little bit too thin, or a little bit underweight. And then there's a red zone going, you're actually dangerously underweight, right? And at the top, there's a yellow zone that goes, actually, you're a little bit overweight. And then there's a red zone that says, you're actually dangerously overweight. But what you notice when you feel in that is there's a massive green zone. So there's a really massive green zone. And most of what you put in when you put in your height and your weight is that mostly we're healthy. And so with teenagers, when they're growing up, with being able to filter in what they filter in, it's okay to filter in a little bit of TikTok and a little bit of Instagram, but mostly they need to be doing other things as well, reading books, spending time with friends, deciding what they want to do or be in the future. And I think some of that can be, some of that actually quiet time, our privacy piece, is probably quite important to mention for children, that they want to fill in their time. If there is a quiet time, what are we doing with it? So are they listening to the radio, watching the TV? We're filling our heads with all this stuff, whereas actually sometimes sitting quietly with a cup of tea and staring at the clouds for 10 minutes is actually really, really valuable, because that's when your brain starts to go, well, you could do this, or you could do this, or did that feel great? Well, do more of it. Did that not feel great? Do less of it. It's not complicated. We don't need apps for this. We just need to recognize where we get that, where we get our visualization from. And it doesn't have to be meditating, and it doesn't have to be yoga. It literally can be just a quiet walk, or starting to imagine what the possibilities are, I guess. And I think that's the same for, could I do more physically? Could I do more, dietarily? But certainly, could I change things with my friends? And the more you can imagine it, your imagination goes ahead of what your reality is. So if you can imagine it, you can probably create it in time, probably.
Well, it's interesting you say, because imagery is used a lot in therapy and in what we do, and also with athletes and coaches. And analogy used of the duck, for instance, earlier is the same if you think about coaching and coaching youngsters. They do see and do, see and do, see and do. Right. And we also use imagery. You take, for instance, bobsleigh drivers, pilots who go down a bobsleigh track. They will walk the track daily and literally think their way around each bend, each corner, and they're imagining where they're going to be and how they're going to do it, and then they transfer that into their hands as they're viewing it. Often if you stand on the side of a track and watch drivers, they're actually going through the motions of steering the corners. And I'm sure that's what racing car drivers do similarly when they go around. They've this imagery. And also we use it a lot in therapy to reconnect systems. So sometimes the body's forgotten that muscle's meant to do something. And again, you can get them to sort of think about it. And I often use little cues with them to think about the muscle, and they suddenly can start working it because it's just reconnected everything. So it's a very powerful way to...
It's really hard when you have someone telling you should be, like you were saying, you should be eating this many calories. It's so different, and it's kind of in all three aspects. Like, so mental health, you see people portraying their amazing lives, and as, say, a 17-year-old who's coming up to final exams and their life isn't looking like that, or someone who's 20 who maybe they don't know what they want to do, it's really hard. And then for Gordon, it's, you know, you see these people lifting heavy weights in the gym, it's like, why can't I do that?
Yeah.
And with that comes, I think, a lot of misinformation. Do you think there's good ways for someone to, simple ways to kind of think, is this going to be good for me? So say, for example, in terms of a nutrition aspect, is there an easy way to sit and think, will, say the structure of a recipe, will this be good for me?
I think this is something Jennifer mentioned earlier. It's actually, yes, on social media, it's the internet and social media is a fantastic resource for some things, but there's also just a lot of incorrect information out there. And it is really important to check, if you're following something on social media, who exactly has written that? Do they have any qualification in nutrition or any other aspect? And why should they be an expert that I should listen to? Is there any reason that they should know something about this and be providing me with information I should follow? Because anyone can say anything. I think the other thing is, does this seem a bit extreme? Because being healthy shouldn't be extreme. So does this seem right and comfortable, or is this, am I cutting out a whole load of food groups? Am I exercising so much? This sounds absolutely ridiculous. You know, I've got a job as well. I'm not as a viewer, I have a job. My job isn't to be a model. My job isn't to be an athlete. So how does that fit in? And then the recipe thing, I'm completely with you. I've got sons. There's one in particular that's really interested in food, which is fantastic. However, he comes down after being on TikTok with all sorts of ideas of what he should be cooking, which wouldn't be what I'm endorsing. So there's this balance, you know, yeah, that's fine, go ahead and cook it. That cannot be your full diet. So I think a lot of us do, the majority of people do have a good grasp on what's a healthy diet and what isn't. And just because it's in bright colours and being told to you that it's healthy on social media, just think back and think, well, is it really that much sugar in one recipe? Is it healthy? Or yeah.
I think that comes back to what you were saying about sitting outside and thinking about it. It's like that time to reflect before you take action, because it's so easy to, for example, like jumping on a fad diet kind of thing. It's so easy, and that time to sit and think with it, I think, really helps.
I think too that going back to that green zone, the green zone's a big green zone. So actually, if you want to have, I'm guessing, if you want to have something that is like high sugar for one day, 1 week, or one meal 1 week out of 21 meals a week, then that's fine. But you just can't do it every day. So
Exactly.
it's saying the green zone is generally just a safe area. It's quite a big area. It's, you know, we can safely exercise many different ways. We can safely do have our mindsets be a very big range of things, and it's still comfortable and it's still safe. We just want to be aware when we're getting a little bit to the yellow zones or the red zones on either end of those, and just go, stay away from that. And to be honest, our parents should be guiding us on that. I do think there's a lot of pressure put on schools and teachers to say, well, the school should teach that. And it's actually, no, they're your children. They're your children. You raise them. You raise them in the unique way that you can raise them, but you get yourself skilled up to guide them, you know.
That's the challenge.
Yeah, but don't you think as well, though, that on the same subject, if you can help your children to make choices early on, give them the tools to help them make choices. So when
Yes.
they're looking at these various things, they're already asking questions like, come on,
Really? Yeah.
really?
Yeah, I
think
agree.
Therefore, I would say, rather than say, you can't look at that and don't look at this and stay off of this, educate them as to why that's the case. Why wouldn't you go and look at that? Because as you start to develop your analytical skills and your ability to do that as you get older, it's fine. But again, I would say with the youngsters, if we spend a little more time saying, well, okay, critically look at that, because why is it there? I mean, I always remember very briefly that, you know, people say about looking at various papers and evidence based on this and evidence based on that. Well, who wrote it? Who paid for it? And what was the outcome they were looking for?
Yeah.
So that's an influencer based upon what they want you to know and to see. So yes, there are people out there who make a living as influencers, but they're being driven to influence what, as you rightly stated, and is that they may well be influencers who have a lot of knowledge. And we have a lot of things go on social media from my profession, physios. Quite a lot of them actually are experts in the particular field they're talking about, and some have no idea at all. So it's really interesting, but you can soon learn to filter them because you go, God, no, I'm not going to have that. And we have a few out there that are really good at calling it all out, which is really quite funny.
But as well, because we spoke about this previously, it's about, but lived experience is also really important, isn't it, Jennifer?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I think thankfully more of that is coming through now. So especially, I know I mentioned earlier that sometimes a lot of the work that I do is in people who have members of their family who are on the autistic spectrum or have ADHD. And the question is, where do we get our advice from for that? And there's many, many more people on websites who are not formally qualified but do have lived experience, and they're speaking it out. There's a really good one for ADHD called How to ADHD, and it's this woman in the US. She's really young actually. She's in her 20s, but she's using social media, mostly Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, I think. And she just puts messages out small videos that are maybe 1 or 2 minutes. And you can tell that everything, it has come from her lived experience, but to back that up now, she's done research, and there are medical advisors who she gets on her podcasts who say, actually, you know more about this than me, because she's living it all day, every day. But how do you spot, and I'm asking you this, Orla, I think, how do you spot, how do you know, because you're the generation, aren't you, that spend more time, we're giving advice going from our, from our point of view, but we're 20, 25, 30 years out of that. And actually we weren't raised like this. We were raised with no mobile phones.
No internet.
No internet. Internet, how long has it been here? Like 15, 20 years? We were raised with none of that, but you're raised with all of it. So how do you spot who's a genuine person? How do you spot the authenticity of a person if you're looking for advice?
I think I am in a way lucky because I've grown up with information available to me, and I like to say I'm a critical thinker, so I will look at things critically.
Right.
But I think even for me it is tough, especially with the kind of faster social medias like TikTok where you can scroll so easily. I usually save the information and then I go back to it in the future, because I usually, if I don't have time to look into it at that moment, but I usually kind of discuss in the comments. I see what the discussion is, but I am very lucky in my kind of way of thinking and have access to that information where people don't. So I think it's a tough.
But when you say critical thinking, that's not lucky. That's been developed, hasn't it? So I think you and I had a quick chat yesterday about how much you read. So you read physical books, don't you? Or do you Kindle or do you read
Kindle,
paper?
Yeah. Kindle.
It's Kindle, isn't it? But you read a lot, don't you?
Yes, yeah.
And so your range of reading, when did you start reading, like when you were growing up?
I've always
Always,
read
yeah.
since I kind of been able to. I read fiction and non-fiction, so I read it to relax and I read it to learn.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that definitely helps me, but I think I've always kind of been that way.
Because I think that information, maybe it was, I talked with you about it yesterday, Gordon, I'm not sure. But a book is an amazing thing, isn't it? Because it's somebody's expert. Oh, you've just written a book. Anyway, sorry, we were talking about it yesterday, but so you've got 300 pages, 400 pages of someone who has worked or understood or had lived experience for 20, 30 years in their area of expertise. And then they've thought, I'd really quite like to document this for the next generation. And so they sit down and they might spend 6 months or 6 years writing something, 300, 400 pages of the best things that they know that are worthwhile putting down on paper. And then it gets published, in paper or on Kindle or an Audible or something. And then you pay for it for under 10 quid and you get the best of this person's knowledge. I really think that books and reading to our children really young and teaching them what you've learned, which is the younger a child can learn to read good books, they get the best information from the best experts who have taken their 20 years and they've condensed it into 300 pages or 6 hours worth of Audible.
I
I
would
think
say
that's really valuable.
it is. I would say you still need to check who the author is, because certainly in the nutrition area and the diet area, you still have a lot of people
Good point. Yeah.
giving creating fed diets that
Yeah.
I wouldn't be. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it still
no,
comes back to
I think
checking the
actually
author.
that's
I
a
totally
very
agree
good
with
point.
you.
Yeah,
There's that book, however form you read it, there's some amazing information out there. But again,
Yeah.
you just need to, certainly in the
Check
sector I
who
work
you're-
in, you still need to,
I think that's right.
check.
But again, also, again, for your age group, Orla, we were talking a couple of weeks back about, these apps and these influencers are saying, and this is maybe, they're putting out these videos now to say, oh, here's your 28-day video as to how you get your summer body within 28 days. I mean, for your age group, I mean, I can hear everybody creaking here going, oh no. But I mean, to see something like that, you're just sitting thinking, what a nightmare, because surely people can see, I look at that and see, there's absolutely no way in 28 days if I sat and knocked my bum off the wall for 20 minutes every day, am I going to look like that?
Yeah.
So do you think really a lot of people, you might be different in terms of how you think about things, but can you see how a lot of people your age would be very, very influenced by that and believe that that's the right?
Oh, 1,000%. The last few months, it's always that build up to summer. It's like, get ready. And I think in my life, I haven't always had the best relationship with exercise, but it's actually coming to make it part of your routine and your daily, weekly life, rather than condensing it into these few months. And number one, you're probably going to hurt yourself, as this man will agree.
Sure.
You'll hurt yourself and you won't want to do it for the rest of the year.
I think it's, sorry to interrupt, I think it's likely you'll fail and then be disappointed in yourself. A person will fail and then they'll be disappointed in themselves that they haven't suddenly got this, what is perceived to be the perfect summer body.
Yeah, and
I mean, how long does muscle adaptation take to actually create a noticeable change? I mean, certainly with diet, 28 days, I wouldn't maximum, I'd be saying lose half a stone.
Yeah, you get some change in this over a 3-week block of regular exercise, proper structured training and exercise, but the vast majority of people would take double that time to start to see any physical change. And it depends what they do. And there's again a lot about that. I mean, if you're trying to get a slightly stronger body and you want to try and burn more fat, then you're far better off doing resistance-based training. I mean, running is easy. People run because it's easy, but actually when you don't prepare yourself to run, you break things very easily. And calorific burn on running is really difficult. You have to run an awful long way to get any real calorific change. Whereas because your body...
Constant.
Yeah,
Sorry
constant.
to interrupt, but yeah, that constant. So you burn the calories at that point when you're running, but sorry.
But you'd have to burn a significant amount of calories. You'd have to run an awful long way. And whereas if you combine it, say, with some gym-based work, resistance work, because even after you've finished training, the muscles are still metabolizing, so they're still burning afterwards. So, running has a different type of benefit to us. It wouldn't be the thing to do to lose weight, unless, of course, you're somebody who's always run. You've been away from running for a number of years, but you've ran marathons and you're going to run distances. But I know you're looking at me there, but it is...
Yeah,
you won't burn as many calories running. You'd have to run a long way to burn a significant amount.
At that time, but exactly what
time.
you're saying is that the more muscle you have, muscle takes more energy to maintain. So you end up raising your metabolic rate because you're using more calories 24 hours a day from building more muscle, which is why men require more calories than women, because there's more muscle mass in the man, so that's why their calorie requirement is higher. But the more sustained weight loss and weight maintenance, I suppose, would be to build muscle, which is also good for bone as well.
No, totally. But then you have the stigma of going into a gym if you don't feel you're very healthy looking. And you're going to go into a gym with all these people strutting
Yeah.
around the place with perfect buttocks and perfect everything. And you're going,
No, but
Ah.
that's the expectation before one
Course.
goes into a gym.
Yeah.
But often
Course.
when you're in that gym, it's not all like that. There
No,
are people in there
it's true.
looking to...
But that's what will put
Yeah,
people off. If you ask
exactly.
them, that's what puts them off.
Yeah.
But if you can get them started, and then you start to see results, and you'll see results in a few weeks. If you go regularly, if you go 3 times a week to the gym, you'll start to see results over a 3-week period. It won't suddenly be amazing, but there will definitely be a change in your body.
Because that's it, isn't it? You need to stress the muscles
Yes.
at least 3 times a week to make a change. So once a week, you don't need to go 7 days a week, and once
Oh,
a
no.
week won't be
No.
effective. It needs
Well, training, recovery is a massive and important part of training, whether it's training because you like to do things as a normal person or whether you're a top-level athlete. And the biggest, hardest thing to do with athletes is to get them to recover, to get them to actually not train. And it's just so foreign to them because it's a massive drug. I mean, endorphins are going mad. I mean, you love the drug of exercise. And one of the benefits of once you can get past that initial hurdle of getting into exercising, as you can see, I'm an expert at this. Once you can get into more exercising, you do want to do more.
Yeah.
You do actually look forward to doing it. The hardest part for people in the life we live today is that they are fatigued. They work really hard.
Yeah.
And they're tired and they're trying to fit everything into a day. And sadly, the thing that will go with perhaps be the best exercise, or what you'll find is they'll get up really early in the morning, go for a run, and their bodies are really not ready.
They're
And
fasted.
they're fasted, and they've got they've got zero to call upon, and so they put themselves at huge risks.
Yep.
Or the end of the day when they're absolutely done for. I mean, you know, try to get people to, if you can have the perfect day, get them to exercise when they're feeling most energized to get the best value from that. Which athletes, of course, who are full-time athletes can do.
Yeah.
They can train at their optimal time and when it's really they know their bodies are ready to go, and therefore they get the best value from that particular training. But to go back quickly to what Orla was saying, yeah, I mean, you can make changes, but yeah, these things are, you know.
Yeah, and the age group that we're talking about there as well, we're very much talking about sort of that 18 to 24, where you're
Yeah.
sort of heading off to university possibly, or whatever. So nutrition then kicks in because mum and daddy's not there to cook you your healthy meal anymore. Or so what advice would you have for that age group, Helen?
That's exactly everything we've been talking about. That what we know is when teenagers become independent, what they've learned through their formative years is really important to how they choose to eat when they make choices themselves. 99%, once given that independence, will have a year or so of eating absolutely rubbish because suddenly they've got that independence. They'll sort of stretch that a bit. But then what we see is those that have learned about eating in a healthy way to support well-being actually do revert to that. It won't happen immediately, but they do revert to that. So yeah, certainly when we then talk about teenagers leaving home and becoming fully independent, it's that they're equipped with, you know, can they cook? I mean, I work with students, and it is quite surprising. A number of them can't cook, but then there is also that they don't have the facilities as well. But yeah, it's just equipping them with that information so they can make good choices. I think our biggest challenge at the moment with teenagers is 2 things. That's the amount of sugar in their diet. The average teenager has diets made up of 14% sugar, whereas if we look at the guidance, that's in the UK, that's UK-based statistics, 14.1% to be exact. When we look at the guidance for maximum amount of sugar, that comes in at about 4 or 5% of that's recommended, comes in about 4 or 5% of the diet. And we have teenagers on average having 14, and younger children are at 13 point something, predominantly coming from sugary drinks. So again, it's getting people used to drinking fluids that not expecting it to taste sweet. And then the other issue we have is processed food, which again, going off to university without having the facilities to cook, not wanting to spend time cooking because so much other fun to be had. It's that move to processed food, which we know is having a negative impact on
What is
well-being.
the impact? I mean, that's a shocking statistic, really, about sugar. What impact does that have on the body
Okay,
and the mind as well?
while we talk about sugar, to be honest, it's not sugar per se. It's the effect that sugar then has in the body, and that's different types of sugar. And it's the fact that it causes high blood sugar levels. And high blood sugar levels cause inflammation, and the root cause of most chronic diseases and cancers is inflammation. We really need to, if there's just one thing we do, is to keep the body from being inflamed. And high blood sugar levels, because something like a sugary drink is doing two things. It gets into the blood very fast, so it does cause that real high spike in blood sugar levels. And then, it hasn't filtered that up. It doesn't, it's not like eating something that, do you know what, I'm now not going to need to eat for 4 hours. Actually, that's done nothing to fill you up. So then it's more likely you're then going to crave another sugar hit in an hour and a half's time. So yeah, it's about the inflammation in the body.
And it's the same as it's that cumulative effect over a number of years, because
Yeah.
you won't feel the effect straight
Yes.
away. You're setting yourself up for the problem.
Yeah.
And then you get really upset when you get to a certain age, and you then say, do you know what, I'm really trying to be healthy. Yeah, well, you should have been healthy for the last 20
Yes,
years.
exactly.
And you set yourself up for trouble. So that's why, that again, the education early on is really important. And it is, and you'll hear lots of people talk about various things you can and can't eat. And that's why you've got to speak to people like Helen, people who actually know and can give you absolute up-to-date information on how it is. And it changes all the time. I think what people remember is all of our, as professionals, things are constantly moving. It doesn't mean your opinion necessarily has to alter very much, but you have to be cognizant of the fact that things are constantly changing. No two bodies are the same.
Yeah.
Everybody's that bit different. Everyone's chemistry is that bit different. So some people can do certain things, other people can't do. Some people can tolerate things, other people can't. It's just the way it is, and you've got to understand that. And I think partly understanding all of those things in anything that's habitual is really important. And so yeah, but we're human, and we're going to get it wrong. That's what we do. We mess up.
Yeah.
And
And we get it right as well, though. We mess up and we get it right a lot of the time as well.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's that green zone thing, isn't it? As long as we're kind of getting it right most of the time, we're still in the green zone.
I'd liken it to being a fund manager. You've got to get it right 51% of the time.
Exactly.
You're fine getting it wrong 49% of the time.
Do you know what I was thinking, though? It was something else that you said, Orla. It was that when you said the 28-day diet thing to get your summer body, it made me think that, it made me wonder how much of our self-esteem is created by how we look. And actually, if we can compensate for some of that, because by saying, well, but what are your friendships like? Or what's the most interesting book that you've read in the last 6 months? Or tell me about the music that you play or that you listen to. Or tell me about the things that you're achieving, or tell me about the voluntary work that you've done. That when we have a wide set of experiences, we're much more likely to have a range of places that our status can come from. And that means that we're not going to say our body, it's our body that is important. And only that. We're going to say, but I'm really smart, or I'm intelligent, or I'm funny, or I'm educated, and all those things are super, super important as well.
I would suggest there that we do know people need to be healthy, so the body does come into it. But
Yeah,
what we
it
know
does.
is that there's also the image we see as a healthy body isn't necessarily a healthy body. That's what we're told a healthy body looks
that's so
like.
true.
But we actually know there's something called skinny fat, and I think it's called the obesity parody, that actually some overweight people that eat well and exercise are actually healthier than can be healthier than what's seen as healthy weight people. And then we have people that would be classed as a healthy weight, but actually because they make food choices that don't support well-being, their actual insides aren't that healthy.
Yeah.
So it's we
there's
need a healthy body, but it's very likely not to be what we see on social media. And I know we talk about six-packs a lot. Six-packs for females aren't good.
Never had one.
It's fascinating, isn't it? Because things you're saying there about people seem to look at somebody and they clearly look they're overweight and they immediately think, well, you must be very unhealthy.
Yeah.
Yet you can, if you look at people who have coronaries in their 30s, and family histories, they're like this. Disease has no respect for that type of thing. It depends upon, yes, your genetic makeup, which you can't really do much about, and it depends on how you live your life. And just because you don't look the paragon of health that you see on these magazines, it doesn't mean you're not healthy. And invariably people who are overweight don't necessarily have a high cholesterol, for instance. They think, oh, they must have really high cholesterol.
Not always.
But not always.
I think a lot of it as well is, I think a lot of it is to do with physical health, but a lot of it is to do with mental and emotional health as well. So actually you can have people who might not follow the absolute guidelines for physical health, but their stress is low.
Yeah.
And their stress is low because they're happy.
Yeah.
And they're happy because they're in great relationships and they're doing fun things and they're following the rules of the things that they really like to do all day, every day. So they are in an orchestra and loving playing their clarinet, or they are learning a new subject where they're saying, oh, I'm learning about history and I really love this subject, and it's great, do more of it. So I think when our stress levels are really low, we're actually probably doing ourselves bigger favours than necessarily focusing. All of our physical selves are not just about our physical selves. Our emotional and mental influences genuinely influence our physical health as well. I think it's all connected. So I think if I think I was telling you yesterday that my daughter had taken out sugar masses of sugar from her diet, just as a discipline for 30, 40 days or something. And she said, I felt amazing when I did that. I felt like I was thinking more clearly. And I was thinking, oh, that's really interesting that a couple of dietary changes has really changed her mental health. And I think those things are interchangeable. So actually doing things in our lives that keep our stress low is really good for our bodies and our muscles and our bones. These things they're not 4 different circles, all separate circles. They're all combined, and they have crossover areas where we go, if we do that, it actually affects everything positively. That's really exciting.
True.
Certainly from the stress element, when I take that into my nutrition world, we know that stress creates high blood sugar levels. We've already talked about high blood sugar levels being inflammatory, but also stress impacts gut bacteria, which perhaps we can talk about later because that's a whole huge subject. But yeah, stress impacts gut bacteria, which we know has a big influence on our well-being.
Well, stress and fatigue also affects your muscle tone. It also changes your limbic system. So there's a lot to it. I think we've just got to accept we're all different and we all have different needs, and we shouldn't be judging one size doesn't fit all, and we shouldn't be judgmental of those things. The only time we can perhaps say things to people is if they are clearly are unhealthy. They've actually been seen to be unhealthy. You're pre-diabetic, your metabolic system is struggling. You really need to think about doing something about it. You when you get to those situations, it's fine to perhaps be a little bit more pressured to people to do that. But other than that, it's one of those biggest issues, and it's funny because I know personally from being very, very fit for donkey's years as an ex-athlete to not being particularly fit now. I wouldn't say I was unfit, but I'm not particularly fit. But it's interesting how the people I grew up with, my colleagues, will view me now and they all say, oh, crikey, don't you think you should take some weight off? And I feel like saying, don't you think you should move before my fist smacks you between the eyeballs?
Nice.
I'm not endorsing that behaviour.
No, we're not endorsing that behaviour at all, no. But I think it's interesting how
it's stress relief though.
But it's interesting how it affects us, and people
That was just a
sometimes.
visualisation.
But people don't realise sometimes by the things they say, how they're affecting somebody. We can affect people incredibly positively by the way we say things and what we say. But equally, we can really hurt them quite a lot. Particularly if you're somebody they trust or that you're close to them, or you're considered an expert. And I think we do need to be mindful of what we say and the language we use around this. It's important.
Definitely.
I see that a lot in relationships with food. It can just have been one comment from someone respected at some point.
Totally.
And it has a huge effect.
And it can't be unsaid once it's said, and it can't be unheard. Even if it was not intended in the way it came across, it doesn't matter, the damage is done. And I think we do have to be mindful and try not to be so judgmental, because we're not perfect.
Nobody's perfect.
And so therefore, we're not exactly sitting from a seat, some elevated seat. And people don't like being told how to live their lives.
No.
They really don't like being told how to live their lives.
And I think unless you've been respectful enough to ask a person a lot of questions about who are you, what do you want, what's your aim, what's your goal, what are you heading towards, how do you feel about that, what was your upbringing, until you've done them the respect of asking a lot of questions to understand the context, only then might you be able to
Which is
say,
what,
from my point of view, here's
Sure.
something that I think I know or I've learned
yeah.
that might be helpful for you.
But this is what we do all the time, isn't it? I mean, we
All the
spend
time.
our time when people come to us with a problem, they recognise they've got a problem, they come to us with that problem, but we have to deep dive a lot
A lot.
for several reasons. One, because we really need to understand where this is coming from and why is it there. And we then need to understand who they are as a person, because I don't believe in treating a body part, I treat a person. And that you need to understand that person in order to be able to really, I think, truly help them.
Yeah.
And also for them to trust you, they have to trust you.
Yeah.
If you're going to ask them to do various things and make changes, they need to trust that what you're saying is going to help them. They need to understand how it's going to help them. And you need to find the right way in which to gather the information to them and across to them. And that's what I find. You spend a lot of time in that conversation when you're gaining all the data and all the information you're trying to gain. You're also trying to, how do they phrase things? What sort of language do they use? What's their background? And you learn to, we sort of chameleons. We morph into
Yeah.
that type of, we learn that communication style. And if you think about it, I mean, not that it's slightly off subject a bit, but you hear people often go to consultants who are going to surgeons, and they'll often say, oh, God, I didn't like their bedside manner. Yeah, well, that might be the case, but you know what? They're going to fix that for you.
Yes.
Slightly different scenario, but you hear that a lot too. And yeah, there's not a lot of time, but B, I don't really care if they've not got a great bedside manner, as long as they can go fix my knee for me.
Yeah.
If they can go in there and do all that, then that's really what I want from them. And if I don't think they're the most nice person to chat to, well, it's not so important. Whereas for us, if we don't develop a relationship, then they won't come back to us. And they've still got the problem that's now potentially going to get worse.
That's true. And actually, in addition to that, I think, yes, we need to understand where a person's come from and where they're at just now. But I think there's also a really good question. This comes back to, like, how do we visualize? We really have to understand, what are we equipping that person to do? Like, what do they really want in the future? So you can fix someone's knee because they just want to walk again, or you can fix someone's knee because they want to run 100 meters in 9 seconds. Those are different methodologies. I mean, you're still fixing it, but you're fixing one in a different way than you are another. And I think that's probably the same nutritionally. If someone says, well, I just want to be healthier, that's different to saying, I want to be an elite athlete.
Yeah.
Of course.
And same with
Completely
me
different.
from a mental health point of view. You know, someone who says, I just want to be able to sleep better. That's a different way of assessing someone's sleep from someone who, I don't know, really needs to rest properly because they have suffered from depression, or because you know, they're not getting all of their emotional needs met healthily. Like, we're fixing them with it. We've got to understand what do you want your future to look like, and that's a really respectful relationship that we're in, aren't we, with our clients?
True. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I just pick up on the words you use there, and I know how the context you're using it, but as you know, we facilitate things that we need to happen and change. The person itself has to do the fixing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have to fix it. We can facilitate it. We can give them tools. We can give them ways they can think about it. But we don't necessarily. I think in some cases you could argue you could fix, but I try to avoid the fact that I'm going to try and fix somebody, because I actually don't know I can do that. Same when they say to me, "Can you get rid of my pain?" I have no idea if I can get rid of their pain. I can, if their pain is from a dysfunction, for something not working properly, then yes, the chances are if I fix the problem, as in, or I facilitate the fix of the problem for them to get there, then the pain will go away. If that is the generator of the pain, and I suppose it's the same for all of us, isn't it? If you can get to the crux as to why this is happening, and then help them to, you'll find that all of the cascade effect is huge.
Yeah.
And I use the domino in analogy again. If I push the first domino and I'm lucky enough to find it, then the whole lot will fall down, and the patient goes, "Wow, this is amazing." If I push the one before the end, I get a little change, but basically it all sits up again. And it's trying to get to that front end. It's why is that really happening?
Yeah.
You know, why is the body presenting the way it is? And without asking lots and lots of questions and trying to filter things through, you're not likely to get there.
And that's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because I'm not sure that that is the natural way that most of us speak. I think that when most of us have conversations, I'll tell a story, and then you might be waiting for the point where you go, "Oh, that's triggered something in me. I'll just wait till Jennifer's finished, and then I'm going to tell my bit of the story that's similar to that." And then I'll be waiting for you to, oh, that's very interesting you said that. And then I'll say something else. And that's the way we do that. But what we generally don't do in conversation, which is actually really helpful to make people feel like they're recognised and wanted, is to listen to their story and say, well, that's so interesting, so then what happened? Or that's so interesting, so why do you think you felt like that? Or that's so interesting, so why do you think she said that? And then when we're asking a question, someone's going, oh, A, someone's really listening to me. B, they're interested because they're asking a question.
Yes.
So questions, shifting from statement making to question asking is so, so important for our connection to everyone.
Yes.
And I think that works whether we're in a therapeutic environment or whether we're just friends. It's really important. Shift from statement making to question asking.
It's very, very interesting.
I guess that would be useful in those teenage years as well, when teenagers
Totally.
are sometimes more difficult to communicate with.
Like Kevin and Perry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because we're going to wind this session up in about 10 minutes, but in terms of that, you know, it is okay not to feel okay, and it's okay to reach out and get help. Do you think there's still, and it's certainly with this age group at the minute that we're speaking about, do you think that there's a stigma attached to maybe going to speak to somebody to get help, or do you think that
To
has
asking
improved?
for help for people who are like young people, so
Yeah.
I would say 0 to 25. Yeah, actually, I have quite a lot of young people that come and speak to me, probably more so now than I did 5 years ago. And I'm talking about people who are, I don't know, 15 to 22. I tend to get a peak of students when it's coming up to exam time, or I need to get this assessment in 4 weeks, and they say, I need to speak to a therapist. You know, can you help me get this assessment in? Yes, I think that you should work 10-hour days and 12-hour days and just get the job done, because it's causing you stress not getting it done. So stress almost always is reduced by taking an action of some type, and sometimes we have to take really an intense amount of action. But I think people are getting much better at asking for help, and they're getting much better at probably not going to the traditional places that you would have gone to for help historically. So. And I mean this with the greatest respect. So sometimes family members who are 2 generations away, people in their 70s and 80s definitely have a wisdom, but I'm not sure how much that wisdom translates to late teenagers and early 20-year-olds, because the relevance is so different now.
Society's so different.
And I also think going to places like, I do think a lot of the times from a health point of view, your first right point is to go and see your GP. I think that is still a first right point, but also to make sure that we wonder a little bit, not so much question, but wonder about that. Well, I wonder if that was the wisest thing for me. Could I go and speak to someone else who might be able to get a different response that's either more effective or faster? So I think just question where we ask for help.
I'd be interesting from Orla's perspective, though, because of her age.
Yeah,
group.
yeah.
Do you, your friends, do you notice there's a slightly sort of less stigma? Do people would want to go and speak to somebody, or do you find that's not the case? Or do they use their TikTok and things?
I think definitely, like in the last, I would say, 5 years, I think people are speaking about it more, but I think that's because times are harder for young people in what they're facing. I think you should never stop talking if you find someone to talk to, because at the end of the day, you know, having that one conversation could save someone's life. And I think through you were saying about, I talk because I've had experience of what happens if you don't talk. And I think for a young person, the hardest thing is probably that first conversation, and whether it's just saying, I'm a bit overwhelmed, rather than sitting and thinking, oh God, what if they don't really want to speak to me? I think at the end of the day, anyone would want to help you. Obviously there's a few bad people out there, but most of the time that's not the case. And I think it's the whole reason people wouldn't like to talk is negative imagination. So you're thinking, what if? And just sitting and thinking before you go speak to someone but I would always 100%.
It's actually made me think of something as well.
Go on ahead.
It made me think of something as well. If I think back, and I'm sure people will recognise this as well, if I think back now at the times when my daughters wanted to talk to me, and for whatever reason I was either too busy or something was going on, I would say to them, I can't do that right now, can we talk a bit later? And now looking back, I realise that that was the worst thing I could have done. But at the time, I didn't think about it that way. And I wasn't, that might have been that moment that was critical, and I missed it. And so again, I don't know, I've looked back and thought, just listening, just thinking now, thinking thinking, how many times have I done that? I've probably done that more than a handful of times. Not with any intent not to want to talk. And say, okay, now what do you want to chat about? Oh, it's okay, Dad, that's fine.
I wonder if having key parts in the day where we actually sit down and talk as a family, like you were talking about meal times, those are times when we can sit down and say, how was your day? How was that? That was a difficult time with your friend at school today. That's very interesting. So what happened? And we shift into question. As parents, we shift into question. So what happened? And then what happened? And then what happened? Oh God, that's really hard. And then tell a story. Well, that happened to me once. That happened to me once with my friendships. And so I wonder if having a key time in the middle of the day or at some time in the day, I think that's why meal times can be so important if we use them correctly
I think
as well. But I think you're right about did we miss the moment with our children? But sometimes we just do, and
I think we're all guilty of it as well.
Yeah.
But listen, I think we're going to round this element up. Okay, so thank you very much. I hope everybody at home is enjoying this so far. There is an opportunity to drop questions for any of the speakers into the section below, so please just do that. I'll get them on here, so there will be a session between around 5 and 5:30 this afternoon for those questions to be answered. But in the meantime, we're going to give these people a lovely break and get some water, and we will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, Eleanor has changed and looking quite different. In this section, we're just going to talk quite a bit about the physical aspects, but before I get into that, I just wanted to, I don't think this was kind of covered earlier on, exactly who the Bosworth Clinic are, because I've got these are two friends of mine for a long time, and they actually have helped me through marathons over the years. So, Gordon, could you just explain the Bosworth Clinic and where it is and what it does?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, we're in Oxford, and we're a group of professionals, physios, soft tissue experts, strength and conditioning coaches, biomechanists, and we basically provide a facility to rehab people from the original injury through to their rehabilitation, through to then returning them to normality, whatever that might look like. And to help us with that, we have a performance lab, and we have a gait lab. So we have a big facility. And amongst the team, there's some really, really good expertise. And it's that coming together of all the expertise with our psych and our nutrition, with Helen. We try to bring it together to give the whole program, to look at the whole person and to try to be able to, just end up with somebody being where they really want to be. Whether it's an athlete or whether it's a weekend warrior, whether it's just somebody trying to be able to walk up the street to the shops. And so that was a big, something I wanted to do, and as I was coming more and more away from elite sport, was to use the things I'd learned from that to say, well, why shouldn't that be available to everybody? Mm-hmm. And even to the point where I've now brought in doctors and radiology and things like that to try to give people the opportunity to come to a one-stop shop to get the answers to the questions that they may be asking, because I certainly don't have them all. So appreciate that, Pete, thanks.
No, that's no problem. Thanks to you, I've been able to not be broken for most of my running life, and thanks to you, I was able to have all those calories you were talking about. Although I disagree with him at a porridge, I used to have to eat every morning with our carb loading. It's like, really? Okay, so what I want to do is try and what we're both very good at when you were coaching us through Stefan and myself through those 7 marathons, but you're both brilliant at. You know, someone say to you, drink 3 litres of water, and you think, yeah, whatever, like, you know, because it's difficult to drink 3 litres of water, you know. But what you were good at was giving the why behind a lot of the points and questions. You were particularly brilliant when you were taking us through the body. There's always the why. Well, let me tell you why 3 litres of water, and you go, I get it, right? So I'm going to ask a few questions around that. So first question I want to ask is the purpose of exercise. What is the purpose and what's the benefit of exercise?
Okay, there's different ways and styles of exercise. So, and it's all designed to whether we want to stay healthy, because healthy and being fit are not the same thing. You can exercise to be healthy and you can exercise to be fit. And there are different ways of working. And then there are different exercises, different ways to exercise depending on what you're trying to achieve in your life and what you've got to go and do. So I think that's the first thing I would say. And if you're doing an exercise to be healthy, there's some really great information already out there. You know, 30 minutes a day of walking, just get your heart rate up a little bit, just get a bit brisk, and, you know, walk to the point where you're with a colleague and you're just about able to hold a conversation still. You don't have to be going out there to and come back blowing and puffing and going, oh my God, and your heart's racing and you feel, oh, this is crazy. You don't have to do that. And you know, you can cycle, you can swim, you can mix it up, because that's important to mix up the type of things we do. So that would be health. But bear in mind, I think I said something earlier on, we have to move because we are designed to move. So because we're designed to move, we have to deal with a couple of forces that are out there. There's a few more than what I'm going to tell you, but we have gravity constantly trying to push us to the floorboards, and we have vertical ground reaction force coming up through the system when we do contact with the ground. And we have to control that. So we have to have muscle systems and fascial systems that interrelate and work together, along with our neural systems, our endocrine systems, in order for us to be able to cope with gravity constantly working on our bodies. So to do that, we have to exercise in a way that will allow us to control that. And we used to, back in the day, talk about posture, and ladies were made to walk with books on their head for deportment to get nice and tall and upright. Well, maybe I wouldn't go that far now, but getting tall and upright is important to engage the key muscles that are going to help control our posture, which is helps us to work against gravity. And then we have to work our muscle systems to control what's happening around our joints to allow us to cope. And if we don't have the muscle systems or exercise and we're trying to walk around lots, other structures are now getting overloaded. And tendons get overloaded and we get tendinopathies, and joints get overloaded and we start to get a little bit of change in the joint surfaces, and that starts to be painful and makes it difficult. And these are all things because we're not understanding that we have to exercise. We have to exercise not just for health, but to actually deal with how we live. These forces don't go away. Gravity is always there, thank God. Otherwise we'll be floating off somewhere. So it's important to understand this. And so programming and exercises should be designed not to make you look beautiful or give you whatever, to actually make you function and function more efficiently and effectively for longer. And so that's important. And then you take it to the other extreme and you take athletes. They're not normal. They're not normal human beings. They're abnormal human beings. The amount of force and load they put through their body is exponential. So their risk of injury goes up, but their risk of success goes up. Because they're trying to, their driver is to win an Olympic medal or win a world medal or whatever it might be. And for some people, it might be winning the 5K that weekend, at their local pulp run. And so this requires a greater amount of training and exercise in order to do that. And it has to be much more specific to the sport they're particularly doing and where their bodies are going. So there's quite a lot to that. And of course, if you then couple that with my colleagues, if you think Helen's going to have to look at how do we then change our nutrition, and then how do we deal with the fact that the training isn't going very well, and that affects us mentally, or it's not quite going to plan, or I really can't get past that hurdle. And so, with me, all of these things come together. So
at a slightly more basic level, obviously sweating, taking toxins out of your system.
Sure.
You want to say a bit about that?
Yeah, well, I mean, we need to sweat to cool ourselves down, otherwise our core temperature goes to a certain, and we can't function anymore. The body will shut us down. So we sweat to, it's why it makes me smile when we don't want to try and stop people sweating. Why would we want to stop them sweating? I mean, it's a function we need, as you rightly say, helps remove toxins, but it also keeps the core temperature at the right point. And this is a big problem with athletes who are in hot climates running. If they let their core temperature go too high, they won't run well at all, if at all. So that control is important. And yeah, it's where, again, we talk about the hydration you mentioned earlier and the fluids we put into our system and what we put into our system, and importantly, when we do it.
I'm thinking of the people who are sat behind their desks now who think, oh, I'll go out in a minute, and we're talking about 3 times a week earlier on. But it's the benefit in terms of, when you're out there, you will be flushing toxins out of your system. Obviously, the benefit to your heart, etc. That's part of the reason why I was asking that question.
I can see that. I think there is a benefit to the heart turning over the circulation like there is turning over any machinery that's mechanical, and we're mechanical, and turning that over is important. And that's why I say you need to do sufficient to get to the point where your body is actually responding to that stimulus. But interestingly enough, if you look at the physiologists, I mean, you can, for instance, you can do 2 minutes of high intensity and get a very similar change in outcome in the body. It's a really interesting, complex area. But for the people at home, you're dead right. They might go and do this HIIT thing. There's a lot of people doing this HIIT exercise now. There's 10 minutes of fairly high intensity, and they love it because they can fit 10 minutes in. Or at lunchtime, your staff may want to go out and walk 30 minutes if they got for their lunch break, and that's actually really good. And it'd be nice to encourage as a group. I mean, my team, for instance, has started going walking, which I could because my knee doesn't work, but my team now will go out at lunchtime and walk together, and 30 minutes, and it's really good. In fact, this is interesting, something, not that I expect you should do this at all, but quite cleverly now, 1 or 2 of my therapists have now walk on the treadmill. They've put a platform over on the treadmill so that, and they put their laptop, and he's actually typing his notes whilst he's walking on the treadmill. I thought it was pretty neat.
Yeah. I couldn't do 2 things at once.
No, neither could I. But
how much exercise do you think someone needs per week? I'm thinking of, once again, the people sitting in front of computers. Okay, how much exercise do you think they need per week?
Well, that's a really interesting question, and it's hard to give you I can give you a generic, sort of generalised answer. I mean, ideally, if you can walk for 30 minutes a day every day, that would be great. 3 times a week minimum, and if you can do a little bit more than that.
And 3 times a week? Why is that so relevant?
Well, it just gives you a chance if you're not if you haven't exercised much, so let's say you very seldom exercise, it's something you really dislike doing, and you're perhaps not in the shape you'd like to be, you have to give people chance to recover from what they've done. Now, 30 minutes to you isn't even a warm-up, but 30 minutes to some people can be really challenging. And so their body has to have time to recover itself so they're ready to do it again the next time. So if you're relatively active anyway, and you've kept yourself relatively healthy as per this morning's conversation, then walking daily would be really good. Or cycling. I mean, a lot of people cycle in and out of work now. It's a fairly standard practice that people make. Or they'll have a swimming pool nearby and they'll go and swim at lunchtime because they prefer to swim because they just don't like walking. And whatever your preferred exercise is, some people go to a Pilates class, some people prefer yoga. Any kind of exercise where the body's being made to work is healthy. Not necessarily going to get you fit. It's really important to understand that fitness is a different measure than being healthy. We're talking about being healthy. And so it will depend on the person, but would you get value? Could you argue just walking for half an hour once a week would give you some value? Yes, on a decreasing scale. It wouldn't be of no value, but it wouldn't have much of a carryover. So,
with the human givens, if we think about the 9 emotional needs, because a lot of people say to me, "Oh, do you wear ear pods when you're running?" Because when you're training, you're training for thousands of miles, so it's a long time on your own. I love it. It's my chance to be in private, just to talk to my body, etc. So with the walks, that actually fulfills one of those 9 emotional needs, doesn't it? With the chance to consolidate your day's experiences.
Yeah, I think you get quiet time. Quiet times are really good, and quiet times when we exercise are especially good. So quiet times when we're swimming, going up and down the lanes, quiet times when we're walking by ourselves. There's also value, I think, in exercising with other people. It's super motivating. You know, there's a really difference between individual sports and team sports, and the methods that are used to motivate someone individually, if they're a runner or a long jumper, or if they're a footballer or a hockey player or a netball player. They're very different types of way to motivate those people. But I think the quiet times when we are just doing our training are super, super important. I also think that there's another thing that motivates particularly athletes, and that is, of the human givens I mean, and that is meaning and purpose. Like, why are we doing these things? I think competence and achievement, so we're driven to go like, why are we achieving these things? What are we driving ourselves for? And then status. I think for elite athletes, they get a lot of their status from coming first, not third, not fifth, totally. But sometimes there's status enough in coming 6th or 7th, but you represented your region, or you represented your country, or you showed up at the Olympics. I think those things are bigger. But equally, if you take this further down into kind of grassroots level things that individual people can do, and that they don't have an aspiration to compete nationally or internationally, but they do want to go to parkrun every week. You know, they do want to say, I just want to show up there because partly it's my community. That's my wider community. I meet with people who have a common interest. They all want to run 5K. So everyone's got their own story about why they're doing it every week. Or people who say, I want to swim every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Why? Because, well, I get my mile done or I get my 2K done. But then there's a really cool group of people that I meet in the sauna after. So there's a combination between physical exercise and connection. And if it's physical exercise for ourselves, I think that privacy is really important. But when it's physical exercise and it can be connected with other people, I think that meets a lot of needs. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Interesting, can I say, Pete, as well. Interesting how you notice once people get into it, how that 30 minutes gets quicker. They walk further, they do more, and they begin to say, this is quite nice, I enjoy this. And if they all I would then say is to anybody, if you've not exercised for an awful long time, go get checked. You can get to a GP or go and see a local therapist just to make sure that you are doing the right things. And if you're going to transition from being a walker to thinking, I think I might go and run, go get checked first, because the load changes significantly when you start running. And invariably your muscle systems are not going to change. Walking will not make you stronger. It won't do that. Okay, so it's important that if you want to do more than that, which is great, go get some advice, go get checked out first to make sure you're not going to end up hurting yourself, because the negativity of that is you've got yourself into this exercise, you're loving it, you want to do more, you think you could go for a run and then you regret it because now your knee hurts or your hip hurts or your ankle hurts or your back hurts, and that negatively impacts what you're going to do. Oh, I can't walk today, well, my back's really sore today. You know, so I think that's what people do, they get carried away, unless they're you, of course.
It's you breaking me. So, Helen, I'm going to ask you questions about, actually, you as well, Boz. So, in relation to hydration, just, you know, people will tell you, you know, I see my daughters walking around with bottles of water, I think, that's good. So, there's partly the benefits of hydration, but first of all is, why is hydration important? What does it do, and why is the water needed inside the body?
It's needed for lots of different reasons. If we just think of the body as just a chemical test tube, so the H2O actually is used in chemical reactions within the body. But if we actually look at two things, the side effects of being dehydrated, and then actually why hydration is important. So if we just look at the side effects, if we're dehydrated, we feel tired. So that's a negative. We feel we might get headaches, and our concentration reduces. So again, in a work environment, reducing concentration. Also in a sporting environment, certainly for some sorts of sports, the side effects of being dehydrated are negative. Then, what does the water actually do? I'm going to relate this more to sports nutrition, because what we see in sports nutrition, it's everything at that more extreme, so it's easier to see what it's doing. So, for example, we know, here's just statistic, 5%, a particular study that shows 5% dehydration in cyclists created a 30% underperformance. I mean, that's
huge.
Absolutely
That's
huge.
yeah.
I mean, how much harder do you have to train to get a 30% improvement?
And also, how simple is it to create a solution?
Exactly.
Make sure you're hydrated. It's a really simple
so
first step,
hydrated
isn't
before, it's obviously rehydrating is important, but it's important you've gone into that training session, you've started that your day, even if you're not an athlete, hydrated, because obviously we dehydrate overnight because we haven't taken on liquids. So we wake up dehydrated. So yeah, to hydrate. So we can see quite clearly from research when we're looking at extremes how much it impacts performance. So why is that? It's for a number of reasons. And again, using the athletes as an example. Carbohydrate needs water. We transport carbohydrate through different transporters. I don't want to get too detailed with this, but think of them like buses. You have to transport the carbohydrates into the blood as glucose. Water is required to do that. So again, extreme examples, what we see with endurance runners that are often required to take on sports drinks and sports gels, they end up with gut distress. And that can be that it's because they're dehydrated and there's not been enough water to transport that carbohydrate out of the gut and into the blood. So that hydration is important for the transport of nutrients into the blood, which then transports it around the body. But also for muscle recovery. Lots of research showing how important hydration is and is involved in that whole bringing down the inflammation, the whole muscle recovery, ready for using those muscles again. So there's lots of different reasons.
And you told me once about that feeling of dehydration and the feeling of hunger.
Yes, so again, if we relate hydration to weight, often it can be, if we're dehydrated, we actually think we're hungry, so we end up eating something. And it's sometimes that can particularly link to ice cream, which would obviously happen in summer. We think when we're likely to be dehydrated, oh look, I think I need an ice cream. Actually no, you need a glass of water. But also with other food, if we're dehydrated, it can often present in the signalling we get from our body as we're hungry. So the negative effects of that are that we end up eating when we don't need to eat. Yeah. So therefore that could potentially lead to a person being a heavier weight purely because they're not taking enough hydration on.
And just for people who might not understand, for digestion of food, how your draws moisture from your, if you explain that.
Yeah, the water, I don't want to go into too much detail because it does get quite scientific, but water is required to activate the transporters that take the nutrients out of the gut or the intestine, because we absorb the nutrients at different points, all from starting from the stomach all the way down through the intestines. And water is just required to activate that transportation. It's a bit like, I suppose, having a bus that takes it over. And you haven't got enough of those buses, not so much gets transported.
And how much is good? I know it's different for everybody, but
So the amount will vary, and what I would recommend is that people just check the colour of the urine. It should be close to pale. Whenever it starts getting any more of a darker colour, it means you're dehydrated. There can be things that put more colour in it, like a B2 supplement, particularly bright yellow, so that might change the colour. But generally, check the colour of your
Don't be
your
Coke.
urine.
Don't
Sorry.
be Coca-Cola.
Yeah. Check the general guidance that would keep someone hydrated is about 1.5 litres, 6 to 8 glasses of water a day. Then exercising 1 litre per hour of exercise. But that all comes down to how much you're sweating during that session.
okay. I think we got a question from a viewer.
We do, Peter. Yeah, David Larkins has asked, any advice, RE, a diet and exercise for someone still experiencing the after effects of COVID? His energy levels and ability to do the strenuous exercise are still much reduced after 3 years ago.
This long COVID
Yeah.
is a real issue. We're beginning to slowly understand long COVID and its effects on systems. It's not a simple answer, sadly, from both ends.
Just to make clear, that question would have been heard. Yeah?
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Okay.
So it's not a simple answer. I have a number of patients like David there who are suffering with this long COVID, where their systems are just finding it hard to come back online. And I don't know what this gentleman has done and whether he's been seen by some of the new specialists that are coming up in this area to help making sure lung capacity is good, making sure that their systems are actually able to function before they exercise. I get the frustration if you've always been someone who's exercised a lot and suddenly can't through no fault of your own. It's difficult. So I don't want to waffle here because there's not a simple answer to this, but I would say there are experts you can now seek out through the NHS that have been studying this since COVID, and they're beginning to understand more and more about long COVID and ways in which you can be helped, because it has quite a devastating effect on the system. And I don't even think they know why it's some people and not other people, and they will get to the bottom of that. So it's a very good question, but sadly not one I can.
I think nutritionally, exactly as Gordon said, we're sort of scrambling to catch up here on what actually is the answer for long COVID. The advice I would give, from what we know at the moment, is 2 things nutritionally. I would apply what we do know about having COVID nutritionally. Whether the impact that has on long COVID, I'm less confident about, but I would apply the dietary advice, which is vitamin D. Lots of strong evidence about the relationship between vitamin D levels and the progression of COVID. So with that, sunny day today. Best source of vitamin D is the sun, but also to be taking a vitamin D supplement. Lots of research on the relationship between gut bacteria and COVID. So again, it might be either follow a diet that supports gut health, so including foods that are contain live bacteria such as yogurt, miso and other fermented foods and pickles, and then having high fibre to create that right environment, or supplement with a probiotic. It might be if you're looking to actually make a change, while the diet will support your gut health, bacteria health going forward, making a change, it might be better for 3 months to take a probiotic supplement. So they're the two strongest areas that we have on COVID, but also zinc, vitamin C and vitamin E all involved as well. So that's one set of advice, that you actually target the things that we do know about COVID. The second set of advice is when I'm dealing with any medical issue, I look at what the symptoms are and what we overlay with diet. So yeah, if there's a medical condition that has those symptoms, you know what, it might be we can do nothing to take those symptoms away. But what we can do is have a diet that supports our well-being. So we're not having a diet that actually, that even if we need to take a step back and think, if I didn't have this condition, for example, would I still be tired? Because is my diet supporting energy levels if I didn't have that condition? It's very, and I'm not saying you're doing this person asking this question is doing this at all, but it's quite easy to blame everything, and which is
So
probably
you're saying
more
having
your area.
Are you saying have a generally healthy diet anyway? Like
Yes.
really go back into checking what base health diet looks
Yeah.
like and start from there and build it up?
Yes, and I think
Yeah.
there's a certain mentality which tends to be, my understanding, of longer people that have got a long-term disability or long-term illness. That and again, I'm not relating this to the person asking the question, can feel a bit of a victim, and that out of control, that they can't control this. So therefore, the diet could potentially, oh, what's the point of me eating that? I feel rubbish anyway, so I'm going to choose this food.
Because you're compensating for something.
As a comfort.
Yeah, and
rather than.
I think adding on from what you said and from what Boz said is starting at the very beginning. If you've had 3 years of being ill and not being able to use your body and your muscles, then you have to start small. So you've got to start with, you know, if it's not going down to the swimming pool and swimming 80 lengths, it might be just getting out your house and walking from here to the next lamppost and back, and that's enough for today. And then 2 lampposts tomorrow. Sometimes that's enough. But actually something, you have to do something that's going to make a small difference. And over time, it doesn't matter if it's over time. It doesn't matter if it takes you 6 months or a year. It's doing something today that, from a dietary point of view, is positive, from an exercise point of view, and maybe from a mental health point of view is, you know, who have I spoken to for 5 minutes today? Who have I... you know, what are the things that I've done that have made me feel great? Is this, you know, what am I doing that are making me feel
would add
better?
one more.
I think it's starting small and then building on that. And don't worry about if it's small, still do it. Still do it.
Yeah, I would add one more thing though. I mean, this is where it's important. I agree with everything you've said. The problem you'll find, and I'm sure David finds, is that he is trying to exercise. He is trying to do these things, and his body's just not responding. And that's why it's important to understand what his respiratory system is doing, what his musculoskeletal system is doing. And respiratory wise, you might find that a set of going to see a breathing expert and getting some really good breathing based exercise that will get your lungs functioning better, because those muscles still need to work around your ribcage and around your lungs. So it's getting each of your systems in place and making sure those systems are fine, which is why a thorough check through will tell you that. Then once you know where that is, then it's easier to start the process you quite rightly talked about, Jenna, which is starting to graduate it. But you need to know, first of all, that you've taken care of anything that might not be quite right first. And this is what I found with long COVID, is that people's respiratory systems have really suffered. And therefore they can't breathe properly, therefore they can't exchange gases properly, therefore they can't change their metabolic systems very easily, and that just tires them out really rapidly, no matter how easy they take it. So it's important to know that these systems are functioning. If not, do some things for them. There are exercises you can do for breathing. There are some great people out there, you know, respiratory-based physios or other therapists that are breathing experts that they might find really interesting, because that system, that cardiovascular respiratory system, has been given a real beating.
And that's where the dietary, the vitamin D and the gut bacteria that I was talking about comes in. It's that what that's actually been found is to help reduce the inflammation in the lung area, because that's being caused by the lungs being, one of the contributors is the lungs being inflamed.
This is just a very short one on the hydration. I forgot to ask you before I go. You did tell me before whenever I was running, but if you're feeling thirsty, if you're feeling brilliant, if you're feeling thirsty, you know, when you're thirsty, you're at the other end of that. And what tends to happen, people will lift and then they'll just gulp. Right. So
well, very quickly, gulping the fluid down is not a good thing to do.
That's what I've just done.
You might quench their thirst, which is one thing you're doing, which is fine. But from a point of hydration point of view, you won't, because you'll trigger other systems. So then your body will then have this extra fluid in the system. It'll then need to get rid of this fluid it can't cope with at that moment in time, because it hasn't had a chance to process it and get it on board the buses.
Yeah.
So then there's a real risk then, because then you've got to pee more. Now, if you're peeing more and you're already dehydrated, you're now peeing out essential, what we call
crystals.
Crystals, yeah, and you're going to change the hydrostatic pressure in your body. What I mean by that is what causes all of your blood pressure changes in your system. So actually it doesn't help. And it's what you said about toxins too. You dehydrate, you still exercise and producing toxins, so your body will force itself to say, well, I can't afford to go and get rid of any more fluid. So now this toxin buildup is actually really high, and the kidneys don't really like that very much. So it's important to sip it and to take it in gradually and let it and let it. Unless you've got a quick thirst quench, that's fine. You can do that. That's okay. But if you're going to hydrate, you need to sip fluid over a period. One last quick thing again on this. Everything that Helen said was spot on. The thing to think about the muscles and the fascia is they need to be able to glide too. Nerves, muscles, fascia all glide. And they glide in, with the more movement around the joint you have, the different layers you have that have to glide. You start to dehydrate, that ability of tissue to glide, it then starts sticking, then muscles can't work properly, then your injury rate risk has gone through the roof.
Yeah.
So it's really, really important that, again, for keeping the whole system, so the ground substance between the layers is working and your body system can work.
Ways to, obviously Gordon's exactly right about what he said about hydration, not gulping it down because it will just have to wash through you. Ways to increase that absorption into the cells would be to add an electrolyte or some salt. While I wouldn't recommend that for people just sitting at the desk unless they've been for a walk in the heat and they're really sweating. But if we then look, if someone's exercising, they have been sweating, if we add an electrolyte or a little bit of salt to that water, more of that is absorbed to the cells because of osmosis.
So like real salt or Himalayan rock salt or something like that?
It could be any salt will do it, but then we could go into discussion on what would, if we're using salt, what's the optimal salt, but any salt would do that.
Excellent,
Yeah.
Just going on to lots of people, particularly with the Zoom meetings, and you know we know with the human givens when we go to work, you know, we were all amongst our friends. We were breakdown that society's changed quite a bit. So lots of people sitting at home, they're on the Zoom meetings. They just sat there stationary. I'm terrible for it. You know, sometimes just food is just put in front of me and I just carry on, you know, until I finish. But Gordon, what's happening when we're sitting in that position? And
Okay. Long periods sat at the computer. First things first, if you're sat at home with your computer and it hasn't been a workstation assessment, that it's actually fit ergonomically to who you are, your body shape, type, size and everything, you're already going to start to get in trouble. If you're at home, like people do this a lot, they sit in a comfy chair on the settee where their spines are nicely flexed, with a computer on them looking down, okay, so everything's moving outside its centre of gravity, which is not a great idea. And you'll get, if you sit for long enough, like I am now, in very poor positions on not the great seating for your body, then you will note that you get creep. So discs will creep, systems will creep. You just start to slowly move back after a number of hours, and suddenly your back starts to ache, and then you try to get up and move, and of course, you can't actually straighten up normally. And so you're going, oh, God, that hurt. And then shoulders are coming forward, chin's poking forward, classic computer, chin's forward here. So again, posturally, that's not fantastic. So you should be getting up on a regular basis if you can, and use some natural breaks in your diary. So if you're working and you know you're going to spend a lot of time on the computer, try and put something into the system that just gives you a beep, or set your iPhone. And if you can, on an hour, every hour, get a couple of minutes of walk around the office, do a little bit of stretching, let your shoulders flex and move, keep your neck to move a bit better, just get your chin in and let your head move around. Just give yourself a chance to do that and stretch out a little bit is good. If you are sitting in a situation that's not set up for you, try if you can not to sit like I am, with my knees higher than my hips, because that will force me into this flex position at the lumbar spine, because my pelvis is forward. So ideally try to get onto my bony sit bones under my bottom, because if I sit on my sit bones, I have to sit upright. Try it in the audience. If you sit on your sit bones, you will have to sit upright, which is better for you. And if you sit upright here, it's easy to keep this in here. So it's very hard when you're like that, which is the classic. So try to get on your sit bones, that will help you. Try and let your knees be a little bit lower than your hips. That will help you too. And yeah, and keep things moving. The other thing is, if you're using a mouse all the time, try to get a mouse that is really good for you and relax, get your arms supported on the desk, because there's a lot of tapping and moving tendons. But I would say getting up and around, if you can, You know, I realise some things require a lot of concentration and people may not be able to get up as often as they want to. But to spend 8 hours a day sat at your desk, pretty much not great.
And the rest, yeah.
Yeah.
And what happens, because these muscles, do they shorten? Or
Well, it depends on the position they're in. But yes, if you're in this position, they're going to shorten. If I've got them down below, there's less light. But I'm still sitting upright. So yes, the fascia will tie up a little bit. The muscles will. They won't shorten as in that particular moment. But if you don't do anything day on day on day on day, absolutely you will. And the more that you tighten up in the front, the more your pelvis will be then pushed into a rotation forward, which is because it's being pulled, but then you're sat with it going the opposite direction. So it stresses out the bottom end of your spine, which it doesn't really like. Also, when you then do that, more importantly, you lose the ability for your hip to come in behind you. So if you can't extend your hip, then your pelvis has to come forward further. The base of your spine has to curve greater, which is more compression through your spine, which now means you're going to end up with much big risk of backache. So you're going from this position, which is not healthy, to an over lordotic position, which is unhealthy because it's being pushed and pulled there. So yeah, it's a good point. So stretch, a little bit of stretching, which we'll talk about as well, I'm sure, but a little bit of stretching, a little bit of exercise. Just keep it moving. It only takes a couple of minutes. If you can get up just for a couple of minutes, walk around, and you often feel like, oh, and you sort of body knows where it wants to stretch. Just if you notice that it sort of knows where to go. It's quite clever. So these are important positions to think about when you're long term at a desk all the time. 7 days, you know, not 7 days a week, 5 days a week or 4 days a week. And for those working from home more, which is a new sort of modern way of working, set yourself up properly at home if you can. Try and get ergonomically in the right position so you feel comfortable sat down. And people often lay on their backs and their knees are up and their computers are here and they're doing things. And that's a fairly classic position nowadays. But it's short term, it's fine. Long term, it's not fine. And then they wonder why when they go out and have a run and say, oh, God, my back's sore.
I'm impressed you can hold that position.
I know
for that
you were
long.
pretty impressed with that. It's, I told you underneath this adipose covering, there are
Disguise.
muscles. It's disguise. It's disguised muscles.
I think that's a good point about people working from home because I think corporately it's easy to call up the right section in your company and say, could you just have my desk and my workspace ergonomically assessed? But for people who are working from home or run their own businesses, they don't have that thing. So I'm guessing that we would look it up online and,
Yes, you can do it
and check
online,
that. But I like what you're saying about stretching as well because I have beams on in my office, and quite often just between hours or between clients I quite often just go to a beam and just hang from it and just let my back straighten out after I've sat there for an hour or so. But your body does, and then you feel it and you go, God, that feels great.
Exactly, but body
Love
types
it.
as well, isn't it? You've got different types of body shapes. You know,
Yeah.
you've got different people of different heights. So some people ergonomically are fine in any old chair, but how many times do you know people who sit in office chairs say, God, this is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And somebody else next to them says, oh, I think these are great chairs. And a bit of advice on that, it's not about how much the chair costs. Just because it's expensive doesn't mean it's great. It has to do certain things. It has to have your body in the right position. It has to be able to move with you, adjustable heights. It doesn't have to be super expensive, but you have to take the time to sit in it. It's a bit like I'm really finicky about my car seat. So I will spend, I hate it being moved. That's why I'm glad they've got these things now that you can go, oh, and it remembers it. Because how many of you find in a car as well that trying to get a position that you really feel comfortable, it's really quite hard. So it's same as work. Take the time and effort at home and at work to really adjust the systems around you to feel comfortable. Because you are going to be working for 8 hours or more a day at the station. So it's worth the effort to do that. And that marries nicely with the 30 minutes walking.
Yeah.
I could listen to you forever, but they're going to want to get on to the stretch here because I realise that we're going to run out of time. But I actually, from my seat, if I've got to, before, say, doing a column, I might have to read for 3 or 4 or 5 hours, sometimes longer. So I just hang my foot behind me off a Swiss ball. So just to really stretch out to there, and then I can just read, and then I'll go on to the other one, and then I'll go back to sit on it, because that forces you to do it, so Swiss ball is useful. On to stretching, Gordon, so you've another thing you told me over the years. Stretching, I'll put it open with why stretch? That's probably the first question.
Well, stretching is important to keep normality within your particular system so that you can optimize the way you function. As you said, if things get short and get tighter, they don't function well. And because we are one body, everything is interlinked. It doesn't have junction points. It says, oh, I'm the hip, I have nothing to do with you, knee. It's not how it works. Everything is interlinked. The fascia that moves from Bregmar down to our feet is all interlinked. It moves, it swings around, it thickens in places, it thins out in other places. And so keeping the system in your normal is really important. If you're going to, that's right. Now there's different types of stretching to do. So, and there's evidence, the evidence is interesting on stretching pre-exercise and as opposed to stretching post-exercise. And there's a lot more evidence coming in on post-exercise. Pre-exercise, some people, if they're going out for a jog, may not, if they're not going to go into a range of motion that is stressful, then they may not need to do anything. They may just pull their leg. You see it all the time, don't they? Quick pull of the leg, quick pull of the leg, quick, and they're gone. You know, and because if you're not going to move through a range that you're not going to utilize, you might find you are okay. But if you are going to stretch, what you were doing there is ideal. You should put the muscle on stretch. If it's a long muscle with 2 joint muscles, so it's going to work on more than one joint, then put it on stretch gradually, allow it to give, and then allow it to go again. Don't force it, particularly if you're not warm at all. If you're there, don't force the system, because if you force it, you're likely again to start to affect in muscles cross bridges, which could lead you to an injury. So just ease it out. Also, some people have different types of collagen and their bodies aren't the same. So if you're a hypermobile person, for instance, then, you know, you still have to stretch, but you've got to be very careful, because with gaining more range of motion without gaining control is not good either. So if you're going to gain range, you have to gain control. So that's why if you stretch to your normal position, you have that control in that position. So I would say, yeah, more static-based stretches, hold the stretch on. How long? It depends on how long it takes your body to respond. But it could be 2 to 3 minutes. It might be 30 seconds. It depends, but it won't be in 5 or 10 seconds. People, oh, I've stretched. How much have you done? Well, I did 10 seconds of this. Well, that's done nothing. Body won't have adapted to that stimulus at all. So it's a case of allowing it to give, and you'll be surprised how quickly. But usually you want to be doing, for just going out for a walk, if you did 10 minutes worth of reasonable stretching, you'll probably find your body feels quite decent after that. The more higher level exercise you're doing, then you would bring in, you get very warm first, then you would bring in slightly more ballistic type stretching, which is where you're swinging a limb and it's being stopped at the end, because the body's going to do that work. So I used to say to people, whatever work you're about to do with your body, you need to prepare it for that piece of work. So if I'm going to work through a long range, like I'm going to sprint, I'm going to go over hurdles, I'm going to high jump, it's a very different stretch. I will need to make sure I've got the range of motion available and it's functioning at that range. Hopefully that makes sense to people.
That dynamic stretching is what I called it, but just explain why that works, because, you know, the swing side to side.
Well, because it'll do a number of things. First of all, it'll task the system with having to arrest the movement, so it'll have to use the end of range of motion, so to get to the full end of the range of joint motion, then the tissues will come together, which will stop the movement. And also you get a little bit of what's called, you're getting too technical, but you get an eccentric action, which will start to slow the limb down towards the end, which is what you require when you're moving. Because when you're moving your legs forward at any speed, there's muscles driving them forward, but something has to decelerate it so you can put your foot on the ground again. So you'll have to prepare these systems for a number of different types of stretches, and because it's a very dynamic action you're going to do, you need to have a stretch that's going to dynamically, very simplistic terms now this is, I mean, there's lots of experts out there who will give you much more detail, but that's essentially what we need to do. And again, if you're not used to doing that, take advice. Don't just watch somebody go, oh, I think I'll swing, oh my God, what have I done here? So, you know, again, take advice. If you're going to just think you've never done before, take advice. It's no different to if I was going to set up a business and never ran a business. You're going to hopefully take advice because you don't know.
Yeah, but it's about not forcing that stretch anyway. I mean, if you hold it and then you'll know it'll give. And then
yeah, exactly. Don't force anything, but take it to the point that you can feel it though. Otherwise, again, you're not stretching. I'll give you, I can't stand up, but a classic example is you'll see somebody standing and they'll hold on to one thing and they'll grab hold of their foot and they'll pull their foot behind them. What they forget is their knees are somewhere. Yeah, I'm stretching my quad. Well, you're not, because the leg's up. So if you're going to stretch it, this has to go behind you as well. And then you've got to make sure you're not arching your back, because again, you're not stretching your quad, you're just compensating through your back. So that's why, again, advice on how to stretch, I think, is really important.
Excellent. And when you're stretching, what happens or what's required with your breathing, to get oxygen into you?
Well, yes. I mean, again, any sort of exercise will talk about breathing mechanics with it as well. And yes, it will help to oxygenate your system, but it will allow your tissues again to be more responsive. And of course, it will affect blood flow, and you want blood flow to the muscles because you want the system to respond. So all of these things are really important. So yeah, and breathing exercises are actually really important because most of us don't breathe properly. Like I feel myself being very apical now, which is very inefficient. It's a bit like burning carbs or not burning fat when you want to burn fat. It's very easy and quick, but not necessarily most efficient. But we should be really breathing much more through here, through our abdomen.
Why is that?
Because abdominal breathing is a much more efficient way of breathing. It opens the whole rib cage up. It allows us to get more oxygen in. It gets a better exchange. It doesn't tighten up in the top. So one of the problems with breathing more apically, which women tend to generally be more apical breathers, it tightens everything up in here. What's interesting is sleeping at night, most of us should be breathing and probably do breathe abdominally. But if people try and do it as an exercise, if you try to sit and think about breathing into your stomach area down in the lower abdomen here.
Which everybody at home is doing right now.
Of course. It's actually quite hard to do sometimes. It's a little bit like that thing where you do this, isn't it? You put your fingers together and you turn your hands over and someone says, right, move that finger, and you sort of can't find it. So it's interesting, but yeah, it's important to make sure we are getting our systems prepared for what we're going to do.
Okay. Intolerance tests at a higher level, but there's lots of the reason why I really wanted you guys to be here primarily is because if I have 3 daughters, and when they're sitting on these things on the internet and getting lots of misinformation, as I might refer to it, it's a lot of stuff contradicts each other, so that they can then be quite apathetic about it. But by bringing the experts in, we get the right information in. So that's really trying to get that true information out to everybody, because these videos will be on the internet for a long time and hopefully help people. But intolerance tests, what's your take on those?
Well, first of all, I think we probably need to talk about the difference between an intolerance and an allergy. So an allergy is, a food allergy is when there's an immune system response to eating a food. So the immune system has been triggered, and we can test for an allergy through blood testing and through skin prick testing. So blood testing, they take some blood, take it off to a lab and see if mix it with the substances and see if there's an antibody reaction to it. Skin prick testing is when they get a little bit of the food or the substance they're looking to see if there's an allergy against. This sounds painful, it's not painful. They just put a little bit of that substance on the skin and then put a little skin prick in. And if that becomes a bubble, it means that there's been an immune system reaction. There's been an inflammation, and antibodies are coming to fight that infection coming in. So that's an allergy, and that is much more easy to test for than an intolerance because there's an immune system reaction. And what I would be recommending is that blood tests are taken and skin prick testing, and that's cross-reference, and you should be getting a positive antibody response from both to say that there is an allergic reaction. And the size, then the allergy experts immune system experts would then give advice on what level that reaction is and whether it's serious enough to recommend that person avoids that food, for example, nuts. An intolerance is very difficult to test for. An intolerance might have a similar feeling to the person that has an intolerance as an allergy. That there might be a gut response there, a response in the brain, inflammation. But an intolerance is much harder to test for because you can't test for the allergies. Something like lactose intolerance is easier to test for because, again, there is a different response in the diet. So what causes something like lactose what causes lactose intolerance is that a person is not producing enough of the enzyme lactase. So lactose we find in dairy, it's a sugar in dairy. So if someone eats it and eats a certain amount and they're not producing enough of that enzyme to break that lactose down, it doesn't get broken down properly in the body and produces gas, and that can be measured. But there's other intolerances that just can't be measured, and it really would be the gold standard of diagnosing that intolerance would be take that out of your diet for 3 weeks to a month, put it back in and see how you feel differently. But there does need to be some caution, going back to, I think you brought this subject up with social media, and if I look at the internet, when I look at certain testing available on the internet, I do question how reliable some of those results are, because I don't understand how the method that they're using for testing to diagnose an intolerance. So my guidance is, so there are reputable companies out there that can do that, but generally what I say to clients, I don't allergy test because I don't think I have the test available to me to do those tests. I refer people to their doctor, which it does depend on your GP, but I recommend hospital allergy testing.
Okay.
Can I just add to that? And another reason I would do that, because if we look at certain allergies and intolerances, for example, if it's an allergy, so something like celiac, which is an allergy to gluten, there's an immune system response. That if there's an immune system response, that means that other conditions are likely to do with the immune system, are likely to occur in the future. Therefore, it's important that your GP, who looks after all your well-being, is aware that you are perhaps celiac, because then if you go with other conditions that might be related to the immune system, they're already alert to the fact that there's already one immune system condition in the body. And then things like lactose intolerance, again, I feel the GP should know, because it means that person very likely, will have taken dairy out of their diet, and dairy is a very, very good source of calcium, and I feel the GP should be aware that this person doesn't have dairy in their diet, and what are they doing to replace that calcium in the diet. And if they're not, again, they might show up in later years with related complications to that, which might not get diagnosed because the doctor's sort of one step behind.
On that, because if you're taking those out of your system, because often people use oat milk, but I think your recommendation was fortified.
Yeah, you can get fortified products.
And is there probably just one fortified oat milk?
Most are now.
Oh,
I would always recommend people read the back of the pack, but the majority of dairy substitutes are fortified with calcium, some also B12, and some iodine as well, because for people regularly having dairy in their diet, that's what some of the main things that dairy is providing that are likely to drop too low in the diet if it's not fortified.
If Gordon, when people are sitting at I'm doing my best to try and get as much information out of you as possibly can here, so I'm loving it. I'm getting it all for free as well. So, but if the...
That's what you think.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. All right, yeah. Cost me a curry. When people are sat at this, because just a minute you were off camera, I could just see you sitting back up straight again. So it takes power to do that. And just want to talk about, if people are sitting at desks, what sort of exercise can they do to help their core? Most people think of the core as this little spot here, which of course you'll tell me about in a second. But just if you want to talk about what exercises, how can you strengthen to be able to sit up straight as?
Well, if you think about the muscles that are going to work against gravity, so think about gravity and think about what's going to work against gravity. So I can use my feet, I can push my feet into the ground a little bit, and I can get my calves to work a little bit. If I think about my buttocks, I can squeeze those tight a little bit. If I can squeeze my adductor muscles together, my knees together. And then, yes, I can sit and try to lift through my lower abdomen and try to lift that through. And then I can think about my shoulder position and just set my scapula a little bit like this, so I'm sitting through there. So most of these muscles, if you think about it, gravities, we want to go upright, so that most of them are behind us. And they're often the most neglected groups of muscles. So just making little things out, when I try at my desk to do is I try to just sit and do a little bit of this when I'm doing it, and I'll squeeze with my hands sometimes, or I'll put a towel between my legs and I'll squeeze the towel and just activate, and then like I'll come onto my sit bones here and try to lift here, try to make myself look incredibly svelte.
Yeah,
and lift through there.
It works.
And it works. Yeah, it's a miracle. Another thing I talk to people about is try to ask your rib cage to come away from your pelvis. So in order to stabilize ourselves, often when we're lazy, we will lock our rib cage down to our pelvis. Now we are now stable, but it's very inappropriate. So try to lift. It will also help with your breathing. Try to lift up. And it does take effort. And you can do it and you think, oh my God, so tiring. But it's like anything. If you do it frequently enough, suddenly it becomes easy, and then this becomes really unpleasant. And you actually want to be like this. So I did this a minute ago thinking I can already sit here spouting and espousing this. And I'm like, you know what I mean, mate? You know? So you've got to try to work it. See, it's not ideal for it, but
Does your accent change when you sit differently?
Yeah.
it does. You know what I mean, mate?
Yeah, come on, mate.
You're all my diamond. And then I get very posh again, you know. No, it's not at all. It's funny how your muscles do that, isn't it?
You can't do posh.
No, I can't. I'm not trying to be an expert, which I'm not. An expert sounds such an interesting term. Is an X is a has-been and a spurt is a drip under pressure. So I'm not sure it's a great title to have.
Yeah.
So no, so yeah, I think, and just doing that, and the same when you're on an aircraft as well, you know, just things like that, just to keep everything flowing. So sitting down, we've got to remember blood needs to flow. Things will still pull, things will not work. And if you've got little things like blood pressure problems and you are a little overweight and you're not overly fit, actually doing these exercises will also help you to keep your circulation going and to keep things moving and keep muscles activating. So that's fantastic. That is, look at you there. So
Zoom in.
yeah, that's the advice I would get. Like I say, get up and balance as well. Get up. When I say to patients is, if you get up and make a cup of coffee, stand on one leg while you're doing it.
Yeah.
Just again, work
I
on
do
your
that. I brush my teeth on one leg.
yeah, work on
Yeah.
your work
Yeah,
on
really
your balance. Yeah, things to work in.
Yeah.
Little and often is really good for the body. If you do things little and often, the pattern will begin to alter. You will make changes. The hardest thing is that 10 minutes of dedicated work every day, say, to change it, isn't enough. It needs to be a regular input to the neural system. So it says, okay, and the brain says, I remember that template, I know that blueprint, and then it will make the changes because it's what determines the change. This is the stimulus. This says, okay, I'll change.
And off, in terms of core work, so I always feel the one that when we had to do so much to try and get our posture upright for running, so we had that efficiency. So, and when that Swiss ball movement where you get your feet together and you put the ball in front of you and you're moving it around like that, oh my God. Apart from being really, really boring, it's but when you come back up, you just feel everything is fired in that tune. So in terms of what the core is, if you just explain what
okay, there's lots of people out there who talk about core and have different views of core.
we got 4 hours. Cool.
My view of core is like a core. The core of an apple isn't just a bit in the middle. The core is the core through. So for us, it's from our feet up through the central chains and right way through the centre of the body. So that is our core. And it constitutes an awful lot of muscles that need working, hence why you get things like plank positions or like on a ball where you're rolling around, where you're engaging a lot of muscles through all the chains. So you'll be connecting all the chains together. For me, that is what I would look at as a core, not abdominal exercises. They're abdominal exercises, very important, but then they're not what I would call specifically core. They're part of core exercise. So that's how I see it, and I'm sure there might be people out there who disagree, and that's fine. There's lots of different things on that core. But that's how I see the core, because again, everything is interconnected. So nothing in the body ever works in isolation. Everything works as a team, constantly. And so therefore you've got to work everything as a team. So you are doing it sometimes while you think you're doing an abdomen, it might be a core work. Or if you think you're doing core work, you might not be doing enough with it. And so these are really important things, I think, if you're going to do that. Because your feet are touch the ground first and it hits the ground when you're walking. So your arches set a lot off. So if you don't have arches that are working properly, if you don't have systems that are firing through your chain, then nothing can work properly. So everything has to talk to each other up and down the chains. And if it's all talking and having a great conversation in the body, as I call it, then everything's healthy, everything's well. bit like you were saying, Jen, with the needs. So if you've got miscommunication somewhere in your body, then already it's not going to work properly, and now your chance of injury have gone up. Just that one thing. So it's taking care of everything for me. So that's why I think it's just this whole thing throughout up and down the system.
When we were doing all of our work for the marathon again, you were great in the clinic, so we had, you know, I feel really guilty because we had like you and Mark Bellamy, the sports psychologist. I said, oh, we're not really going to run that fast. We're only raising a load of money for charity. But it was, what we learned during that process was amazing. And one of the great things that you told me was, he said, of all the, you know, because you're studying for 6-7 hours a week for the last 12 years, reading all those PhD papers from Cambridge. I tell everybody you're the best nutritionist in the world. So, and you've got to be one of the brainiest. So with all that data inside there, God knows, and we can see it coming from here. But one of the things you said to me once, which I really heard, was the power of gut health. You can contest lots of things, but the power of gut health. Fill your boots.
Well, we could talk about this all day. We could talk about this all week. It's I'll try and condense it. We've learnt so much about gut health, I'd say, in the last decade. And I feel that I can confidently sit here today and say, actually, it's our gut bacteria that controls the whole body. I know there's every other expert in every other area could potentially argue against that, but I believe gut bacteria controls the whole body. So what we originally thought was, so let's take a step back. What is gut bacteria? Remember your science days at school? Whatever the environment, there's going to be bacteria. So in our gut, whatever environment there is in our gut, there'll be different bacteria. And what we know is there's bacteria that lives in the gut that is detrimental to well-being, and there's bacteria that lives in the gut that is beneficial to well-being for all different reasons. So originally, I'd say if we go back many years, that we thought gut bacteria was all about digestion and how we digested our food. What we now know is how gut bacteria communicates with the immune system, so is very influential in inflammation, going back to, we were talking about COVID earlier, and that's why gut bacteria had an impact on how people responded to the COVID vaccine. So, but also, again, lots of other inflammatory conditions. But we now know that gut bacteria can also communicate through the vagus nerve with the brain. And that's where I get my thoughts from, that, you know, the brain is such an important thing that controls the body, but actually we now know that gut bacteria can control things that happen in the brain. It tells us exactly how influential it is in the whole body. And that can be how the brain works, how the brain reacts to things, some of the side effects of different mental health conditions. So how do we create good bacteria in get good bacteria in our gut? I think I mentioned this earlier. It's having a diet that is high, that we consume live bacteria, but also fibre is really, really important because, again, going back to bacteria will live in whatever environment is created, and the environment for good gut bacteria comes from a high fibre diet. So that's really important to get that fibre in through vegetables, through fruit, through whole grains, to create the right environment.
Yeah. And the supplement for that?
So, yeah, so while if we're just looking at long-term well-being for your gut, I would recommend that your diet should support that. Where I'd recommend that people took a probiotic supplement and potentially a prebiotic supplement. So the difference between those two, the probiotic is actually a supplement that has the live bacteria in, which we will discuss a little bit more in a second. And the prebiotic is actually fibre to create the right environment. Some supplements actually have both in. So when I would recommend a supplement, it's generally if, as I said earlier, Well, actually, the signs of that there might be the symptoms of there might be a gut bacteria imbalance. So we actually need to change that. So I'd recommend a supplement that will put more bacteria in to create that change, which we can then support with diet. Or if we look at IBS, so the recommended diet for IBS is something called the low FODMAP diet, which means we have to take all, the person has to take all sorts of things out of their diet, things like dairy, gluten. So with doing that, we're taking yogurt out, for example, that would have the live bacteria in. So if we're trying to create a gut bacteria change in someone with IBS, because that potentially could have been created by a gut bacteria imbalance, it's hard to do that with food. So then we go on to the choice of supplement, so many out there. And what we need is a supplement that has two things in it. We know that certain bacteria, so this is a very acidic environment, and acid can kill certain bacteria. So we need a supplement that is higher in the bacteria that can sustain that level of acidity, so it will reach the gut alive. But also, what we have now is some of the supplements have a coating on them that actually protect that bacteria as it's going through the tract before it's released to enable it to survive through the acidic environment. Mm-hmm. So choosing a supplement that I would generally go with one that says somewhere certified to reach the gut alive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the other way of testing is as well, as with a lot of things with nutrition, I mean, they're expensive, but if you think you need a probiotic supplement, try it. If it doesn't make any difference, you then question, is that because of the brand I chose? Is that because of the bacteria mix I chose? Or, do you know what? This isn't anything to do with my gut bacteria.
Oh, okay. Is there a product in particular one? I don't mind talking about a brand on here.
I generally, just because they're big brand names, go with either ProBio 7 Advanced or Optibax Max.
Okay.
Or actually Healthspan do a good one as well. I think they do a batch tested one as well. Purely because big brand names and are certified to reach the gut alive.
Pete, can I ask something just quickly? It's interesting as well, because when we travel with the team sometimes to different countries, we're often advised and given probiotics. That's part of what we travel with to support our gut health, because we're not sure what we're going to be able to eat and whether or not that will work with us. So most of the athletes and ourselves, the staff, will often do, on some countries.
Yeah, I think it's for two reasons. Exactly as you said, it's because there's going to be different foods, the gut will react to that. And also it supports the immune system, and when you're getting on planes, going through airports, you need everything you can. Yeah. You don't want your athlete turning up having picked up a cold or a chest infection on the way. And again, we know that gut bacteria supports a good gut bacteria supports the immune system. So yeah, GB athletes are advised to take a supplement, probiotic supplement.
Yeah. And I may as well hit the whole audience with this question. Alcohol.
Never drink.
So I might just lost all my audience because you're going to give me some bad news. But what's the impact of alcohol in terms of your nutrition? The impact on nutrition because of it getting in the way.
It's very far-reaching. Very far-reaching. I would say the general overall message is, if we're going more than one alcoholic drink, it is negative. It kills certain nutrients, it affects the absorption of certain nutrients. Alcohol is inflammatory, and as we said earlier in the day, that the one thing we're trying to do in our body is to stop it being inflamed. Alcohol is inflammatory. It's dehydrating, we've talked about dehydration. There's lots of negative, unfortunately.
I really don't know why I asked that question.
Well, you know, I used to be a fund manager. You know that I like a glass of wine, but it's all about moderation. Yeah. So, I mean, if we look at the French, where a lot of the research on alcohol the research showing alcohol to be beneficial actually comes out of France. It's something like a glass of red wine with a meal has actually been shown to be beneficial. What it's thought about that is the fact that red wine is actually very high in sorry, I take a step back. The French, if you've been to France recently, don't, I'm stereotyping here, don't drink wine like the English. They just order one small glass, 125 millilitres with their meal. So having a small amount of the red wine with their meal, it's high in polyphenols, that red colour is a really, really powerful antioxidant that brings down the inflammation. And so the question is that the French diet tends to be higher in saturated fat, which generally we're advised against having too much. But the effects of these polyphenols with this meal is actually beneficial because they negate each other. But that's drinking alcohol with a meal where you've got everything
Working.
yeah, rather than sitting in a pub working our way through a few bottles.
Exactly. Also, I know I'm paying a bit of quite attention here, but it just happened because it all links to everything, all links to each other. But it's maybe my last question. In terms of the absorption of the right amount of nutrition into your body. So when you're getting this, someone will say, get a broad spread of diet. You think, yeah, well, whatever. It's like drink 3 litres of water. There's no real reason. You don't really understand it. But when you explained it to me before in terms of it being a mathematical equation, so go ahead and do that and explain that, yeah.
How I see nutrition. So when I went off to, when I used to go to study my my bachelor's in human nutrition, I thought I was going to talk about food. 4-year degree, didn't talk about food until the end. There was so much chemistry involved, rather a shock. So how I recommend that people think about themselves is that we are basically chemical test tubes. Everything that happens inside us is chemical reactions happening. And to get the right if we're trying to get the chemical reaction to happen, we need the right chemicals and the right enzymes in the right quantity at the right time. So when we look at the food we eat, that is where we get these chemicals and enzymes from. But we need the portfolio that interact and create that chemical reaction. And unless we've got everything that's needed, the reaction either won't happen, the wrong reaction will happen, or it'll happen at the wrong speed. If we actually put that into nutrient form, for example, vitamin D is necessary to absorb calcium. So if we're vitamin D deficient, we could still end up with bone-related conditions, weak bones, that we think more to do with not having enough calcium, but actually it was that we didn't have enough vitamin D. Iron, we need vitamin C to absorb iron. So these things interact, and that's why it's really important that we actually have a wide range of things. And what's actually recommended is that diet variability is actually really important, rather than eating the same thing every day, every meal, because we're more likely to get the wider range without too much effort. If we're just eating something different all the time, we're much more likely to get the whole range of nutrients that we need to create the reactions that we need.
To get that final equation. So lots of colour on the plate, basically. Yeah, the more colour. Lots of green.
Food, always lots of green.
Right.
Green, and our food gets the colour from the nutrients that are in it. So the more different colours means the wider range of nutrients that you're getting.
Yeah, absolutely. And would you recommend then a multivitamin to catch up those
vitamin?
holes?
It depends on whether we're talking multivitamin. Everyone should be supplementing with vitamin D. Everybody.
Why?
Because we can't get enough from our diet, and the recommendation is that we're out in the sun. So the best source is the sun, but we're meant to be out between 20 and 50 minutes a day between March and October with our arms or legs exposed. Not many people do that. So and also we've had so we can only make vitamin D in the UK due to the angle of the sun to the UK. It's called the zenith factor. We only actually synthesize vitamin D from the sun in the UK between March and October, and they're the periods of time we're meant to be out. We've had sun really late this year. I live in Oxford. I don't know when the sun started shining in October in Scotland or in Cornwall. It's literally been the last couple of weeks, so we've already missed a couple of months of sunshine this year. So we're meant to store enough vitamin D over the summer to see us through winter. Basically, people don't do that because they're not outside enough and the sun doesn't shine enough. So supplement vitamin D, that's a recommendation. Multi-supplement, I am very much a food first nutritionist. I'd be really recommending that everyone's doing everything they can to get all the nutrients they need from their diet. However, if they know that they're not, then for different reasons, either they're not prepared to put that much effort in, or they've got a bad relationship with food, or they've got a medical condition that limits their diet, yes, I would definitely say take a multi-supplement as a belt and bracelets approach.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's I'm being waved at to say time's up. I could honestly listen to the three of you forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and hopefully I do. But what we're going to do now is we're just going to do a quick mic change, and I'm going to change, and there's going to be somebody prettier than me coming back here in a second. So it'll just be 2 minutes of mic change. So I'll be back with you in a second. Well, I won't. Thanks a million, guys.
Thanks, Peter.
Hello, welcome back, and yes, I'd like to think I'm much prettier than Pete. But listen, the next session is going to take us up until lunchtime, and at which point we'll take probably a 45-minute break. But this session is really about understanding the impact of period stigma. Now, and I suppose this can be felt in a number of ways, and it can very much impact your mental health and well-being. But sometimes a lack of empathy and maybe openness around periods could minimise and even dismiss period pain. So between us, we're just going to sit and have a very general conversation about periods, about menstruation, whenever maybe young girls just first get their periods, how that impacts their bodies, how it impacts on their mental health, what is the awareness surrounding that. And then right as you get older, as women get older, right through to when they come into the workplace, and is it an inclusive workplace, and also as well as that as women age, and then their periods would disappear, and then we can that would lead into sort of the perimenopause stages, I suppose. So what's happening with periods? Is 2023, is there still a stigma?
I hope not, or I hope there's certainly less of a stigma than there ever was. But I think it's such a unique thing, isn't it, to each family and to each individual, because your openness to talk about periods, that's a thing that is learned within families, but also people's women's or young girls' reaction to it can be super, super straightforward. It's like, okay, here's this thing that happens for 3 days every month. It starts, there's no pain, and it finishes. And there's some girls who actually experience periods like that. And there are others who experience it for 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. There's lots of pain, there's lots of discomfort. They need to excuse themselves from classes, they need to excuse themselves from exercise. And then there's everything in between. Mm. And so I think it's unique to every single person. Mm-hmm. But I think having a good language around it, and also there being confidence to talk about it, I think that's really important for individuals, for schools, for universities and colleges, for sports coaches, and in the workplace generally. Because I think there can be all sorts of experiences out there, and we need to be able to represent ourselves confidently and know that it's going to be heard well if we have to say, I need to take 3 days off. I've got incredible body pain that relates to my period.
And I suppose it's very difficult as well. You know, I've been there and done it. We've all had the cramps. We've all had, I suppose, different symptoms, migraines, etc. But to phone, I suppose, your male line manager to say, I'm really sorry, but I think I need to go home and lie down for a while. Mm-hmm. It was very difficult to do back in my day anyway. Yeah. But maybe that situation has changed now, and maybe workplaces are more inclusive.
And the thing is as well, I think we need to see this more as a people thing, not as a female-male thing. Because we don't just talk about things that occur for women with other women. We need to talk about it with other people. Yeah. And stop making it this gender thing, if you like. So male line managers, it's important that they do say that that's a recognisable thing that happens for every 50% of your workforce. Women, men, are going to experience that once a month up until the age of, whenever that starts to change, 45, 50. Mm-hmm. And so you have to be aware of it, and you have to have a language that is inclusive in that you feel confident to use. Yeah. It's as important for men to feel inclusive in that language as it is for women. Yeah, no, absolutely. Helen, what about, in terms of, if this might sound like a stupid question, but what is a period in terms of, what happens to your body, your nutrition, what vitamins, for example, and minerals are you losing?
So what's happening to the body is that the hormone messaging is changing. So there's a change in different levels of hormones that triggers, if we're talking about girls, triggers a girl between about the age of 12 and 14 to develop into a woman. So from a child into an adult. And hormones are really strong messages and have big impacts on what happens with the body. So a girl would likely go through a very fast growth spurt, but also if we're talking about what happens around periods, it's basically the womb is preparing to carry a child. So each month it's creating lining, which is then shed, and then a new lining is made. So if we think about nutrition there, I think there's three main things that we need to think. The question is, anything to do with nutrition, is what's happening, so therefore how does that need to be nutritionally supported? So first of all, we've got the body needing energy to grow and to develop. So energy requirements change, energy requirements, calories increase during that developmental stage. So it's increasing energy intake, but not excessively, so that leads to that person being overweight, in line with what keeps them a healthy weight. So it's energy. Suddenly, that female is creating a lining and shedding that lining, which involves blood. So with that blood, we're also losing iron. So, it impacts how much iron is needed. So iron requirements virtually double. I think I said this earlier. Iron requirements go up from 8.7 milligrams to 14.8 milligrams. That's in for the average female. For an athlete, that will go up to nearer 18 milligrams, which is absolutely huge. So more iron is needed in diet. Good sources of iron, again, as we spoke about earlier, of red meat, green leafy vegetables, whole grains, especially quinoa and oats, and then nuts and seeds. So trying to encourage a teenage girl to include those things in her diet. It might be that she might need to take a supplement as well. Then, if you think, with that growth, we also need to make more bone. We don't want our skin we can't grow skin and flip-flop at the top. We need our skeleton to hold that. So we need to create more bone. So calcium requirements go up. During that growth spurt, they go up from a range of around 350 to 550 milligrams a day, up to 1,000. So, and why this is really important, so we'll grow that bone, but what's really, really important is these years is when we make our bones as strong as they possibly can be. So estrogen triggers a reaction in the bones to take in more calcium, create more bone cells, and absorb less back in the body. So we're keeping more bone cells during those teenage years, up until sort of our early 20s. And the more bone cells we can create during those teenage years, so the stronger bones we can create up through those teenage years, we've got a bigger piggy bank to call on in older years. I know we're going to talk about older years later, but what happens in older years, and especially then when we have less estrogen in the body, we actually don't create so many cells and actually lose more. So creating that piggy bank of really good bone density impacts in later years. So including foods high in calcium is very important. So dairy, fantastic source of calcium. Tofu, green leafy vegetables, fish with edible bones. I think it's actually calcium. I think in the era we are in at the moment, and sort of fad diets and social media messaging on dairy, I think we are going forward going to have concerns about bone density in females going forward.
Is that because people are, encouraging lactose-free? Or
Yeah. And I think there are certainly sets of people that are lactose intolerant, so cannot have dairy in their diet. Those people, and people that have made an ethical decision or a sustainability decision to not want to have dairy in their diet. And that's absolutely fine. But I think there's also a wider message that people, for other reasons other than those two reasons, shouldn't be including dairy in their diet. And I think that's particularly happening in those teenage years. So it's really important that there is still enough calcium in the diet.
And would that be the same for as women get older?
So
Would you?
what happens at the other, well, two things are happening. That it's really important to have enough calcium in our diet every day, because as I say, we've got this piggy bank to call on, and the more we're calling on, it's a bit like a bank account, my bank account certainly, the more you pull on it, the lower the reserves come. So the bones become weaker and weaker over those years. So therefore, if they take a knock, or they're more likely to break. But then what happens in menopause, which I think we'll move on to talk about later, we see that drop in estrogen, and again, that hormone in messaging changes, and that's when we see a rapid decline in bone density. But the higher we can get that peak bone density, the better.
Early on, yeah.
Yeah.
And Buzz, I suppose that would impact, I suppose, athletes that would come to see you. I suppose that bone density is really, really crucial. And I'm sure menstruation is something maybe that you as a physiotherapist, you've maybe you're introducing or have introduced or talking about it much more with the athletes that come to you.
For sure, and it's one of the reasons, following quickly on from Helen, that's why walking and exercise is so important for bone health, because it will also help to strengthen the bones by walking and loading them. And so it's important to do that for that reason. But yeah, I think with any of the younger women now that are coming to see me, some of them might be 12, 13, often are menstruating. 11 seems to be nowadays where they're at. And I will ask the question. The mother's always in the room with me, but they will ask the question, because it is important, because I need to know that from the symptoms they're describing to me and how they come on. It's a question I need to ask. And certainly within the athletes I see at the senior level, absolutely need to understand where they are in their cycle. Because invariably, my experience has taught me from years talking, is that usually it's the day before, maybe 2 days before they start their period. Usually once they've started menstruation, the effects are different on their body from a point of view of exercise, training-wise, and they're competing. But there's a period of maybe 48 hours where they're at higher risk as their hormonal balances change quite dramatically. And from our perspective, they release relaxin hormone. Now, relaxin hormone means everything starts getting a bit squidgy and soft. And so therefore, ligaments, joints, everything gets a little bit more mobile for the reasons that Helen was describing. It's almost a preparation phase. So at that point, their risks have gone up. Their control of what's going on is slightly down. And the way that if their training load is really high on those particular days, their risk of injury has gone up quite considerably. And we found this when we've looked back at they've got injured. We go, wow, there's nothing wrong with the process. The program was good. They're in great nick, and they've had problems. So now we are very much more into it. And in sports medicine now, more and more going forward, it's becoming huge. I mean, now there's a lot more research being done. I think we're beginning to realise there's so much more to this than perhaps we'd originally thought. Not that we ever ignored it, but I don't think we really understood it. And certainly for me, it's not something as a physiotherapist I need to have an expert knowledge in. I just need to understand the basics. But the docs, more and more now working in sport, they should be, and I'm sure they are, becoming far more conversant with the changes and things that are going on, because it can have a dramatic effect on lives. And also, I mean, that everything we've talked today about, everything coming together, and it does, and that bleeds into, excuse the pun, into the psychological effects of not being able to train, getting injured because of something they can do anything about. And obviously they do try. And we have athletes that will they know their cycles pretty well, and they'll make sure that their training they'll talk to their coaches about it more now, so their training can be adapted. And also they'll look at events and the races and think, that's going to fall at the wrong time. Because they're not going to perform. Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot more going into it, and we're learning all the time. So I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination. But I am aware, and I have no problems asking the questions. I have no problem discussing it for the little bit that I do know, only from the perspective of what do I need to know. And I make it very clear to them that I'm not an expert in this, but that it will have an impact, and I need to understand that impact on your training, on your loading, so that I give you the right things to do at the right time. So that's the reason for me having this level of understanding that is sort of better than zero.
I think that's really interesting from a physical point of view, because actually there's a lot of conversation now, isn't there, about athletes from a confidence point of view, and women athletes being able to do small things like when they are training and they've got the 3 or 4 or 5 days when they are having a period, actually their confidence may be lower because they're thinking, instead of, again, we talked about this earlier, is your full concentration on the task that you're doing, on gaining that speed or gaining that weight or, doing whatever athletic thing you're supposed to do. But even doing practical things like, them saying, oh, I don't know if I can do that jump like that because there might be leakage and that might show through my sports gear. But even practical things like Wimbledon always being dressed in white. And that's changing now, actually, for women saying we don't want to do that because we have to double, triple check if we are playing a tournament and we are on our cycle at the same time. We've got this other thing going on in our background. Like if I really stretch for that, is that going to show? And then what are people going to say? Firstly, I think we're much more accepting of saying, oh, well, it just looks like that's what's, she's on her period right now, that's fine. But actually, just being able to have darker clothing, it's a really practical thing to be able to say, darker clothing, I don't have to think about it now. I can actually just concentrate and do my sport. Mm-hmm. Some really practical things. And I think that's the same in the workplace as well, is that, women can make those choices themselves in the workplace. They can say, unless they are compulsorily have to wear a uniform, which is light, in which case they might want to, have that conversation. But there's practical things.
It's also very interesting now that a number of athletes are now starting to talk about it as well and push
Very
it
much.
hard, really push it hard. I mean, I know that Dean Smith is one of them who's been very verbal, quite rightly, and raising awareness and using her profile to raise much more awareness, and that's really good. And all of the sporting people out there that are, have a platform. I mean, this is the sort of thing we want influencers doing.
Absolutely.
Is to make people more aware of this and that it is, it's really important, and
And it's also a really massive difference between men and women. There are more similarities between men and women than there are differences. But this is a difference.
Totally.
And it's not just a difference between men and women. It's a difference between women at different times. So you can have women sitting around boardroom tables where, you recognise that one person is normally more astute than the other person, but there might be one day when this person is just really not on it. And those 2 days before a period starts, it's very often the case that women can be a little bit more emotional than they would otherwise be. So something that you say, listen, we've got to get those figures up, and there's no way that we can't do it. She'll be like, yeah, totally, I'm on it. But if you say that to her on those 2 days, she might just go, I don't know why. Mostly that doesn't happen, but actually overwhelm. You might tip into overwhelm much more easily.
And aggression as well.
And aggression, possibly, yeah.
And I think that's the thing again we have to realise with boys as their testosterone starts going balmy.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of things that boys are having to deal with as they become men that you don't understand at the time that is happening to you, that you don't necessarily understand, and you are in more fights all of a sudden, you are getting more aggressive all of a sudden, you are getting much more hair, other things are happening, and it's no one's telling you. They might be doing more of it now, but it's not the same thing. We're not having to deal with what women are dealing with, but we're having to deal with their own set of hormonal changes and imbalances that are, and you've got to accept that's going to come through as well, and you've got to plan for it a bit more. Never had sons, so I don't know how to do it. But.
I think even imagine those hormonal imbalances for men happening. Imagine for another 20 years, those hormonal imbalances happen 3 days a month, every month for the next 2 decades. That's it's not a huge issue for a lot of people, I think, women's periods, but I think that's what it's like for women, and we have to have those conversations about it to go, look, it's not my job to mask this.
No.
It's not my job to say, look, let me tolerate this. It's my job to say, listen, I might be a bit irrational for the next 2 days, but I'll pick it up after that. Or if there's physical pain, might need time off.
It's like you say, there's some people it's just something that just breeze through, and other people don't.
Yeah.
And you've got to accept that. But it's a reality. It's happening. We know it's happening. It's nothing. No one's making it up.
Yeah.
We know it's a biological function, so it's definitely occurring.
Yeah.
And it is. And it's interesting. You're right. I think the thing that I found quite interesting as a guy is that we're pretty much after 25 useless, arguably. We're starting on the way downhill. We've hit our peak, and we're on the way down.
No.
It's crazy at 25. They're already 25. But the prostate's already starting to change at 25 in a man. So things are starting to change for a guy quite early on because, that's when we're supposed to be doing all the good work.
Yeah, that's it. There's another thing as well about like minimising the effect on women of periods. So even if it's we can make it an open conversation where it's really relevant. I think when we have men or women who minimise someone's legitimate frustration, anger, any of these kind of more negative emotions, and we say, she must be on. You know, to minimise what are legitimate female emotions, especially in the workplace, is not okay.
Yeah.
And so I think that's just worth mentioning. That actually there will be times when a woman can very easily say, well, look, this is how I'm feeling for the next 3 days. And that's fine. But actually, if it's day 20 or day 15, and she's actually frustrated, you can't just say, well, she must be on her period. That's not okay.
Yeah.
We've got to understand which part of her life she's living
That's
in
education,
those 30
isn't it?
days.
But that's education. So,
And it's also being able to speak it out loud.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
it's not stigmatise it and educate
Yeah.
people, because we just don't know. Certainly my generation,
Yeah.
we would have used all sorts of terms,
Yeah.
inappropriate terms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We are going to take a quick 45-minute break. So go and have lunch. We'll do the same, and we will see you back very shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, and Peter's joining us on the sofa again. So the next session, which should take us up to about 3:15, we're going to talk around the age groups of men and women between the ages of sort of 25, 40, and we're going to be covering a series of different topics in here. And really, I suppose, Jennifer, this is kind of the age group where people start getting their independence. They've been to university or college or whatever it would be, or they've done an apprenticeship, and they go out and they start really, really feeling their independence at this point.
Totally. And also, how we get our emotional needs met healthily changes quite dramatically between growing up and then this phase between, say, 25 and 40. So how do we create our security if it's not created by our parents? How do we really start to exercise our control and make good decisions, or when they're not good decisions, how do we learn from them? Where does our status come from if it doesn't come from our high marks when we get great grades at uni? How do we get quiet time, like privacy, when when we actually just want to be out all the time? We're either going to be working, and then as soon as it's finished work, before we have children, the question is, are we all going out? We're meeting for beer afterwards, and that can lead till 2 o'clock in the morning. So that this need for privacy is less well met. And then we've got, how do we get our attention needs met healthily? And then we start to create our own relationships, don't we, at those times where we might be slightly thinking less about the relationships themselves, but actually thinking a little bit more about, do I want to partner with this person for some length of time to parent with them? So that's a different thing altogether about the type of relationships we might have had when we were 15, 18, 21. So I think a lot of things change in between 25 and 40. And we have to learn a lot, and we probably make a load of mistakes, I would say, but really often healthy mistakes because we learn from them. But it's definitely a huge time of change. And also within that category, for most people, not all, and I know that a lot of men and women are choosing quite often now to have less or no children. But most people will have children with that age grade, 25 to 40.
While trying to strike that work-life balance.
While trying to work, while maintaining their fitness, if that's what they're doing, and it's a lot to fit into that segment of life. If anyone who's having children will have them somewhere between, on average, 25 to 35, and then you have to decide how the parents of that child work, raise that child, get their own emotional needs met, when there's a bigger time pressure, just a bigger pressure on all of our time.
Yeah.
And
nutrition would come in there very much so, Helen. It all changes yet again because your life is so much busier during this age, and I suppose really at the age of that earlier segment, 25, 30, you're very busy, you're still fit and healthy, you're going out to the gym, you're going out on your runs, and there's that balance almost between men and women and different roles really in relationships.
I think nutrition-wise, while we don't see, compared to the younger years and the older years, where we actually see larger change in nutrient requirements because the body's changing more, I think the bigger challenge with nutrition during these years that we're talking about at the moment is actually just time. And it's because life is so busy, it's very common for diet quality just to really drop because unless there's planning and structure, we tend to just grab things on the go because, we're out late, we might have gone out after work, what if we do, socialising, and oh dear, I didn't have any dinner, that was just alcohol. Or once there's children in the mix, generally people prioritise their children over their own dietary requirements. So, but it is really important because life is so busy, we actually need to support our bodies more then. So I very much recommend, I know this sounds boring and dull, but it's all about planning and things like batch cooking, knowing in advance what you're going to eat that week or that month even, just having that written out. Because to me, the hardest thing of deciding what to eat, of eating, is actually deciding what to eat. And if you're busy and stressed, that seems this huge task, but if you know, for example, Tuesday night, stir fry, you can have done a shopping order to have arrived, so you've got all the food for the week and it's the exact food you need. Because actually a stir fry could take less than 5 minutes, but deciding to make that stir fry and then going to buy the food could actually take about an hour. And just sticking to those set meal times. So to me, during those years, it's trying to create a solid base of using the structure and the timing of your eating and planning your eating, that all this other stress that's your solid base, that everything else can come off.
And especially in the workplace as well, where you're at that age. I certainly know when I was 25 what I was doing, but you were just very ambitious and you were driven, and it was just work. For me, it was sitting at a computer screen. So there's everything else that comes with that, maybe just not eating properly, and probably not sitting properly either at a screen. But it's really quite hard to strike that balance. But for people that age, I mean, what advice would we give people sort of in that sort of young age group where they are really ambitious, they want to put the hours in? What do we say to people like that?
Do you know what I think is really difficult at that age is that no one's really interested in, or they're much less interested in listening to someone's advice, because they know what they want to do, and that ambition will override quality sleep. So we'll say, get 8 hours sleep, but they're like, no, I want to stay up till 2 in the morning, I'm going to get up at 6 and I'm going to go for a run, and then I'm going to go to work, and then because they've got the energy to do that at 25. But I do think that having segments of time, quiet time, I think privacy probably has quite a lot of value in this time if you can fit it in. So having a little bit of time for yourself every day, whether that again is just having your cup of coffee staring at the clouds, that's a good 10 minutes. That's a nice 10 minutes before you start your day. And then I think also having quality time with the people that are important to you in your life as well. So if you have a partner or a girlfriend or a boyfriend, making sure that you fit that time in somewhere so that you don't then have to manage the knock-on effect of that, which is, oh, your relationship's breaking down. That's you know, you're now going to have to spend a lot of time and energy fixing that if you want to fix it. So I think it's paying a bit of attention to the things that actually are important to you. If your fitness is important to you, pay attention to it, put some focus on it. If your work is important to you and actually your ambition means that you want to be promoted or you want to earn a certain amount of money in a certain number of years, you need to put some focus on those things. It's all about, you know, staying in that green zone again. It's just keeping the whole thing balanced as much as you can. And occasionally if you go off-road, that's okay. You know, you'll get yourself back on, the motorway when you're ready, but occasionally if we go off-road, I think that's okay. And actually just being really kind to yourself and judging yourself as you go through these learning curves, like we do in relationships and in work, in those age groups, be kind to yourself.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking of lived experience with this age group that we're actually talking about would have been the age you were when you would have been setting up worldwide financial planning, probably, was it?
Yeah, I was 30,
Yeah.
30. So, and that came around where a direct conflict with my values. So where I thought, this is what I value. They gave me a big wage promotion thinking that would be interesting to me. So that's what's interesting to you is not what's interesting to me. So, but my values are this, and direct conflict. So I think I was 29. So, and I just said, right, okay, time to go. So yeah, you're questioning a lot. So you've maybe got a bit of time, a bit of time to think, and if you've been successful enough, you've got a bit more time to step away. Most of us don't nowadays, do you know? But if you get that privacy that you refer to, you know, time to think, time to contemplate, reflect, consolidate the experiences, then you can actually say, actually, this is not for me. So I don't know what my fortune was that was enabled me to be able to think that way at that age, but that values were so important to me that I just said, I'm out of here. So that was 25 years ago, giving away my age there.
I think at 25 though, you talk about 25 to 40, I think at 25, and we talk about all the things that we talk about, again, I would agree, but I think that is the time that you can take advantage of your system. That is the time to take advantage of your body and your energy, and perhaps not be perfect because you've got a different set of drivers. Because if you want to have a family, you want to set yourself up for the family. So at some point, something has to go in order for you to drive yourself to where you want to be. It's when those drivers aren't changing, when those drivers just continue to go on and on and on, you keep taking from the well until eventually it hasn't got enough. And exercise is like that. I mean, I see a lot of people who are trying desperately as their careers get better and better. They have a family. They're now trying desperately to keep their exercise going because they remember how much they enjoy it. The problem now is they're exercising when they're more fatigued, they're more tired, therefore they're more at risk. They get hurt and they can't exercise, and that's really difficult for them because sometimes the only way they can deal with their stress is to exercise. That is their stress buster. That's how they cope. Given everything else they're trying to cope with, that's their massive coping mechanism. And I hear that a lot from patients. It's really frustrating. So what happens is they start to modify the way they let their body work. And as they modify the way their body works to allow them to exercise and perhaps decrease their risk of injury, they're actually really increasing their risk. Because then what they'll do is they'll feel great and that little niggle they had's gone and they're fantastic and they're 35, 36 and they think, oh, come on, you're still young. Come play five-a-side football. Yeah, no problem. Out they go, play football. Boom, hamstring, calf, you name it, it's gone. Because although they're still very physically, cardiovascularly fit, their body hasn't rotated, twisted, stopped, turned, changed direction for 15 years. And they just think it can just go and do it. Well, funny old thing, it tells them quite clearly, no, you can't. So it's interesting how these things go. And we do need to remember that as we get older, not everybody now, I'm talking about the general population, we become more linear. Everything becomes more back and forth and straight lines. We're not doing lots of directional change things, unless like you're playing squash regularly where you are, or you still play football and you've never stopped. I think where you've never stopped doing something and you've kept it going, chances are, as long as you're sensible, you'll be fine. But it's when you used to do it. How many times have I heard that? I used to be a really good squash player and I haven't played for 20 years. They go on the squash court, their Achilles ruptures.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can't just accept that the body, because it'll have muscle memory, it'll remember. Thing is, it hasn't got the wherewithal anymore, so boom, off it goes. And they find it very hard to understand because they know they're not unfit. Well, they're not cardiovascularly unfit, but they're musculoskeletally unfit because they haven't loaded those tissues appropriately for ages. So you have to be aware of these things. It's great to suddenly have time as you get older and to think you've got everything sorted. Then again, think about it, plan what you're going to do. What do I need to do to be able to go and do that? And I think that's the important part, to help prevent them getting hurt and to therefore enjoy the very thing that you need. And I'm acutely aware that for a lot of people, this ability to do that, to bust their stress is important.
Do you think it makes a difference? Sorry to interrupt. Do you think it makes a difference between when people exercise when they're 36, 35, 36, 37 and they have children? They quite often want to exercise early in the morning because then they can protect their time, or late at night. And does that have a difference?
For sure.
So if you're saying, oh, I really need to get fit again,
Sure.
I'll get up at 5 o'clock and I'll go for half an hour run, then I'll do 50 sit-ups and then I'll whatever.
For sure.
Does that make a difference? Like
Definitely.
if you're doing it early and super late?
Definitely. So if you've always done that and you've got up early in the morning, you get up, you drink your plenty of water, you rehydrate your system, you may take some oats on board, you may take something on board, just a little bit of sustenance, and then you've gone out and run for an hour, but that's what you've always done, then yeah, 100%. Your system is attuned to it, you prepare it properly, it's used to that preparation, and it will respond accordingly. It's when you think, I love running around lunchtime, but I've got time, so I'm going to run in the mornings. You get out of bed, you do a tiny little stretch, you may get a gulp of water, you may not, and off you go. The body is so ill prepared. And you get away with it for a short period of time, and then until you don't.
Yeah.
And the same with last thing at night, when you're totally knackered, and your body has been energized, it has used its fuel to do what it needs to do, and it's got nothing left. You've got to remember, the body doesn't through the day recoup itself. It's not like an electric motor where you're trying to put the brake on, you get a bit back in the tank. We've got a cup, it's full, and we use it. And when it gets to the end, it's empty. It's not, oh, I'll fill up through the day. It doesn't have the ability to just suddenly fill itself up. You with me? You can obviously alter to a degree, but it's an energy. It's what people I don't think understand. It's right, isn't it, Helen?
Yeah.
And that's what I don't think they get, and therefore we are in trouble. And it's just because people don't know. I mean, you've got to give them credit for the fact that they are trying to do the right things to be healthy,
totally.
and that's what people are doing. They're doing their best. You just need to gain advice. And I think people don't think, it depends on the background. I mean, who would you go to for that? Probably, some well-qualified nutritionists, oblique fitness trainers sometimes. There's really good fitness people out there. Or physios, if the physios, like my group, are all well versed and well qualified. And a lot of physios these days and age have often done a degree in sports and exercise science first and then done their masters in physio. So there's a lot more knowledge out there. So I would say seek it out. Spending an hour with somebody who knows what they're doing before you do all these things will save you so much grief in the future, you know, to get the advice. I mean, Peter's an example of that. Even though he's always been he ran around, he realised they were going to do 7 marathons. So therefore he thought, I can't just think I can go and do 7 marathons. I need to prepare mentally, physically, nutritionally. I need to understand what it takes. I need to understand what the timelines look like and what the pressures are. What would I expect? Is it okay if this happens? What could I expect after this one? So that at least there's that planning and that preparation. Now, nothing ever goes completely to plan, but you feel a lot happier about taking on a bloody task like that. And that's a big task.
But talk to us about that, both of you, because I mean that's 8 years ago now, I think. 8, 9 years ago.
He was very handsome then.
He was very handsome. He was still white haired though. But that was a big undertaking because I was involved in doing the PR back then.
Right.
And it was an amazing experience, really, to be working with yourself and Stefan, and just to be then liaising with the different media and all the different places. But it was hearing all of the stuff that you had to do to prepare months and months in advance, probably. But tell us about the planning, because I think you've raised a brilliant point, and I know young men and young women who have gone, I used to be really good at that and I'm going to go back out. And I know people now with injuries as a result of not seeking that advice. So tell us how important the planning is for something.
So we spoke to, so I've known Gordon for a long time, so I spoke to Gordon about it, and he said, "You serious?" I said, yeah, we are. And he said, okay, well, he took us through a range of different things. And actually those are just as relevant to anybody looking to be fit or be healthy anyway. And actually, probably before we talk, you know, he put the team together, got us everybody in there, so it give us the confidence. But the kind of first part of it is, you know, where does that come from? Where does this 7 marathons come from? Which is very much psychological. And I would suggest this is probably, my own view is the head controls everything. So if you've got the head right, you're triggered to do the physios, you're triggered to do the food, I always think the head is the trigger. And Mark Bellamy, who's a colleague of Gordon's, Dr. Mark Bellamy, he's sports psych at Team GB for the London Olympics as well with Gordon when he was at UK Athletics. So there was one thing that he said to me, and I'll come to you with this question, because he said, you really got to get in your head what your why is for why you're doing these 7 marathons. Because right now, you're cock of the walk, you're flying, you know, you're grand, you'll be great, you know. But there will come a time, and you won't even see it coming, when something goes wrong or you have self-doubt or something, and you will not be in a position to respond to that. And that's what happens, why gym memberships typically are 3 months. That's why all these things are so short. And people get out and then they go, oh, you know, when they have one run, they think they're great, and then they're in pain for 4 or 5 days, then they recover, then they go off again, and next thing, oh my God, and they go to a party and it all falls over because it was that why. Now, he did, he made it really clear to me, he said, you have to do that. Yeah. And so did I take his advice? Well, third marathon in, I'm heading up this hill coming out of Tenby. If anybody's ever run Tenby, you know, so we're like 5 weeks into these marathons. So I'm not halfway up this hill. I'm rising this hill. It's 3 miles in. It's absolutely like that. And I had a full-on panic attack. And I'm a tough guy. Like, I've got a head, you know, and I had a full-on panic attack where I went, oh my God, I don't even know what this emotion is. I don't even. And Stefan's running beside me, and I look at him, he looks fantastic. He looks fantastic. And he's French and he's got a great accent. Oh, really? You know, this is like horrible.
Dark
you know,
hair.
And dark hair as well. Yeah, and he's tall as well. And he's handsome. Yeah. So I was, oh no, what is going on in my head? Where's this coming from? And you know how I recovered from it was because the only way I recovered from it is say, Mark Bellamy told you to do this piece of work, and you haven't done this piece of work. So suck it up, lad. Get on with it. You got the advice. You didn't do it. Now, I learned from that afterward. So I obviously had some sort of coping mechanism to get me through that, which I then all went through. However, the point of that is when someone is going to undertake anything, starting point is, what's your why? I don't know if you want to input into that, but really getting into your head what your why is. So when that pain or that trigger comes or something gets in the way, you got the answer. You got the answer. So.
Yeah, so you're calling it the why. I'm guessing in my language I would call it the meaning and purpose. Like what is the thing? And this is why I think when we talk about, we have dreams about, I'd like to live here, or I'd like to be this fit, or I'd like to achieve 7 marathons. And so when we have expectations for our lives like that, I think it's really important to write it down. Because when you have that emotion, it stirs something. And to go back to it, you have to read what stirred you at the time. So it's really good to have a pen and paper going, well, why do I want to do that thing? Well, because actually to run 7 marathons, I'd really like to be fit. And actually, I'd really like to be able to say at some point in the future that I've achieved that. And, you know, the knock-on effect of having that amount of discipline will impact how I raise my children or what I do in my relationship or what I do in my career. So there might be a whole bunch of whys to that. But when we lose motivation, like there's the carrot and the stick thing, you use the stick there, you're like, come on, get up the hill. There's also a comparison thing as well, wasn't there? So you're looking at Stefan going, oh, I don't think I can do this. But so there's this, and I would really encourage people not to compare, but sometimes it's motivating. Sometimes actually to compare going, well, if that person can do it, I'm pretty sure I can do it as well. So I think our meaning and purpose is about that. Are we setting ourselves goals? And goals are really good because if you achieve one goal, the likelihood is you can use that as a pattern match to achieve 15 other goals. And that's really important because the discipline and the pain and the that you break through and that you succeed through will have a knock-on effect of saying, well, this, building this new build that I'm building I'm really having to dig deep to do that. Well, you ran 7 marathons, you can probably do that. Who do you need to speak to go the next step? Who do you need to, or what are the next, or where do you need to get the finances for the next step? And once you start asking yourself questions that are open, not like, can I get the finances for the next step? That's a yes or no. It's where can I or how can I? Then your brain is a huge problem-solving organ, and its job is just to problem solve for you. So if you say, where can I find the finances? Where can I find that next 500,000 to finish that house that I'm building? Your brain will go, yeah, well, you could ask that person, or you could go to the bank. Or you could put this amount of money away for a couple of years. But your brain will never stop searching for an answer to that question if you answer an open question until the question is solved or until you ask it a different question.
As long as
your meaning and purpose is very important.
Yeah, because that's the point, is if the meaning and purpose is strong, your brain will look for the answer.
Totally.
It will find the answer as well. So I said to Gordon, right, I want to do these marathons, and so you're going to the best physio you can get, and he goes, I'll get you the top class nutritionist.
Yeah.
And so you build a team and you've got the experts, which gives you the confidence to say, right, well, okay, I can go and take this on. And that's what Gordon will give you as a physio. And so I say Gordon, obviously there's lots of physios, but people, that's what they give you. It's emotion, really. So it's all, once again, it's all in the head. What they give you is they give you confidence to say, you're going to go out there, it's not going to break.
But because of what he was doing, though, this is important, and there's a lot of stick involved in this, because he was in Cornwall, because we were in Oxford, and when he came to talk about this, I said, okay, but I am going to use a bit more stick with you. You're going to have to follow the advice, because the distance between where we are, what you have to do, if you're not prepared to follow the advice, that's your prerogative, but don't come back. Right. Because we can't help you. We can't help you unless you follow our advice. So if you're going to put your trust in us, we'll work hard to get you over the line. But if you're not, which you're entitled not to do, then don't come back and we'll say, I've got a problem now. And we're going to say, well, you haven't done this, what are you doing? You're just playing at it. Running a marathon is one thing. Running 7 marathons within a shortish period of time is a whole different ballpark. To their credit, in the 90 percentiles of the time, they did everything that we asked of them. And that's what I anticipated, because nobody's 100%. So, and that was important, and we did use that. Now, if you're going to do that, then this is what you need to do. And we were all, weren't we? We
Yeah,
all,
but I think that's very much that preventative is much easier than
Totally.
remedying. So we have to make sure that you weren't going to, we had to do everything we could to make sure you weren't going to break, because it would have been quite hard
Yeah.
to turn that around ready for the next marathon.
But what was
'cause the body
really, but
takes
what was,
time.
it's true, isn't it? But what was good about working with Peter is that he's not very good if you tell him you've got to do something, but if you tell him why,
Yes.
and you help him to understand it, he buys in completely.
Yeah.
So just saying, do this because I said,
Yeah, it's not.
nah. But if you, when we explained everything, the rationale behind it, what the systems would do, how that would help your body, what that would do with different aspects of your training, he went, yeah, I see that. And then he would go and do it.
And it-
I think that's fair, isn't it, Pete?
Yeah.
And I think that's probably therefore because the decision was then more in your court, that you understood why you should be doing something rather than being told. So often, yes, someone approaching something, if they've read, I should do X, Y, Z, if they then do some education, so reading around why that is a recommendation rather than that is just a recommendation, I think that helps with implementation.
Yeah, and there's no single answer. There's no one single right answer. But
Yeah.
there is a right direction of travel.
Those whys are important because it's this apathy that's created on the internet, which I talked about in our previous session, which is why I banged at you for all the whys and those questions, because those once you understand the logic and the reasons for something, you think, oh, that's easy. And there's too many experts on the internet, you know, who they're more interested in their influence than actually the
Yes.
quality
Yeah.
of the
Yes.
data that comes out. So we could trust that. Obviously, we're going to a Bosworth clinic. It's a well-renowned clinic, so we know we're being well looked after. Even though you did pick me up for smoking the first time we met.
Yeah, you did
Not
smoke,
quite
didn't
right.
you?
No, I didn't smoke because you said you're going to have to give up cigarettes, and I went, why? And you
Oh,
said,
that was it.
and your my fingers were orange, and I went, oh, I have my own turmeric.
Oh, that was it, yeah.
I'm chopping turmeric, you know. So she was like, this guy's going to run marathons. Look at his fingers; he's covered in smoke.
They were really yellow.
They were really, it was turmeric. I couldn't get it off, you know. So, but that's the gain. So taking that into someone who is going to get up and say, I'm going to become fit. You know, what does fit look like? What's the reason for that? So, and then from there, the team you put together. Now, I could talk about this for hours and hours in terms of the benefit to it. But what I learned through that, which I tried to get as much into that previous session there before. But understanding, I used to do mindfulness and meditation when we did martial arts when I was younger, but now, I stopped, So, but realizing how that, because what you'd said to me the whole time was, forget the training, you've got the engine, you'll be fine, your recovery is what's going to matter, your recovery.
And your fascial system as well, and understanding how each person's body is trying to function. So if you need to understand how each individual functions and what it's meant to be doing. And in each of us it's different, and at each stage of our life it's different depending on what we've done. So you can't say this is normal because it's not normal, and it might not be normal for one person, but for another person, I think we all know that. So when I looked at Peter's system, he's got a ridiculously tight fascial system. Now that actually is a benefit in many ways and not in another way. So keeping Peter in one piece is not the difficult part. Helping Peter to run a bit quicker was stressful for his body because the capacity, elasticity of his system wasn't great. So what Peter had to understand is that there was a limit on he's got a limiter on his accelerator because the physical condition of his system wouldn't allow at that time, the time we had, in my humble opinion, for that to change. But what I did know is that his loading capacity is huge and his engine's great. So I didn't ever worry at all about him having the capacity to run 7 marathons, but I did worry about him trying to run too quickly and try and push himself too hard. But he didn't do that. So that was different. And with Stefan's a bit different because when they've got problems in their body before, you've then got pre-existing issues. Again, we had to then think about those things because these guys aren't 21 anymore. And so they've got issues that we've then got to say, okay, will this load likely detrimentally affect this problem they had 10 years ago? And so again, you've got to bring all of these factors into your thought process and your planning of the individuals. So even though they're going to do the same thing, we had to give them there were different things they needed to do and different ways they could do it. And their times were very different. Stefan's in a kitchen all day. Pete's in an office all day. It's a very different, they both got different lifestyles. So that, again, helped us, it was interesting, wasn't it?
And
Sorry,
certainly-
I cut across you there.
So can I just say one thing? I know you
Yeah,
want to
sure.
say. But again, with Stefan, he actually worked really, really late at night. So from the nutrition side, while I know there was a certain set of nutritional recommendations for you, I think it's an example of how different lifestyles we have to approach things differently, because Stefan, with his long working day, and him actually at his peak of business at the times when you would normally eat, it was actually quite difficult, even though he's in the kitchen the whole time, to get enough food into him, because
Right.
he's busy at meal times
Yeah.
and finishes very late at night. Sorry.
It's, what is your why though? Why did you decide to do 7 marathons back to back? What is your why for that?
Well, primarily we were trying to attract attention to mental health in people's mental health and mental health in children, and we believe that by attracting attention this way and we raised about 30 grand by doing that, we could see, because there was one charity and their son took his own life, right? So we thought by doing this we could save just one life,
Yeah.
and that would be amazing. So from there on inwards, you know,
That's a motivating thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can see when you're talking about that, that's a really motivating thing, and that'll drive you up the hill.
oh, it does, yeah. And but it's also drives you through the training, because the running the marathon's a doddle. You get thousands of people going, you're the man,
Yeah.
and then they put your name on and they're cheering you on. Freezing cold rain, winter, going out, and Gordon's colleague Philip says, I want you to run up that hill 6 times, halfway up for 4 minutes, and halfway up I want you to stop, do 10 squat jumps and sprint the minute you land, and you're literally going to vomit. That's when that why
Yeah.
is, because there's nobody there.
Yeah.
There's nobody there. That's for all of us, that moment, you know, for everybody, you know, the relevance to this of the viewers is anybody who's looking to go out and become fit or become well. What's the trigger? What's going to really stick in when that pain kicks in? Because that is painful. Trust me.
Yeah.
And the 7 marathons, sorry.
No, can I just say
Yeah.
on that why? Because obviously they're really heroic, big whys. But I just wanted to sort of bring that down to my normal, because I've never run 7 marathons. I certainly won't be running 7 marathons. But you know, I'm in such awe of what you and Stefan does. But I think that we don't have to always do.
No.
The big
And
things.
I just wanted to give my life story of my why. I mean, I'm not a runner, I'm really not a runner. But after I had my children, I did decide I needed to be able to run 10K. And my why was, which is so ridiculous, but it was my why. And I think that it's just an example of why we have so many whys. Because I had decided after having my children, if there was some disaster, I'd need to get them out of danger, and I should be a bit fitter so that I could run somewhere, which is so silly. But it was a why that made me, after having children, you know, life's so busy. I used to exercise a lot. During that period, I really reduced my exercise. So that was my why to get me exercising again.
I think children are a massive why. I think children change people's lives. So and suddenly we decide, I've got to work harder, or I've got to plan for the future better. You know, I've actually got to put some financial things in place, or I've got to put some health things in place, or I've got to put some family structure in place. And our children are massively motivating for that. And also, I think I only set up in business on my own. I always knew I would work for myself, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. And it was only when I had my daughter that I decided I cannot work a full-time salary job and raise her by myself. And so I'm going to have to additionally train, set up on my own, and then see how that works. And so that was my why at the time. I thought I need to be able to run a household on my own, finance that on my own, but I also need to have quality time with her. And I can't do that if someone's saying, can you work late till 9 o'clock? Well, no, I can't. So,
And it's funny because Richard from the office, hello Richard, has sent in a question which is basically asking a why here. He says, how do you get yourself to think more positively about the gym, or would you suggest a home alternative to going to a public space to work out as an additional exercise to running?
Would you go into a gym more?
It's how do you get yourself to think more positively about going to a gym, or is there a
Well,
better home alternative that?
Well, I think it depends on who you are as a person and how you are and what it is you're trying to achieve. So it sounds like Richard wants to exercise.
He does.
He just doesn't, he finds either doesn't like running, he's not very good at it, or it hurts, or whatever it might be. So it's really a case of deciding, what do you like to do? Do you actually, have you ever worked in a gym? You might say, I've never really been to a gym. Well, why don't you go to a gym and have an induction and see? See if you actually like it. See if you like the type of exercises they do in a gym. If you're not keen about being in the public space because it's not really your thing either, then yeah, then you can look at programming at home with very little equipment. Some TRX bands, a Swiss ball, some elastic. I mean, you can put together a whole program in your own home if that's where you are. So I think the first question is, what is Richard's why? What is he
Richard's why,
looking?
yeah.
What is Richard looking to try and achieve? What does he want to do? The fact that he wants to do it is awesome. So that's great. So what is it you want to do? And this nowadays, facilitating all that is not too difficult. And there's lots of ways to do it. And he doesn't have to knock himself out either. Doesn't have to spend a lot of money, doesn't have to go crazy, just has to start. And I give you a quick example that might help. I remember when I'd stopped playing sort of sport at international level, and I didn't do a lot for a long time. I got very, very unfit, but knew I had to get fitter. This is again in my 40s. I should have carried it on, shouldn't I? Anyway. But I used to put my bike on a turbo in my garage, got my laptop and put a film on it. And I would sit on the bike, and you know, the only rule I had was, don't make an excuse not to get on the bike. Pedal as slow as you like, no problem at all. Pedal slowly, don't have any resistance, do whatever, don't do it. Don't say, I'm not getting up my bike. And so that was the only rule. And so by the end of a month, I am now pedaling like a crazy man on this bike. And 2 months later, I felt confident enough to go back to the gym again and start to train, because I didn't feel completely and utterly like, and it was really good. And so I've made one rule now, and I learned a lot from that. Give yourself a chance, give yourself a break. Don't try and do everything all in one go. Just pick one thing and try and stick with that one thing. And don't make it hard. And I say it to all of my patients as well, you know, look, let's just do these 2 or 3 things to start with. And you can just do them to this. Well, if that's too many, tell me, we'll drop it down. But what we can't do is say, I'm not going to do them.
I think fun is for me, fun is a really important element. And I know that isn't what would drive other people. To me, fun is really important, and a certain social element to do with it. I box. I absolutely love boxing. I get so much enjoyment out of that. But if we're looking at different fun things, you know, there's things like, maybe not suitable for who's put the question, well, could be suitable, maybe not his thing. There's things like clubbercise now where you just go and dance, still moving, still using your body, still exercise.
Of course, yeah.
I think there's so many options out there to meet different people's objectives and the way
I think Richard
they
would
like.
love us to put that suggestion to him.
Richard's great.
Bit of clubbercise or salsa or Zumba.
But it starts, though, doesn't it? It starts by the reason asking the question is, what is his why? What is it Richard is after?
Exactly.
If he can answer that question, the rest of it's not difficult.
Yeah, because he's a great guy, got 2 lovely children, you know, so when we stop and we have time, I think he's just back from holiday actually, but when we got time and stop and we think about what matters, so I've 3 daughters, and you think, I want to be around for as long as possible. I can remember my dad saying to me, because he was talking with the girls and saying, oh, it's a shame I won't be around for their wedding, you know, and I was like, oh my God, you know, that because he was ill, you know, so he was going, so when we got our motivators, and you know, only that person will know what their motivators are and what that why is. And really, if you investigate that properly, so for him, he wants to be around and be as healthy as possible for those. I know he adores his kids, so to be around for them as much as he possibly can. Stopping and taking time out just to, what is my why? What am I about? What are my goals? What are my values? What are my aims for? Because that is what propels you forward. It's also what gets you through any of the difficulties, any of the pain that are in there, where you can dig deep, dig deep, dig deep. So yeah, I think we start with why. So,
But yours, just to briefly, it was very interesting that you know the reason they did 7 marathons, because both Stefan and Peter are Celts.
Yes.
So it was 7 marathons was the 7 Celtic marathons. It's quite interesting what they chose for, didn't they? Those 7 Celtics are, Pete?
There's actually 8 Celtic nations, but thankfully Asturias didn't have a marathon. Otherwise, there would have been 8 Celtic. They did a half marathon, but we went, I'm not doing that twice. Ireland, Isle of Man, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, Cornwall, Finisterre, Galicia, Northern Spain, which is a mountain. So, which you came to actually in Galicia. So, one of the other things.
Brittany as well.
Brittany as well, yeah,
sorry,
Stefan's.
Finisterre. So
Finisterre,
so, but one of another great learning points about this is, which I think is, is just that all of this why is just equally as important in business. So if I'm ever some mentoring anybody in business, or if I'm talking to a company, I start with why. So they say, I say, why are you doing that? Why? And you keep asking why. When your kids keep asking you why, they're so intelligent, and you tell them to stop asking why. Oh my God, no, keep them asking why. Because when you ask people in business what their why, so why? And eventually the person says to you, I see what you mean. And you say, well, I haven't said anything, I've only just asked you what the why is. So this why inside the business, inside here, is very relevant in people's business, very relevant in anything. But you give us something which related to recovery, which was, you talked to us about the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system, which I find that so valuable to understand. You're probably both equally good to talk about that, but I think that's massive learning for anybody listening to it, because I had no idea about that. I did actually not, I had a reason to be cute on my body, but I did not know that. And that's what also, because now I attended to that, that's what gave me confidence. Because remember, when you get into that pain, you've got the confidence, and I've got the confidence because he said, you're not going to break, you've got my food right, Philip got my training right, Mark's got my head right, I'm following the plan, I'm going to be okay, But that recovery, so, the sympathetic, do you explain that between you, or?
Yeah, what is it?
No.
No, boss?
No.
So what we're looking at is the nervous system obviously is having to work pretty hard. And the nervous system is a voluntary nervous system, so things make our muscles work and whatever. And we have our sympathetic and parasympathetic systems, which are autonomic nervous systems. They're systems that work automatically. Sympathetic system will increase activity, and parasympathetic will decrease activity, in a nutshell. So when we're trying to recover our nervous system from exercise, that's why we have to recover the nervous system. Because if the nervous system doesn't settle and recover, then our muscle tone won't change, it won't come down. It will make it very difficult to do the next set of activities, because there's not been sufficient recovery there. Also, arterial changes that work on the same system, parasympathetic systems, and these again have to work in order to get the blood flow around to clear out the waste products. Somebody mentioned the vagus nerve earlier on. The vagus nerve is a big parasympathetic nerve, works on a number of organs, but particularly the heart. So it'll bring the heart down and back to help to control the beats, because the heart will increase the heart has an inherent beat. It's coordinated because each part of the heart muscle will beat at different levels. So we have a pacemaker and nodes that will help it to all come together as a bit more coordination. But it also is affected by the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. So they will increase it sympathetically or decrease it from a parasympathetic system. But equally, when we're starting to exercise more and we want to go quicker or we want to sprint, we need a bit more help. So we have a turbocharger called adrenaline. And within the heart muscle, we have special receptors that will take in the adrenaline, the fight or flight. And suddenly the heart will go, and we are going like crazy because we're calling for all this. So all of these systems need to settle and come back into line, and to become and retune themselves and settle through and settle the system with it as they do their thing. So it's really important, and we can use stimulus to do that. I mean, I used to use a complex on the guys that stick on their legs, and we put it on a very low vibration level, just to help to speed up the motion and speed up they're a bit naughty, the pair of them, but
I'll never forget the day that I received that picture on email of his legs and Stefan's legs.
Yeah. I mean, I've given you a very, very basic outline. It's much more complex than that, as a lot more goes on. But effectively, you've got to remember that these systems have to come into balance. The system has to come back into balance. And so you have to allow it to. And depending on the type of training you've done, your system will have gone out of balance in different ways. So it's bringing that all back into line, allowing it to all settle through, allowing it to change what is going on within you, so that you're prepared next time. You can't sleep well without it. So if your system's racing all over the place still and you haven't got back into balance again, you don't get sufficient activation through your arterial system, because you need that to really get things to really get the system to detox and to clear. And so these are all affected. This is all affected, and it's affected again. The nervous systems are all affected by the chemistry and by what you eat.
Yeah.
So you can eat your nervous system healthy and get it to work better. And it's interesting, if you take the voluntary nervous system, so the things that move the muscles around, if you've got a deficiency in B12, folic acid, this type of thing, your nervous system won't function very well. It will not be optimizing, which if it doesn't optimize to function, it means it won't optimize to recover. So, and there's lots goes on, and we don't even think about it, and I'll let Helen come in a second. The other thing that, slightly off the thing, but people's got to remember that if you think of the nerves, these nerves have to move. You know, they're not just these weird and wonderful things that just sit there. They're not quite like cables, but the sciatic nerves are a flipping huge thing. And it will deform in its shape. Some places it's flat, because we don't have an awful lot of space. So it flattens out, but it has to glide and it has to move. And that, if that doesn't happen properly, because we haven't recovered, it will change the length tension in the muscle. And it's not a painful thing sometimes until you realise you can't actually get your leg to work, because the nerve will not allow you to go any further. And one last thing I'll say that's important to remember, the body will never ever knowingly allow itself to hurt itself. So if it suspects it's in danger, the joint will give way, or if it's the nervous system, it'll lock you out and put you flat on your back. And when you have these situations where you hit the deck and you've got this back spasm, you go, oh my God, I broke. It's only because the system has detected a potential risk. So it doesn't want you moving. But then 3-4 days later, you start to move. Within a week, you're like nothing's ever happened. That's because your body hasn't been injured. It just needs to go and do a quick regulatory check, a bit like McAfee or whatever. I just go and check all the system to make sure there's no bugs. And so these things happen. And joints, you know, the body would rather hit its exoskeleton on the ground and damage the outer surface than something within the joint space that could damage the joint space. Because if it can't move, it can't get out of danger or get to food. Because it doesn't know we live in the 23rd century. So these, I've got off track a little bit.
No, fine.
No, that's magnificent, yeah.
Do you mind if I interact with the nutrition, how nutrition interacts with the nervous system? So, as Gordon so well explained, there's two sides of the nervous system. Digestion actually happens on the parasympathetic side. So we don't digest optimally on the sympathetic side. So being on the parasympathetic side, spending time, especially around when we're eating, is really, really important. So that's when we're releasing the enzymes and the hormones actually help with digestion. So we're getting the most out of our food and our food's doing what it's meant to do. Where what happens when we exercise, we're more on the sympathetic side. So immediately after exercise, which we would have spoken about a lot, it's really important you take on nutritional recovery immediately after. But often a person is still on that sympathetic side, so isn't hungry, and it's important to still take on that nutritional recovery. The rest of the time, we'd always listen to our bodies. Are you hungry? Are you not? But when just after marathon training, it's still really important you eat immediately afterwards, even though you're not hungry. And the only reason you're not hungry is because you're on that sympathetic side of the nervous system when you don't want to be digesting because you're out there to fight. And then the other thing, if you're spending too much time on the sympathetic side of your nervous system, as has been discussed, you're releasing different hormones and different nerve reactions, but you're releasing more hormones that support stress, support your body in stress, including cortisol. So cortisol, if we're spending a lot of time on the sympathetic side of our nervous system, we're releasing more cortisol. Cortisol tells us to hold on to energy, so it creates more fat on the body because it's expecting this something to happen that we need energy for.
So holding on to fat to burn later.
Yeah.
So it's a bit like when we have our starvation reflex, we don't eat all day and eat in the evening. The body's concern is it's like, oh my God, of this food's come out, store it.
Yeah.
Because it does, well, I don't need it right now because I've got over the crisis. I've gone all day, I haven't been fed, well, I'm still here, well, great. Now they're giving me all this food, so the body goes fine. Wow, let's store that just in case, because we might need it, as you rightly say.
Yeah.
So for us, and Stefan, I felt for him much more because I could just stare at a screen and then just get up if I wanted to and go. But he was in the seafood restaurant at Rick Stein's. He's the head chef there.
In the heat.
Eating
the
lots
heat.
of oysters.
Eating lots of oysters.
Zinc.
Lots of zinc, yeah. But his stress levels and basically the sympathetic nervous system deals with that stress response. So,
Oh, yeah.
so when you're under stress, that's just been triggered all the time. And people are under a lot of stress. If you watch they get up in the morning, put the TV on, stress, danger, get into the car, stress, danger, traffic, stress, danger, into work, stress, danger, driving home, stress, danger, get into the house. I failed my exams today, Dad. What stress? Never getting a chance to digest their food, really. So,
Yeah, but and the difference is there, that's chronic stress, so that's constant stress, so constantly more lower level, but on the more sympathetic side of your nervous system, whereas maybe a run, maybe for a professional athlete, I might be making this life up for them, they run, they have this stress on their body, but then they can go and relax.
Yeah.
So then they do go back. If we're talking about us as working people, we do a run, that stress on the body, but we then don't go and relax. We then get on with our job.
Yeah.
And don't let our nervous system back into balance.
So that's what I was going to say with Stefan. So what happened was I was able to come back and 7-11 breathing.
I
Was
thinking that entirely, yeah.
yeah. And so 7-11 breathing it's because it's the exhale that triggers the
It's CO2 that triggers breathing.
Yeah. And so I'm able to stop and walk away, go for a little short walk, listen to the birds, listen to the bees, do my breathing, do 7-11 breathing to get my parasympathetic nervous system in place to recover, because we needed to recover. And this is true of anybody. In fact, it's just true of people living their daily life, because if you're in that stress, you're not even able to, like you just said, you're storing the fat. So you're putting on weight and you're not even digesting your food, probably not getting the nutrients out of it. So the 7, in for 7, hold, out for 11, breathing. That's probably what I triggered you before. But when you have that, so that we were able to do that. So by the time we got to the end marathon, it was Cornwall, I basically had my hands on Stefan's ass for the last 13 miles, going up and down hills. Honestly, I literally was going, come on, man, come on, because this guy was spent. He had nothing left, because he wasn't able to recover during those sorts of processes, So we laugh about it now, but it was a long 13 miles that last, because you had to go around twice around the same thing. But that sympathetic parasympathetic nervous system and the breathing is really important, irrespective of, even in your work or whatever you're doing, it's really, really important.
I wonder if just for people who are not athletes or people who are not setting themselves really big goals like that, it's really important to have several ways to know how to calm down, because actually large amounts of cortisol or large amounts of stress consistently don't just have a knock-on effect to your emotional and mental health, but they have a knock-on effect eventually to your physical health as well. And so a number of methods, whether that might be for you going out for a run or having a quiet place to read, or to get your anxiety down very quickly. 7-11 is it's very effective. The way I would do that in particular, just in case it's helpful for the people that are watching, is I would grade myself between 0 and 10, with 0 being I'm super calm and 10 being I'm so stressed that I want to run out the door. So whatever your number is, give yourself that number. So whatever it is for you, whatever you're feeling right now. It could be a 2, could be an 8, whatever. And then all we do after that is it's important to breathe in and out through your nose, which I think you mentioned earlier. If we breathe in through our mouth, then we'll find that our chest rises and falls like that. If you breathe in through your nose, this doesn't move anymore. So it's completely different.
Right. You also filter the rubbish out of your hair.
Yeah.
That's what you have.
And so if you breathe in for 7, breathe in for 7. So it's and out for 11. Counting in your head. And actually, if you do that 3 or 4 times, and then if you can, close your eyes for 2 of them, breathe in for 7. It would be longer than this, and out for 11. And then regrade yourself. And you'll often find that if you haven't kept the same number, you will be down at least 1, 2, or 3 numbers. So if you started at a 4, you'll be down at a 1. If you started at a 7, you'll be down at a 3. But those are really significant numbers, because if you started at a 5 and you're down at a 3, you've reduced your anxiety by 20% in less than 10 breaths in under 1 minute. That's massive. And actually, if you're in a stressful situation where, oh my gosh, the kids have created havoc all over my work laptop and I'm about to go on a Zoom in 3 minutes, there's always a solution for that. But actually, there's only a solution if you're not panicking. And in the same way as sport, you're only going to be effective if you can process information clearly. And in order to process information clearly, on that scale 0 to 10, your brain has to be a 7 or below. If you're at 8, 9 or 10, your amygdala is running the show. If you're 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, your neocortex, the really smart part of your brain, will be active, and then you can make wise, smart decisions. So if you need to get down, if you feel yourself beginning to panic, and you can learn to grade yourself from 0 to 10, anytime you feel yourself getting up towards a 7, that breathing mechanism can bring you down really fast and effectively and allow you to think clearly.
I'm just thinking there now. Dad, I'm trying to breathe.
Yeah, that's it.
For the why, because you just touched at the amygdala there. So for the why, I think when people understand, because when someone gets into a panic, there is a loss of control there. There's a what's going on. When they get angry, when they get emotionally aroused, either positively or negatively, and where decisions are made because the smart part of the brain isn't working.
Yeah.
If you understand that amygdala hijack, could you explain that, please?
Yeah, actually, it kind of knocks on to something I was talking to Orla about yesterday, which was the cycle of depression, because I think that's really important to understand, because when we have something that stresses us out during the day, because your brain is a massive problem-solving machine, it's going to want to solve it at some point. So what we do is we get a little bit anxious, and then we ruminate. We go, oh, what if I can't pay that bill? What if I can't get my child into that school? What if I don't get that promotion? Whatever the thing is that we're stressing about. Or what if I can't help my aging parent what if you haven't got your head around end of life and you're having big questions like that? So we're ruminating. We're thinking about things that we haven't yet solved, we haven't yet found a solution for. And that creates anxiety. And so when we have increased anxiety, the knock-on effect is when we go to sleep, the balance of our sleep changes. So normally we would have, just for simplicity's sake, we've got 4 sections of sleep, but the first section is generally for physical restoration. Second section is for mental restoration. Third section is a repeat of the first for physical restoration, and the fourth section is for more mental restoration. But when we've had a lot of anxiety, the second section steals a little bit of time, because now it wants to, because in dream sleep we metaphorically solve problems. And if we've ruminated more during the day, we now have longer to spend in dream sleep. So we steal a little bit of time from the first segment of physical restoration, we steal a little bit of time from the third segment, and then when we get to the fourth segment, which is to dream and get our mental health back again, we steal a little bit of time from the physical restoration section as well. So we wake up having had more dream sleep and less physical restoration. So even if you've had 8 hours of sleep, you wake up feeling tired. And if you wake up feeling tired, you're going to be a little bit more stressed. You're likely to make mistakes. You're likely to tell yourself more extreme stories, black and white thinking. So you're going to say to yourself, instead of just dropping a glass and it breaks on the floor when you're having breakfast, you go, normally if your brain was working really well, you go, I'm just going to sweep that up and put it in the bin and off I go to work. But if you're really tired and you're not thinking straight, you'll break the glass on the floor and you'll go, I'm such an idiot. Why am I such an idiot? Why do I always do stuff like that? And we start to ruminate again. We start to catastrophize and ruminate, and that creates more stress during the day. So we ruminate more. So when we go to sleep at night, our sleep balance is off again, which means we wake up stressed, and that's the cycle. That whole cycle is a downward cycle, which makes us feel anxious. And the way to break it is a whole number. We can break it anywhere on that cycle. So, but the fastest way to do it is to find ways to get yourself calm so that your sensible part of your brain is thinking clearly, your neocortex is online, and that you start to think on the scale of 0 to 10, your 7 or below means that you've got access to your neocortex and you're thinking much more clearly, which means your amygdala, which kicks in at 8, 9 or 10, doesn't hijack your thinking. Your amygdala is only useful for saving your life, you know, for running away or
Crisis,
fighting some sort of crisis. But it cannot reason things out. So we have to find ways to get our calmness back down into somewhere on that scale of 0 to 10. And that will allow us to problem solve, be friendly with people, find a solution to whatever it is that we're trying to do, so we sleep better, so we wake up feeling restored, so we make better decisions that day. And that's the upward cycle. That's the absolute reverse of the depression cycle. So finding ways to keep ourselves calm is super, super, super important.
That's phenomenal information, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. It's also important, isn't it, to note though that there's a very big difference between being a depressive illness and a clinical depressive state.
Yeah.
Because when we're hit with any adversity or things aren't working properly, or our body hurts us or our knee hurts us, we're all of us in some form of clinical depression. We're all, because we're not happy with it. And so again, you know, sometimes those things can become cumulative in the same cycle as you're discussing, can't they?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a difference between being upset and not yet having problem solved something, which, you know, if you've got great teams around you, they're going to help you problem solve, aren't they? So someone with their super clear thinking is going to say, don't worry about that, we can help you think through to a solution. That's why it's really good to have a team around you, or really good conversations with friends and family, because they help you to create context, don't they?
Right.
And then you don't worry so much about the thing, then you sleep better, and someone who's rested and well-fed is much more able to restore themselves mentally and physically, I think.
It's interesting, I don't know how much of this you see, but if you can imagine, let's imagine Peter's getting these marathons done. His knee's killing him, he's really frustrated, he can't run, he can't do what he wants to do, he can't train. He's had it for a while, he comes to see me, he hasn't for months, say, he's had it. He's now already not happy, so it's already bothering him. I'll just use you as an example, not that you had that problem, but the cumulative effect of this, then trying to help them to get past it is fine, but often people don't recognise they're there. They say, yes, they go to the doctor and the doctor says, yeah, well, you sound like you're a bit depressed, I'll give you something. Which is that, because you've got to give the GPs a break. If you go with these problems, their options aren't huge.
True.
And if they say, we think, we'll see if we can get you some counselling, you know, maybe in 12 months' time, if you're really lucky. Well, straight away you say that to people, that actually puts them further down the hole, not helps them out, because their connotations of that go crazy. Then when you say, well, look, I need to give you something to help with this and to help balance out what's going on in your... again, it's really interesting. I always try to say to people when it's this type of issue, well, if we could just get to grips with what's going on, let's get to grips with the knee, let's help your brain solve this problem. Because the minute you can get them to start to understand what's going on, and more importantly, why it's going on, even though it might take a little while before it changes significantly, you often find their mood changes very rapidly, which is important what you're saying effectively, but we see a lot of this, an awful lot of this, and it's sort of knowing where to go. And I just wonder at what point that tipping point is when they enter more and more into the cycle you were talking about.
The downward cycle or the upward cycle?
The downward cycle.
The downward cycle. I think it's when, I think hopelessness.
Okay.
I think when you can't find it for yourself a solution. And that's when we say, that's when we wake up following the same pattern, the same stress. And actually to break that cycle, we need to talk with someone, whether it's a friend or family member who can change context. Reframes are amazing. So even if you had a really sore knee and you couldn't do your 7th marathon, actually someone to say, look, you've done amazing. You've done 6 marathons. Maybe we just need to save the framework. Maybe we do the 7th marathon, but we do it next year. Or we do this, you are going to do your 7th marathon, but it's going to be in 3 months' time and not in 2 weeks' time. So we reframe something saying it can still be a success if we reframe it as a success. But you sometimes need someone to create context, because if you've only ever thought, I have to do 7 marathons in 7 weeks, I don't know what time frame was that you did it, but if you say that and that's all that success looks like, then that's the story that you've told yourself, but it is just a story. And actually if you can change it and go, so you do 7 marathons in 7 months, it's still amazing. You do 7 marathons in 7 years, it's still amazing.
Coming back to that amygdala hijack or the neocortex, because what you're doing there, because the other person is talking to you, isn't emotionally hijacked, and that's if you're able to That's why I asked you about that, the
Yeah.
hijack, because if people understand that and they realise they're getting highly emotive, they should realise, actually, I'm not going to be coming up with logical conclusions here, which is why whenever you say to somebody who's beside you, or you're running around trying to find your keys because you're trying to get out and you're going mad, and they go, they're in your hand. They're in, you know, somebody beside you is in their hand because you are. So it's if people, you know, they go and search amygdala hijack now, but also if you search what's the difference between a sympathetic nervous system and a parasympathetic nervous system, you see what those two things do. So that, you know, that will trigger a why for you to breathe properly, to breathe down, to then keep yourself in a correct state. Which
Well, ice baths will help with that.
Sorry?
Things like ice baths help with that. Some massage will help with that. Some stuff that will help, you know, if you get a little bit of lymph drainage type work. Anything that, those types of things will also help with your recovery. And things like that will, you know, are important too, because they will bring the system back into line. Not much we'll get into an ice bath, but there's lots of stuff written about now ice baths, but finally, you know, you've got a ticket that's going to take it. It's actually really quite rapid how things will change. And all of these things, the breathing, these sorts of ice bath recovery things, gentle, sometimes recovery can just be making sure you spin out on a bike, no resistance, just spin your legs and just allow the body to slowly get rid of all the lactic you've built up in the system. And there's loads of things that you can do with that, but you've got to recover.
because that's worth.
That's what you're saying. Whatever happens physically and mentally, you have to recover. Otherwise, that spiral's there regardless because you're not recovering.
And what's interesting is if someone came to you going, oh, every time I've exercised, then I get this massive body pain and it's like that for ages, and they're panicking about it, and you go, well, here's 5 ways that we can help you with that. Here's this, and the person goes away additionally resourced, and they don't have to worry about it anymore. And I think that's the same with the nutrition point of view. I think it's the same with mental health. But I also think there's a thing about struggle, though, isn't there? That actually sometimes pain or discomfort, it's not to be feared necessarily. It's a signpost that you need to change something. You need to do something differently. So if you have body pain because of an allergy or nutrition, or you have body pain because, you know, an athlete used to do squash at age 20 and now they've gone back to squash at age 40, the body pain is telling you something. And mentally and emotionally,
Stop.
these things are telling you something too, aren't they?
I think that's an important message for this age group, because I think we started talking about
Yes.
how busy life is, and I sure for us here, during those years of our lives, life was so busy, you got pains, but you felt you didn't prioritise your pains, wherever
Yeah.
of type of pain they were, because there were so many other demands. So I think, I don't want to word your message, but my take from what you're saying is that, you know, if we've got a pain of some sort, we need to benefit our families actually to take time to sort that pain out, because that will actually be better.
That's a stress, but that's again, the pains are slightly different depending on what's causing them. If we forget how many nerve endings we've got in the body, there's like thousands and thousands of them. And they react to different stimuli, different chemical stimuli, touch stimuli. The favourite thing for me is, excuse me, put my hand on your shoulder, it's people say, if they don't do that, it hurts. And you never heard the old thing, yeah?
Stop doing it.
Stop doing it. I mean, I'm not being funny. Many people come and say, if I really do that, it really hurts. Yeah, well,
Stop it.
you've now sensitised the living hell out of that particular set of pressure receptors that are like Belisha beatings to the brain. And the brain doesn't go, oh, it's only a tiny bit of pressure. It goes, pressure, boom, pressure, boom. Because that's what it knows. It reacts and responds. And so it's really interesting. It's the same, though, one quick other thing on this. So, but if you're running a lot or exercising a lot and you start to get pain because you're exercising, the body has only 3 major ways open to it when it comes to that type of problem. When you can't cope with the load you're putting on it, it's going to stiffen, it's going to tighten, and it's going to hurt you. And if you stop listening to if you don't listen to when it gets to pain, it just makes the pain worse. That doesn't mean that your body's doing whatever. It's just saying you really aren't listening to me. I tried stiffening and tightening a bit, but you weren't listening to that, so now I'm going to give you some pain. And you're not listening to me now, so I'm going to give you even more pain. So it's trying to give you information. You should not ignore it. But we do get all sorts of things, don't we, going on like that. We get little chemical releases in muscles, and they'll facilitate. You get fasciculation like this in the muscle. And it's just sometimes just chemistry just leaking a little bit and not doing its thing. And as we get older, this 20 to 40, these things start to happen. And it is quite scary until you know what it is. But we're a really complex system. And you said it, a test tube full of chemistry, nerve endings going on, a phenomenal system. We are an amazing system. And what makes us more amazing is we abuse the hell out of ourselves from day one to day end. And we get very frustrated when our bodies don't do as they're told. Like, have you abused me for the last 25 years and now you're upset because I don't work properly? Really?
Let's move. About 15 minutes left, and there's two things really I would like to touch on, because you mentioned this earlier, Buzz, and we've talked quite a lot about female things today, but you mentioned earlier about the change in men's prostate at around the age of 25, and also
very gradual.
I suppose within this age group is where testosterone would start disappearing. So educate us, talk to us about that.
Well, first of all, I'm not an expert on prostate, although I have one still. I'm not necessarily an expert on testosterone either. I think if you think about what we need testosterone for, what it does with us, apart from help lower our voices and let us grow other parts of our appendage, we also have it for our muscle systems that need to get stronger and drive those systems so we can build the muscle that we're going to need going forward. And naturally, as we start to lose our testosterone levels, as our bodies start to change, it makes it much more difficult for us to do those things. So, for instance, if you've always maintained your muscle mass well from a young man through to your later years, 40 and beyond, the chances are that you'll be amazed at how much quality of muscle mass you have still. And if you did muscle biopsies on people that have really never really stopped exercising well, the quality of their muscle fiber does not match the age of their system. However, as you get older, if you allow yourself to lose that muscle mass, rebuilding it as you get older becomes incredibly difficult. And we talk about things pre-operatively. So if you've got people who have been really, really good and have worked really hard and have got everything in place, the chances are their recovery is much faster because they've never let it go. But if you've allowed it to go actually to such a degree, it's incredibly hard to rebuild that muscle as you get older. You don't have the levels of testosterone, you don't have the drivers to do it. You still will do it, and there are ways in which we can increase the way a muscle will react to stimulus. And the Japanese have been doing this since the 60s. We just picked up about 10 years or 15 years ago and think we're amazing. But we use on the right type of patient a blood flow restriction system where we'll restrict the blood flow to the muscle as we work it, and that will force the muscle then and I don't know all the ins and outs of chemistry here, so if there's anyone listening who knows more than I do, I apologise, but it will allow us to increase rapidly the number of cross-section of the muscle. So muscle strength is defined not by its size but by the amount of cross-sectional fibres. So the greater the cross-sectional fibre, the stronger that person is. You can have a guy who doesn't look very big or a woman doesn't look very big but are bloody strong. And people who look hugely powerful aren't necessarily strong. So it's cross-sectional muscle fibres you want, not size. So again, and there are ways in which we can improve all this and we can stimulate the system to help it go. And again, if you can bias your eating to try to increase temporarily certain aspects of your system to help with all that. And so, for instance, if I want to build muscle, I need to eat plenty of protein. I've got to get lots of protein in if I'm going to try to build muscle.
Can I add then? I very much want to talk about this in the next section, because from 40 onwards, we actually metabolise protein at a lower rate, so I think it fits probably better in the next section.
Yeah.
But as testosterone starts to decline, and around the age of 40 that we don't metabolize protein as much, we will start to lose muscle. And one of the main things we need to think about older age is staying strong muscles, strong bones. On the protein side, we know there's certain amounts of protein that we require to achieve different things in the body. So if I just give you some figures, 0.8 grams, for the majority of people it might vary different because we talked about how everyone's individual. 0.8 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. 0.8 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight per person is enough just for our cell renewal and just maintaining our bodies if we don't, with everyday living. As we get older, that needs to be a minimum of 1 gram per kilogram of body weight. If we're using our muscles a lot, so we're quite active, as well as obviously the cell renewal we need to go on, we need to do more muscle repair, so we need more protein to do that. The guidance is 1 to 1.4 grams per kilogram of body weight. But then if we actually want to create muscle, which is what we're talking about here, if you're actually looking to create not size of muscle but strength, the guidance is between 1.6 and 2.3 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. So generally, if you're looking to gain strength, I'm going to choose an easy figure to do the calculations on. If you're 50 kilograms, which not many people will be, if you're 50 kilograms, you need 100 grams of protein to become stronger, twinned with the resistance exercise. But how often we eat that protein through the day is really important as well. We need to be eating that every 3 to 4 hours, because when we eat protein, it goes into the blood as amino acids, it goes around the body, decides which repair jobs need to be done. What's left gets taken up by the muscle and is stored in the muscle, will make the muscle bigger, stronger. But then if we then don't eat protein for a long amount of time, we then still need that protein for different jobs in the body. So we go and take some of the muscle, break it down, put it in our blood and use it. So therefore, if we're looking to maintain our muscles, eating protein every 3 to 4 hours will mean that we're having to break down our muscles less. And that's an important thing about overnight. And we were talking about training first thing in the morning. Some people will get up and go for a run without eating anything. They've been fasted potentially since, say, they had dinner at 7 o'clock the previous evening. They would have gone into muscle breakdown during the night, because also that's when we do a lot of the repair in our cell repairs you've talked about, sleep. So we've actually used quite a lot of protein. So we're in muscle breakdown overnight. And then we go for a run, and if we haven't had any carbohydrate, we're actually using more protein for energy creation, so we're breaking our muscles down more. So we can actually be a long time of the day in muscle breakdown, which actually makes us weaker rather than stronger.
It does, and it's one of the reasons, again, that we could be going into injury. So somebody just does a bit more exercise, think, well, I've not over-pushed it, but they haven't changed the fact they need to feed themselves more to do that. And I think certainly they will break down. And they've done nothing wrong, they just break down because they're demanding of their system more than it can cope with. And we just to do, as Helen rightly says, just to normally function, for each of us to function normally and repair cells as they need repairing and tissue as they need repairing, that on its own. So if you're not taking more than that in, but you're asking more of your body, it's going to go only in one direction. And if people listening through today so far can take anything about it, it's we can't just assume that our bodies will do exactly what they need to do. And as we get older, they get more, the gaps get bigger. So we get away with it a lot more when we're younger, because we have a bigger well to dip into. We have systems that will compensate quite nicely for a while until eventually they can't. But as we get older, those systems are no longer as good as they were. They're not as available to us anymore. So we're at more risk of getting hurt and things breaking down. And then also things not repairing, like organs and things that need repairing too. So then they start going wrong. And so again, if you add that with our metabolic system being too acidic, the disease starts to take a hold. We haven't fully repaired the system, so we now have corrupted cells that are no longer aren't being repaired properly, but still being asked to work. And you can see the process, can't you? And we can't completely stop it. If we could, we wouldn't, unless we got run over or shot, we wouldn't be dropping dead. So there is a system in place that does that, but it is important, and I hope they can take away from that it's great to want to be healthy and want to be healthier, but it isn't a singular thing. It's not part of it. It's a multitasking way of looking at it. That's the thing to remember. Just one thing on its own. It's great to think you're going to do that, but it won't be enough.
And I wonder as well if what you're saying is that it's not just about our physical selves. Actually, as we get older, maybe we don't put as much time into staying as physically healthy as we want to, because we get meaning from other things. So we get meaning from, I don't know, our children or our grandchildren, or we get meaning from studying something new. But actually this thing about our like I think our health we have to see that in the widest context, don't we? So we have got, our physical health is important, but also who we spend time with and how we spend time is equally as important. And also struggle is important, and recovering from struggle is important, and like our lives are really, really rich. Like our lives are really rich enough that if we let only one thing count, like only our physical health count, then we're missing something, I think.
But that becomes obsessive then, doesn't it? Which is another problem in itself.
Yeah.
If we're only focused on our physical, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Which I think is why it's really important that we do have friends who have a range of interests, and we do have a range of interests ourselves, and we do have you know, and we do spend time thinking, well, what can I pass on to my children, or where can I travel, or like these things are really life enriching.
But also for us, isn't it? I mean, it's therapeutic today to hear other people talk about things.
Yeah.
As well, that are
In a different context.
in a different context and
Yeah.
different view. It's also, you know, because we're all learning all the time, constantly.
Yeah.
So if you ever get to the point where we're like Peter, we know almost everything, then
Yeah.
You but terms of oxidation in your body and oxidative stress and the free radicals created there in those exercises, something we just didn't cover because you introduced the compacts to us to also to flush that out of the system. You're talking about baths there, but that's just worth mentioning. When people do exercise, you actually have quite a bit of free radicals in your body, but you need to get out through diet, meditation, mindfulness.
yeah, and what we talked about, yeah, you've answered the question. I mean, that you do need to, to allow body cannot is trying to. If you think about the body, knows exactly what it needs to do in every time, all times. And as we stress it out in whichever way we do, it will be attempting to get back to its normal because it knows where that is. We don't necessarily know where it is, but it does. So you're doing things to help. And if you've done it yourself before, you know when you've had a good process of recovery after a certain run, and you know you've done it well because you feel really good. When you finish that recovery phase or you finish that breathing, instead of breathing exercises, and you go, wow, that really works. It really works because you've done it properly, you've taken the time to do it properly and give yourself a chance. So yes, I hear exactly what you're saying, that's exactly what's happening. But I do think it's just important to understand that yourself, because when people say to me, is that enough? I say, I can't know if that's enough, but only you can know that. So here are the tools, go away and see. And it's the same with any prescription of any sort at some point. Even when the GPs are prescribing, they're only prescribing, they think you're at level 5 and they think therefore level 5 you need this dosage. But they can't 100% know that. Same as I can't know that 5 sets of 12 exercises on that muscle on your ankle will be enough. But I know what you do and I know the level of your system, so I can go, that should about get there, but it might not. And so the same sort of thing with that. And for some people, they're really good at stuff. And I mean, when we were going through the recovery phase with Peter, they got really good at it. Because when you feel that buzz, you go, whoa, actually that feels pretty good. As I was driving them all over Galicia with them with their complex on their legs in the back seat, they probably haven't given it this. Keep going, will you?
Is this why I found Peter and Stefan up the Ormeau Road in Belfast in a wheelie bin full of ice?
Well, he didn't get in, if you remember.
That's right.
That's right. So they stitched me up for that. After the Belfast Marathon, you said about ice. So somebody there with a big wheelie bin full of ice. So I jumped in. There was a photo. She organised.
Oh, wow.
So people taking photographs forever. Stefan's helping me with the ice, throwing the ice. He's deliberately thrown down the back of my neck, right? You know. And then I'd been in for about 15 minutes, and I said, right, out, Stefan, you get in. I can't use his exact words, but no was the
end result.
I'm not an expert in all the chemistry that goes on, reactions within the system, because I don't focus on that. I know what I need to do with the system, and I know it will change. But I do think with, in icing, for instance, we put ice, and people always say, how long should you ice for? Well, it's a very interesting question because there's different answers for different people and whatever. But ultimately, when you're icing, your body will go, holy shit, this is cold. And then you'll get what's called a hunting reflex, and it will just hunt and hunt until it gets stable. And if you're not noticed, eventually it doesn't feel cold anymore till you get out.
Yeah.
And then it's like, fa, fa, fa.
But isn't it not also the drawing of the vessels in and the...
Well, yeah, you're going to get initial constriction,
So therefore you're bringing the nutrients to the muscle, and that's what helps
you're getting,
recover
exactly,
it.
you're getting initial constriction.
Carries the nutrients.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then if you're trying to clear rubbish out,
Yeah.
eventually it says, well, I can't stay, so it goes and opens up again. flushes through like a sort of waterfall over a dam. But the length of time again is really debatable, and it's hard to know. People say, well, should I use hot and cold? Will that help? Well, that will flush back and forth, do various things, and they're all helpful. And people will have their thoughts on this, and they will have, quite a lot of people will have researched into it, I'm quite sure. But ultimately, what works for you? For some people, hot and cold contrasting works really well for them, and they prefer it to just sitting in a cold bath. Now, with athlete recovery, we'll often use contrasting, because particularly if they've worked really, really hard, and we know there's an awful lot going on. And one last thing before I know you'll move on, but one last thing that's also important is, don't forget though, some of the soreness in your muscles you don't want to get rid of. So when you've been working really, really, really hard, you with me? You actually want,
Immediately, yeah.
Yeah, you want to allow you've created an inflammatory process in order for you to change the muscle. So then don't start giving yourself loads and loads and loads of everything and anti-inflammatories and getting all things done, because you actually get in the way of the very process that you want to happen.
I would do that later in the day once the inflammation has done its job, so that we then get rid of the inflammation, because we don't want
we don't want it to just hang around,
yeah.
but we do need it initially.
Yeah.
And then that's where you get things like delayed onset muscle soreness. I mean, that's another thing. Don't try and massage out of that. You've got to go through it. It's valuable, and it tells you how hard you work. Like, I work far too hard, I can't walk.
Point of exercise is to stress the muscle, not the only point. So what we aim to do with exercise is to stress the muscle, and therefore
increase the cross bridges.
Yeah.
Increase the muscle strength. And it's interesting that, isn't it? Because it goes back to what you're saying. Certain muscle contraction without the presence of calcium won't work either.
Yeah.
So, you know, you won't be able to open up your troponin to a myosin complex to allow it to happen.
Which is why athletes need more calcium, because they use more. Yeah,
totally. And it's really fascinating. And it's really fascinating how to let the muscle contract, you've got to have, for an impulse to get across into the muscle, it has to have a chemical that allows it in. Acetylcholine allows the muscle, and once you've had what's called algebraic summation in the spine, was enough of an impulse to set the muscle off. Then once it's crossed over that plate into the muscle, through the motor plate of the muscle, you need another substance so it stops, otherwise you're in tetany.
And if you think about potassium.
Yes, well that's it's cholinesterase it's called. It will just knock it off. So if you think about that reaction occurring at a rapid rate of knots in perfect symmetry all of the time, all that, just that one little thing by itself, because the brain's it's firing off, constantly firing off. I mean, if every time my brain fired off, muscles like this. So there has to be sufficient impulse. We call it algebraic summation. There has to be a sufficient collection of impulse for that for that nerve to fire and that muscle to contract. But if you just think about that one little thing alone, whilst you're abusing the hell out of yourself with lots of beer, curries, and other such things that aren't very good for you, but you'll expect your body to work perfectly for you. So I just want to throw that in there too.
Yeah, so we're looking at, again, as I said, when we're looking at sport, because we see the body working extremes, but exactly as you've explained, that's just one little thing the body has to do, but it's exactly the same for everything.
Totally.
Even me just moving my arm like that.
Like, I think we're going to have to round, you can talk all day. I think we're going to have to round this element of this session up, okay? So it's 3:15. We're going to take a break until about 3:30, and then we'll be back here with our final chat session. And then we'll be going over to the cookery segment for this evening. So if everybody wants to grab a nice glass of water, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, and thanks for watching. It's been an absolutely brilliant day of information. There's still more to come for this last hour before we move over to an absolutely brilliant cooking segment. But I want to start off this last. We've been talking through different life chapters, and the last session brought us up to around the age of 40 years old. So for the next one, we're going to go 40 plus. So 2023 kicked off for Worldwide Financial Planning with us signing the Menopause Workplace Pledge, because we just felt it was important to acknowledge it and to acknowledge that women need support in the workplace. But for us really signing this pledge, it was really about awareness, it was about education, and it was about action, and it was about support. But almost half of our workforce at Worldwide Financial Planning are women. So what we did was we got together with them, had a brilliant meeting. I'm sure all the women are watching at the minute. We had a really good discussion, and it turned out that there was lots of different conversations came out of it. But a big thing was for us to be able to provide a bank of resource for them so that they had the relevant information that they needed. This discussion today from 9:30 this morning will provide our entire team with absolutely amazing information. But the one thing I want to discuss today now is the menopause, what it is, how it impacts mental health and well-being, and as well nutrition. So maybe start with you, Jennifer.
Yeah. I think the main thing to mention about menopause is that no one gets to avoid it. No woman gets to avoid it. Actually, no man gets to avoid it either, but it's a much slower process for men. But for women, the average age of perimenopause is about 41. So those are just beginning to have some symptoms about your periods and your menstruation getting a little bit less regular. And then the average age of full menopause is about 51. So that's when you start all the full-on symptoms. But actually menopause is just a sign. All it is for human beings is a sign to say that your child-producing years are coming to an end and that a new chapter is starting. I don't think it's a loss of anything. In fact, I would see it hugely as, if we can frame it in this way, it's a really positive sign of a new chapter starting, and it's a chapter of, for women, of being able to look at their 2 decades of raising their children, maybe 3 decades, coming to an end, and a little bit more focus back on yourself. And that focus is all about shifting into an age of wisdom, I think, and elderhood. And so that's something that we should be very confident to talk about. And I'm very confident to go into that segment of our lives. That's going to be another 20, 30 years where we live this segment of our lives that's actually much more focused on ourselves. So it's our jobs to better get our needs met, because we're not having to focus on children so much. We're not having to perhaps focus so much on career building, because we've got to a certain plateau in our career at 45, 50, where we know, okay, I'm going to, I'm in a good place now. I'm going to have another decade or 15 years where I'm going to live out my career and do this well. So I think that the mental and emotional parts of menopause can actually be very, very positive. And for lots of people, again, this is a bit like the menstruation section that we talked about earlier, there's a huge range of differences between what people physically experience going into menopause and what they don't. But for most people, there'll be some symptoms that they will experience, and they won't be overwhelming, and we'll go through them. But as long as you recognise that this is what is supposed to happen, they come and they go, and we reach that period quite calmly. For others, it is a very, very different matter, but they don't make up the majority. Yeah.
I'm just looking, there's a statistic here. The global population of menopausal and postmenopausal women is projected to reach 1.2 billion by 2030. And in the UK, for 2022-2023, the female participation rate in the workforce is expected to expand by 0.1 percentage point to 75.3%. So if you think of all the women, we touched on the menstruation and how it impacts women in the work, and even women having access to what they need in the workplace and bathrooms. But it's that education of how we support women in the workplace who are going through this, because obviously the percentage is huge.
The percentage is huge, and that 1.2 billion, it seems like a really big number, isn't it? But if you imagine that the population of the planet is 8 billion, half of those are women, so that's 4 billion. So the 1.2 billion is women anywhere between 40 and 55. So it is a big number. I'm guessing a huge number of those will be working at the same time. I think some of the symptoms that you find for menopause are so some of the physical symptoms are we hear them a lot, like our hot flushes. So when our body heats up very quickly, like in less than 10 seconds, I would say, or less than 30 seconds. And then it slows down a little bit less quickly in about 2 or 3 minutes. But that if you don't know what that is, that can be quite shocking. Or you can get quite a fright. Or it can catch you out in the middle of a conversation. You suddenly have to sit up straight and cool yourself down really quickly, and you see people doing this. Or older ladies with fans. But if you have to do it, you just have to do it. And then I think another thing, another kind of common cause or common point about menopause is how our brain begins to shift. So when we've done all these managing our careers and raising our children, and our minds are really, really on it, all of a sudden we forget small or big things. And we forget sometimes how to form sentences, or we can't pull the actual word that we're looking for to us to talk about. Is that you? We can't pull the word that we need to us, and so actually what that does in the workplace is it reduces your sense of self-confidence.
Absolutely.
And your self-esteem drops. And so actually your confidence to speak out in a boardroom or in a presentation reduces. And actually that's quite difficult for half of your workforce. And so we need to make allowances for that, not mock it, not say, this person is not stupid. They are literally going through a physiological change.
Yeah.
In the same way that they did when they were going through adolescence, from childhood to adulthood. This is an adulthood to elderhood. That's what we're shifting to. And actually that needs to be really respected for women, and it can be anywhere from 3 to 4 years to 10 to 12 years that we go through the process from beginning to end.
Yeah. We spoke about this a couple of weeks back, Buzz, and you were saying that there is such a thing as male menopause.
I do believe it is. I can't tell you I know a lot about it, but I do believe it is. I mean, our hormonal systems are changing too. So although we don't menstruate, we do struggle in other ways. And it's often until you meet an expert in it, which I'm not, that you realise some of the things you've gone through are actually a similar type of thing. Just normal changes that you're not sure about. And so, yeah, I think it's, whereas I do think it's really important because the symptoms are far more profound in women. Men's may be, again, subtle, they're there. And it might be that you're noticing some changes in your partner and you're not sure what these changes might be, but because we underestimate the chemical changes that our bodies go through as we age. And it's not an excuse for anything. It's like we said earlier on, no one's used as an excuse, but it's certainly a factor we have to start to bring into the equation when we're thinking about what might be happening. And it might be that guys are becoming more emotional than usual. And they're not quite themselves. They're not sure why. They don't feel ill. They just don't feel right. And I have no idea what the age range is. Is it similar, do you know, to women, or?
I think for men, there definitely is a male menopause, but the reason that we don't see it quite as severely in men is because your hormonal levels drop by 1% a year, whereas women's will drop by something like 20 to 30% in a very much shorter time, and so we have different, presentations of that. But it definitely does happen for men. Yeah. It's just that because you're dealing with over such a small percentage over a much longer time, it doesn't look like a massive psychological change. No. But you will definitely notice a change by the time you're 60 compared to your mindset when you were 40.
100%.
Yeah.
I can vouch for that.
Yeah, but it happens just really gradually.
And I also watch my wife go through menopause, and it's exactly as you say. I mean, it's she could be lying in bed, and within minutes she's covered in sweat,
Yeah.
literally like that. And it's not distressing. She found it quite annoying and irritating. She wasn't distressed by it I think for the first time it happened, she probably might have been. But no, I think you are right about the change in men, and you can. It's difficult to know exactly how that, because for men again, like everybody, things start to come together. I know we've mentioned prostate. For men, we know it's getting larger. By the time we're at 60 and plus, it's definitely starting to affect us. Most guys at 60 are probably finding themselves getting up at night more often than they used to do.
Yeah.
And they're probably finding that they've got a little bit of retention, or there's this little bit not quite clear in their bladder. And this is nothing to get worried about. This is just a natural part of getting older. But at some point, of course, these things need to be checked to make sure everything is fine.
Yeah.
And if you consider that pretty much all but every guy, if he reaches 80 and drops dead, if you cut open his prostate, he's probably got cancer. He just died with it, not of it.
That's it.
It's a fact. But we do have to do, like we have with women's health now, is do more with thinking about this. Men, we are terrible normally, and whatever. And the problem is for men, everyone says, well, why don't we get PSAs done sooner? Well, the thing with the PSA is it's very inaccurate. It's just an indicator. And what we don't want to do is start PSAs early. I would have said...
What's a PSA?
The prostate synthesis antigen.
Okay.
That gets released into the blood.
All right.
Okay.
And it's affected by a number of different things. So it's affected by inflammation, it's affected by a lot of other things that can make it low. But most men will start getting a PSA around about my age, if not a bit younger. If you've got family history, of course, then it's wise to get things looked at much sooner. Because men can get prostate cancer early, and get it at 50. So I think it's important to, and this is me talking about, I'm the world's worst. I'm talking about it now, I feel a right hypocrite, because I was like head in the sand, we're not going near there. But I realised that, as long as you understand that's it. And the reason one of the reasons I think, and I don't know for sure on this, but is because it's so inaccurate, really. So 15 out of 100 men will have a normal prostate but could have prostate cancer. 3 out of 4 men could have an abnormal prostate but have nothing wrong with it. We know the prostate gets bigger, so that's benign prostate hyperplasia. We know that will get bigger regardless. And that's not cancerous, that's just bigger. So it's a case of, I think for the medics, it's a difficult one. Family history, do you look more like your mother than your father? Is there a breast cancer history in your family because it's the same gene? So I think it's important, if you have any of these familiar-ish things, to not sit around. If you don't have anything like that, then, I think unless the things are changing normally, then they would say, okay, let's look at that. Because once you set down the road, you can't come back from it. So once you get that monitoring in place, regardless of how inaccurate it is, it doesn't matter, you've now started the process. And I remember going through it myself just recently, and there were lots to read about it, just so I understood that this is what will happen. So it's interesting, and it's difficult. There's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it's very interesting, because until we were chatting about it a couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't have imagined that there was such a thing as a male menopause.
But I think too, because the symptoms of it are less newsworthy.
Yeah.
Because they're less severe. Actually, they just happen, and actually they're, they don't cause difficulties at work. We don't have to make a male menopause contract at work generally, because it's just a gentler process. But for women, these childbearing years are finishing, and something that's, we've had periods every month for all of our lives from age 12 to age 52.
Pardon me.
It's 4 decades. Every single month for 4 decades, and that whole system inside a woman's body is changing now. And it's not just the physical impact that has, but it's the thing. So I see a lot of women around 50, 55 who are saying, but this feels like, it feels like a new chapter. It feels like I can really start something now. And you find, or certainly I speak to many women who say, like, I feel really inspired to do this thing that I've been planning to do for 20 years, but I feel like I can do it now, or I feel like it's time to do it now. So I think for lots of people, it's the start of a new era.
It's the start of a new era,
Yeah, and they call it the third age, don't they? So 0 to 25, 25 to 50. It's this 50 to 75 age. it's the third
Yeah.
chapter of your life, which is often, we don't have as many responsibilities as we used to have, and that is a hugely liberating thing
Yeah.
I can't imagine
for a lot of women.
I can't imagine a woman being upset about not having a period again.
Well, I mean, for
Or would
some.
it be?
Well, I don't know. I think for some, you would be surprised because it's a sign that those years are over.
Sure.
And I think it depends how women have seen themselves. If they see themselves as, that's all I ever wanted to do. I wanted to grow up. I wanted to raise children. That section of their lives for them is coming to an end.
Sure.
And there's also that element as well of someone who actually isn't in menopause, but maybe their periods have stopped, so there's that anxiety
I
as
think
to
it's-
why that would be.
But there's still women of all ages getting pregnant every now and again.
Every now and again, yeah, you would see.
I mean, again, excuse my ignorance on this, and I'm sorry, I know you're trying to get in there, sorry.
It
Helen.
is fine though.
I mean, does it, because you're menopausal, does it absolutely mean that it's impossible to get pregnant, or does it mean less likely
I think if
or
you're
unlikely?
no, I think if you're not having periods anymore, I think it would be
No, once,
hugely unlikely, impossible almost to get pregnant when your periods are no longer
some
working.
women
There's
could be
no
menopau-
longer a womb
menopaused.
there, and there's no longer.
yeah, once you're
eggs coming into
menopaused,
you.
you wouldn't get pregnant. You could potentially get pregnant in perimenopause when
Right.
then on you wouldn't know when you're ovulating because
right.
some months you're having periods,
Right.
some months you're not. So,
So
there's,
some women at 60, if they've not reached menopause, which they might not have done, because
it's very unlikely, but that situation could happen if they haven't menopause.
there's been
it seems
grandmas.
like
Those
they
are
could-
exceptions. Those
yeah,
are
they're
I
always
think that then would be
Massive
the whole
outliers.
question of this is a bit heavy, how viable that birth would be because of the
Sure.
quality of the egg,
Sure,
because
sure.
we're born with our eggs.
Sure, sure.
And when menopause starts, it's actually when those eggs run out, that we've
Yeah.
ovulated enough times and
Yeah, and I
run
think,
out of eggs.
yeah, something I think is worth saying though, that, and I just want to make this clear because we're talking to an audience and a wider audience. I'm certainly not sitting here as an expert on prostate or anything to do with that. I'm talking from my own experience.
Yeah.
So I'm not talking from sitting here as a specialist. So just so
Yeah.
people understand that I'm not a specialist.
You're sitting
I'm-
there as a man.
as a man who has one.
Yes.
So that's just so people understand that it's not. I'm not.
This is lived experience, boss.
It is. It's a lived experience. Yes.
Yeah, no, but, yeah. Well, it's going ahead to Helen. I think you were going to talk about the nutrition, I suppose. Around this
I
as
was
well,
just going
and-
to, at that point, I was going to just join in a comment there that really, I'll just skip over that. So, yes, nutrition and perimenopause, that's where, so exactly as Jennifer has said, everyone gets different symptoms. There's women that say it wasn't that big an issue to others that are completely bedridden, can't leave the house because of the symptoms. So it is different for everyone, as will be the effectiveness of the nutritional advice that's out there for them. So what I'm saying might be beneficial for some people, other people might be screaming at the screen saying, but I've tried that and it made no difference. So I just want to acknowledge that, again, everyone's different and reacts differently. So as we talked about what happens in menopause is that, estrogen, less estrogen is produced. So, and that's actually, it's that reduction in estrogen that creates the majority of the symptoms that side effects that go with menopause. So we know there's certain foods that have a similar chemical composition as estrogen, and they're called phytoestrogens. So we find those those particularly in things like soya.
Okay.
So you can get those from tofu, from soybeans, edamame beans, or using a calcium fortified soya milk or soya yogurt. And also things like flaxseed and other a number of plants. So what happens, these foods that contain phytoestrogens, when we consume them, the phytoestrogens go over the estrogen receptor and send that cascade of messaging that estrogen would have done. If the hormone estrogen had gone over that receptor, that messaging would have been sent. It's a weaker message, so it's not totally equivalent to estrogen, but it does message, and that can, in many people, reduce the symptoms. But it's not just every so often having, I might have a glass of soy milk once every 2 months. It is including those things, flaxseed, soy, in the diet regularly.
On a daily basis.
And I think, like we were talking about long COVID earlier, and some of the symptoms that go with long COVID, I think there's also some diet and lifestyle things that go with menopause in that way, that we need to think, if I wasn't menopausal, how would I be feeling? How am I eating? Things like alcohol, we know, creates heat in the body. So think about, if I was to reduce alcohol, would that reduce the hot flushes? Things like, am I having a lot of caffeine in my diet that again is creating heat in the body? And is that creating highs and lows in energy? Am I having slow release carbohydrates that give me energy over the day? So think about one's diet, and is the diet diet contributing to the ups and downs that will make the menopause symptoms seem worse?
Yeah. And funny, we were talking about hydration earlier, and Dave was messaging in earlier, but just because you're talking about hydration there, you said we talk about hydration and the need for it, but how does that compare and contrast with drinking tea and coffee? I know that's not very specific or whatever in terms of menopause and gender or whatever, but...
So net, tea and coffee are hydrating, but not as hydrating as water, because they both contain caffeine, and that's a diuretic. So we were talking about water passing through you and not being absorbed into the body earlier. So yeah, tea and coffee do contribute towards hydration, but will not be anywhere near as effective at hydrating the body as water would.
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? Can I just ask you a question on the same thing? We include tea and coffee very quickly. Is it true that tea tends to contain more caffeine than coffee?
It gets really complicated because in general, no, coffee will contain more caffeine, but the caffeine, and also people often think green tea is decaffeinated. Green tea has actually got quite a lot of caffeine in as well. It all comes down to how the plant's been grown, where it's been grown, so how much caffeine is in that plant because of the process, how growing, how it's been manufactured, and then how it's been made into coffee, and that will alter the amount. So a mug of coffee can have anywhere between 70 and 100 micrograms of caffeine, whereas tea would normally come in near 40 to 70.
Okay, it's interesting. 'Cause I'd read somewhere, I think, or that it might be... would certain teas potentially be higher?
If you've gone for a low caffeinated coffee, a coffee that's actually lower caffeinated and a higher caffeinated tea, and this is the problem, we don't really know.
Okay.
Because it's a stronger coffee will tend to have more caffeine, but we don't actually know how much caffeine is in that product. Obviously because we're not given that information on the packet. These tests can be done, and that's what's done in the research, but it's not one of the things that's listed on the label of how much caffeine is in this particular tea or coffee.
Interesting.
The other thing that's actually quite high in caffeine is chocolate. And again, the higher cocoa percentage chocolate has actually got quite a lot of caffeine in. So I know for some people, often potentially having a coffee or tea and a bit of chocolate at night, it's actually really quite caffeine packed.
Even the dark chocolate?
Yeah, because that's where the caffeine is actually in the cacao bean. So the higher percentage, the more caffeine.
Nice.
Yeah.
So if you want to sleep well at night, strong coffee with a bar of dark chocolate.
You'll be awake till the next
Don't do
morning.
that.
You'll be absolutely spot on.
Yeah, you'll be buzzing.
Yeah.
It's interesting what you said about a change of diet. I know that in the last 5 or 6 years, I've changed my diet entirely not necessarily relating to menopause, but just I have flaxseed every morning because I read up about estrogen, the lack of estrogen. How could I compensate for that? So if I found like I wasn't able to concentrate quite as much, and so I figured it might be a menopause symptom, read up about it, and now have flaxseed every day.
How do you
Every
have
day.
it? Because
I have it in on my cereal. I
Yeah.
have about 2 spoonfuls on my cereal every morning.
so yeah, I think that's a great way to include it in your diet, and you can add it to. So some people, I love flaxseed. Actually, we're using flaxseed later on in the cooking.
Okay.
But I am a seed lover. But for people that don't like seeds so much, you can actually the ground. Do you use the ground?
I
or
use
the
the
whole
ground so
seed?
it looks
Yeah.
like a powder and I just pour it on.
Yeah, so it can be mixed into
Healthily.
smoothies and you really wouldn't notice it. Or if you're a porridge eater, mixed into porridge, you really don't notice it whatsoever. So yeah, there's some people that love seeds, but those that think, oh, there's ways of consuming it. Also things like using flaxseed oil on as a salad dressing.
Yeah.
And I often use flaxseed oil instead of butter. If I'm having, it doesn't work with marmalade, but because it's got a savoury taste. But if I'm having something like eggs on toast, and instead of using butter, I must say it is very expensive, but I drizzle flaxseed oil on my toast instead. So there's lots of different ways of getting flaxseed in our diet.
And I found as well for me, I don't know if it makes a difference for everyone else, or maybe you can explain it, that I shifted from being vegetarian, which I had been since I was 10, into cutting out all milk, dairy. I shifted into vegan about 5 years ago, and I have to say that generally my menopause symptoms, I think, have been pretty low, pretty like nondescript.
I can't say for sure. I don't think that would be the shift from taking. I don't think it would be taken out of dairy, that specific mood.
It's maybe increasing my plant intake.
Yeah, I think being a vegetarian, it's probably quite likely you've always had quite a high vegetable intake, and then going vegan, you probably increase that more, so you would have had more phytonutrients in your diet, and then potentially, I don't know what you shift to, whether you have soya milk or whether you included more tofu in your diet, which again, the base of that is soya. So I think it's likely that choice that you didn't realise potentially you didn't realise the impacts that would be having, and I would suggest, obviously we don't know exactly what's going on in your body, I would suggest that is that matches with what we know about having a diet high in phytoestrogen, that you would have less symptoms.
Yeah. And I wonder, because there's that whole HRT conversation, isn't there? And I wonder if, again, I think we like to have speedier solutions than solutions that take a little bit more time to play out. So an adjusting of the diet, an adjusting of alcohol, caffeine, hydration, maybe an adjusting of those things might make some difference. And I certainly don't want to make it sound like for people who have proper full-on menopause symptoms, HRT might well be their solution. But I wonder if there are a set of habits that we can change that would actually make a significant difference before we were to take that route.
I have no experience of HRT.
No.
Me neither.
No. But I know it's something that's highly promoted, not highly promoted, but just highly visible as a choice as we are going through menopause. But I think the symptoms that all of us experience, all women experience, I think if we talk about them more, if we're more open about them, if we have conversations, again, this is the same as the boy-girl thing when we went through adolescence. If we can just equip our boys to have the conversations as comfortably as our girls, and our women to have the conversations as comfortably as our men, I think that would make a massive difference in the workplace generally. For women's confidence to say, I'm just, it might be a 2 or 3 or 5 year process, but this is what I'm going through.
And for men as well, I mean, we have all of the men in the office that we obviously want to fully support as well. So it's really, really important, the information that we give them through this session, to help them with their girlfriends or their wives, or partners, whatever. So, because it does impact everybody, it impacts everybody's lives.
But I think why it's also really important is the society we live in today is changing rapidly in so many ways. And it's changing in ways I have no comprehension with. The various pronouns, the various things that are there. So to help men in the workplace around women, supporting women in the workplace is really important, but helping the men to understand so they don't say something that is, they don't think is inappropriate, but is taken as inappropriate. So by educating the men in the workplace in a similar manner, that arms them with information and knowledge, so they don't hopefully say some ridiculously stupid comment that ends up offending somebody. And I know that we live in a society now today where it's all about that, and you can have your views on that, but equally we are where we are. It's like everything, change occurs, and it's going to occur whether you like it or not. So you've got to get on board. You don't have to like it, you haven't got to agree with it, but you have no choice.
And
because
it's really
what's happening.
and it's really incredible because it's only really I would say in the last couple of years that I've really became aware of it. I mean, my mother would never have mentioned it, or
Sure.
my aunts or my friends' mothers. It just wasn't really spoken about. But in the last couple of years, because of the likes of, I suppose, Davina McCall or Carol Voderman, and these celebrities are, you know, coming out, and it's all over Instagram, it's all over TikTok, and there's videos and messages and how they're feeling and what they're eating as well, I suppose. But
And it makes sense.
and it makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, so many people have suffered in silence. Generations gone
Yeah.
by who have suffered because it's not what you talked about.
Yeah,
For men and women in different ways,
yeah,
because they're different drivers. You know, back in the day, men felt it was their responsibility to provide for a family. That's a massive strain on men back in the day, where that was what they're expected to do. And sometimes it would affect everything in their lives, because that was the overarching thing they were meant to do. And you're brought up as a kid back in the day where that's your role and that's your role. These roles are no longer like that anymore. These roles have all shifted all over the place now, and it's, you know, it's not the way it is, but it's still very hard for your brain to switch across. And you know, when you're getting older, when I've got 4-year-olds show me how to use a flipping iPad. I mean, you know, but
I think it is hard for your brains to switch, for anyone's brains to switch across, and but I think there's an equal amount of responsibility to equip ourselves with the new language that's coming through, but also not to be very conscious, not to take offence where offence wasn't meant.
correct.
And I think too many of us can jump up and say that was sexist or that was
Totally.
yeah.
whereas actually we need to shift to question asking again, like, why did you say that? Like, what did you mean when you said? Did you mean? Because actually, I think that made me feel like
What was
this.
your intent? And often the intent wasn't to be rude or to upset the person. It just didn't get received. You know, communication is about what you think I said, not say what I said. So I do think it's important. And I found myself just the best way is just to ask the question.
Yeah.
I just ask the question. You know, can I ask about this, this, and this? Because I don't want to say something that might be offensive. So they say, no, great, no problem, let's chat about it. And then I go, okay, now I understand. So now I have no excuse if I say something bloody stupid and to accept the response I get back. But I think it's just good to understand these things and be open and say, I don't get that. Is it okay to say this? No, it's not okay to say this. Okay, why am I not okay to say that? Well, sometimes they might say, well, it should be bloody obvious. But maybe it is, or maybe it isn't obvious. So
I don't
explain,
think it's a fair response to say that it's obvious, because actually different people learn at different times, don't they?
I have that response from some people occasionally.
Yeah.
But then they've explained it, and I'm trying to show that I'm open and I want to understand, and I don't understand right now because I just don't. So help me understand, so you feel more comfortable and I feel more comfortable, rather than me sitting there going, them, they, who, how. I mean, I just don't get it.
Yeah.
I respect the right of people. I don't want to go down this road too far, because there's an areas where we definitely could fall out. But I accept the right of people to be who they feel they are. But equally, they've got to also understand what the effect that has on other people around them, and that you can't expect people to move at the same pace as them.
Especially perhaps
It's
the
like me
older
running.
people.
It's like me trying to run with a 20-year-old. I'm not going to run as fast as a 20-year-old. So I think in the same with change, you've got to also cut some slack to people to allow them to catch up a little bit.
But you know what? It's really quite basic, really, because we spoke about this at the very start of today, and it's about boys understanding the girls at that adolescence and puberty. If you don't understand, ask the question, but you don't have to be rude. But it's education, you know. So, and I think that can go a long way. But and as well, I suppose really it's about learning what our relationships are with ourselves at this stage in our lives, because they're different to what they were 20 years ago or 40 years ago or whatever. So you're in a different place.
Definitely, and I think the language that all of us use to describe that has to be respected. I think what you said, Boz, is really interesting about the part where we can talk about gender and the different types of gender. We can talk about that, but there's a whole bunch of subjects that we still haven't got a language around that happen with men and women regularly. And I think to start with those and get language around things that are going to, guaranteed, a woman is going to go through menopause, guaranteed. So why don't we start with the stuff that is for sure going to happen, and create a language and an understanding and an openness about that. It was really funny. I had a guy the other day who I think I've spoken to you all about it, but I was at a squash camp out in Lanzarote for the last 10 days. And so there's about 24 of us, all Europeans, training for 2 hours twice a day. Fantastic, really loved it. But one of the coaches was giving a talk just before we started one of our training sessions. And as he did that, I think I had just leant against a glass wall, the glass back of the squash court. And one of the guys who was like, and I'm not being ageist about this, he was in his 70s, but he was watching me from the outside of the squash court, and he came in, he was also a squash player, he came in with his finger like this, and he poked his finger into my tummy like that, and he went, hold that in. And I went, I just looked at him. I looked at him with his tummy, by the way, and just said, I have no shame about my body. And moved his hand about that and just turned away and thought, what an odd thing to say. I think sometimes we know what we want to say and we know why we want to say it, and I think maybe we're trying to be helpful, but in the moment it's too late. He's already started. He's already started.
Offended you?
Probably. No, I wasn't offended.
Oh no, so
yes,
you
but
weren't offended.
He'd started with this, and I'm sure when he did this, in the process of doing that, he was thinking, I need to shut up. I need to stop doing the thing I'm about to do. It's too late. It's come out.
That sounds like me.
And I felt like thinking, I know he feels embarrassed about that. But actually, I thankfully, I don't feel ashamed about that. So I'm just like, hey, this is the shape that my body shape is, but I'm also fit and I'm also doing cool stuff. And actually, I quite like myself. So, so I wasn't offended by it, but I think he, in that moment, wished he hadn't said that.
Yeah.
I've been there lots of times. I've been there where I'm waiting for this big, bloody great big digger to come out and just dig a big hole, please, and just let me sit in it. And the thing is, I think when you realise that, and the person who sees that, hopefully they do what you did. They'll realise that you know that
bless
and
them.
therefore they won't dive all over you and just literally bury you.
Yeah.
They'll look and go, yeah, you know, don't you? And it's like, oh, I'm really sorry.
Yeah. But I think sometimes we do those with the best intentions, and actually I think some of us do awkward things at this age because we don't know the questions to ask. Even your partner, your long-term partner, your wife, your husband, you don't know what to say. So for your wife, you don't know whether to say, what can I do to make you feel better? Or, you know, is it about me that we haven't had sex for 3 years? Like, these are the questions we want to ask, but actually in the forming of those, we're going to stumble and feel a bit awkward, you know?
Yeah, it's like somebody saying when you have high blood pressure, just calm down.
Yeah. What? Yeah. But I think it's the confidence to actually speak about those things, and when we're on the receiving end of it, to go, listen, I know this person around me cares about me and they're trying their best, but they obviously want to have a conversation about something that neither of us have the language to have the conversation about, so we're going to have to either go and speak to someone to get a little bit of help, and I recommend that as well, for individuals and for couples.
Yeah.
That time of menopause, this age between 45 and 60, when actually the phase of ambition is dialing down and it's finishing, and the age of meaning is starting up.
Yeah.
And so those are conversations that often lots of us are not equipped for at all. So the shift from ambition to meaning is a real thing for all humans, and that happens anywhere between 45 and 50.
And so explain what you mean by that, Jennifer.
So we talked earlier, didn't we, about the energy of 25 to 40-year-olds. They can do anything, they can change the world. And that is a natural thing for most human beings, most well-balanced human beings. They want to build things, they want to create things, they want to accrue wealth. You're saying that men have this pressure to, to provide for their children. That's really dramatically happening between 25 and 45. But there's something happens around the age of, I would say around the age of 40 for men and around the age of 50 for women, where this thing about accruing and accumulating, you realize that life is not about that at this stage anymore. And so we're questioning, well, what is life about? Or what do I want to do? Or what am I aiming for? Do I want to, do I want to build my own house in the country? Do I want to change the relationship I'm in? Do I want to, do I actually want to pay more attention to my physical health? I've spent all this time working my butt off for the last 15 years, but now do I want to work slightly less and spend more time being healthier? We start to question things. Do I want to contribute to people that are less fortunate to me. So we start to do things like Peter talked about, I want to raise money for this worthy cause.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Because we've got more time to think about that around that age, and we start to change our lives quite dramatically. And although we can look at it and go, what an idiot, it's a midlife crisis for men and for women, it's actually not idiotic at all. It's actually just human.
But also, don't we at that same time, in that same period of time, we start to understand our own mortality.
Yeah.
And it's at that, around those times in our 30s when we realise we aren't going to actually live forever. Because up until then, we're bulletproof. As far as we're concerned, it's just...
You don't have to think about that, yeah.
You don't think about it, but then it comes suddenly, it hits you. Maybe that coincides with you feeling this midlife crisis, if you want to call it that, but it's quite profound, really. I mean, you just suddenly realise that you won't be here forever.
Yeah.
So you buy a Harley Davidson.
So you buy a Harley, you do crazy things, but maybe that's partly what it is. I have to do a very quick story on that, just if I may.
Go for it.
And I'm going to be a bit dropping name. I was out in Switzerland, and I remember sitting in this bar, and I don't know how old I was. I was in my middle to late 30s, and I was just, for some reason, I was having a hard time. I don't know what I was doing, not doing. And I remember sitting in this bar. There's this doctor in the corner I knew, big moustache, cheese, drinking his wine, and happy as whatever. And I said, "What's the matter with you?" I said, "Oh, I don't know. I just feel I just don't feel right, whatever." And he said, "I'm going to give you 2 pieces of advice, Gordon. First of all, you'll not get pissed off when you die. And second of all, life is nothing more than a sexually transmitted terminal disease." And I went, "Thanks for that, Doc. That's really great. Give me some of that wine." But really, although if you think about it, it is that profound. You know, so what he was trying to say is just enjoy it.
Just chill out.
Just chill and enjoy your life and enjoy everything that comes with it, the ups and the downs, the positives and negatives. It's all part of what life brings.
And I suppose at that stage, at the stage in life that we're talking about, this life chapter, this is where I suppose you look back and you think, God, why did I get so anxious about that? Or why did I let that creep in? Or why did I just not say no? And I suppose you just become more level-headed possibly, or...
Well, they always say, don't they, that, you know, youth is wasted on the young, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
We hopefully have more wisdom as we get older, and we hopefully have a better capacity to deal with certain things that we would not have necessarily dealt with before. But we're still human, and we still deal with different types of issues. And that we've talked about as we go into these different stages of our life, we deal with that. You know, you look at the average age of being 80. Say 80 odd, 79, 80, 81 for men, maybe it's a little bit older for women. So if you look at that, I could take this and go, oh my God, I may only have 15 years left. And so you can look at it that way, or you just look and say, well, I'll just keep going, and that's what you have to do, of course. But it should then start to inform your decisions, and I think as we're talking in this sector, that's when you're going to have to possibly go back and revisit all of those values and all of those emotional needs. How are you now going to fulfill them? Because everything is changing for you.
Yeah.
So now, it's no good saying, well, it worked great then, but of course we know that it's changed. So maybe now, what works now? How am I going to fulfill them now? I mean, if everyone's saying to me, there's no way you'll ever retire, Gordon, you'll just keep going until you drop dead. And that's a possibility, because it is quite scary to think, how am I going to do this? Sorry, let me talk about me, but...
I think retirement's a bit different, isn't it? I think people think retirement is the end of work, but I think retirement, when I look at retirement, I think of it as the end of having to work. So if we choose to continue to work, then that's great. If you love what you do and you want to continue to do it 5 days a week or 3 days a week or a day a week, then you do it. But having to do it, that's something that we do in our 30s and 40s, hopefully. And then sometimes when we get into our 60s and 70s, we don't have to do it. So we're retired, but we're choosing still to work.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds like me.
Yeah, I can imagine myself working quite late as well.
So how do we feed ourselves during that chapter?
Well, it's really interesting what you've been saying. So I totally agree that, actually, this is years that we have coming up, then it can be about us, and we can enjoy them and have fun without having to be potentially quite so responsible for other people. So to me, it's really important we stay strong. So we've got to think about our bone health, and we've got to think about our muscle, because we don't want to be frail, because that is going to curtail quite a lot of our fun. And I know we've talked about this a lot over the day, and I mentioned in the last sector that protein requirements actually go up when we're older, because we don't metabolize. So when we eat protein, not so much of that gets used by the body, more of it is wasted. So we need to eat, our protein requirements are higher. We talked earlier about the importance of estrogen for bone creation, and then during menopause, estrogen levels drop. So therefore, we don't make as many bone cells as we lose. So again, the calcium is really, really important. So, and our calcium requirements go up. So making sure we've still got a high calcium, high protein diet is really, really important, and think about being strong. At the same time, it might be that we are more sedentary. It might not be the retirement we've been talking about. We're going to have lots of fun, be really more active than ever. But realistically, and for the majority of people, they actually do become more sedentary. So therefore, maybe the amount of other foods, in particular carbohydrate, that we've eaten, we don't need that quantity as we get older. I'm not saying cut out carbs, but what I'm saying is that I see carbohydrate very much as our petrol, our fuel.
Yeah.
The more we drive a car, the more petrol we need, if it's a petrol car. The more we move, the more carbohydrate is recommended. Whereas if we're more sedentary, in older age, we should instead be spending that energy, those calories, on more protein and foods that contain more calcium.
Yeah.
Also, we talked about, again, the body just doesn't function. It's been used so much. We've talked about how much we expect from our body through the decades. And also some things just aren't as effective. And we talked about intolerances earlier.
Yeah.
Definitely not for everyone, but it is not uncommon to release less lactase. So it might be, for some people in older age, they actually do develop lactose intolerance. So again, it might be some of the foods that our body could process and we used to love in our diet previously, our body doesn't process so well.
That's actually true.
Yeah.
If you notice things that you used to actually enjoy eating and or drinking, you suddenly realise that
Don't like them anymore.
you don't like them anymore.
I've seen that in older people that I do know, and I've seen that they eat less, but I've seen a real desire in terms of still keeping their immune systems very boosted and supported. So I see a lot of people drinking juices, natural juices, vegetable juices. But I see certainly older people wishing to reduce their carbohydrate, but maybe eating a bit more protein.
Yeah, that's certainly not huge amounts of protein,
Yeah.
but just being aware. Again, I'm being very stereotypical, and I'm using my mum as an example, and she'd be horrified if I was talking about this. She heard me talking about this, but you know what? She doesn't always have lunch. She'll go for a little scone or a tea cake instead, because
She can.
and she lives on her own. My dad's no longer here, so the thought of cooking a meal at lunchtime for herself is actually. But actually, no, she needs that chicken salad.
Yeah.
She needs to stay strong.
But it is interesting, isn't it? Because if you eat more protein, you tend to, it fills you up as well quite
Yeah, it
quickly.
keeps
So
you fuller for
to be
longer.
fair, it keeps you fuller for longer. So you eat less likely to eat and pick rubbish
Yeah.
as well. So
Don't you think, though, that sometimes as we get older, we should just do what we like? And I know there's a perfect way to live, but also I do think that sometimes a little bit of what you like, or a lot of what you like, you're 70, you're 60, 70, you know, you've raised your children, you've maybe raised your grandchildren, and sometimes just going, I don't want to eat that healthy thing, I just want to eat cake. Sometimes I think those things are kind to ourselves, you know? Not all the time.
would agree with you some of the time, and definitely, and actually that's all through our lives, If,
Just,
you know
it's
what we
balance
want-
again, isn't
yes,
it?
it comes down
Yeah.
to balance, but I do feel quite passionately about staying strong so we can stay active in
I think that's
longer
true.
years.
But
Because we live for longer now as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That we need our muscles to be stronger for longer. We need our bones to be.
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. We're talking about this subject, which is really important. And I think two things I'll say. One, I think you're spot on, provided you're happy and fulfilled your needs.
Yes.
If you're picking up food
That's
because
it.
you're down,
Yes.
That's it.
that's a different reason, isn't it?
Comfort
Yeah.
eating.
The other thing that's important, though, to note, and again, I don't know what it's like in your fields of expertise, but in mine, I don't think there's no research at all on managing MSK, musculoskeletal bodies, past the age of 65. There's been no research done in 70, 75 or 80-year-olds as to exactly what their bodies do need, physically, where they are, how should we manage them.
Yeah.
I can't find any...
Nutrition-wise, there's some.
There's some, right, but in
Yeah.
my area, I can't find any. So we are treating people in those age groups from our knowledge of people up to 60.
And I bet they're more active now than they ever have been before.
Yeah.
Like
'Cause they're
as a
living longer.
population,
Yeah.
I always remember being young and looking at my grandmother when she was, I guess, 60 or 70, and thinking, like, I'm only 10 years away from, from being in my 60s, less than 10 years, from being in my 60s, and I think I feel really young.
Yeah,
I
but
feel like I'm about
But
35.
they were older then, but they had tougher lives as well, didn't they? And
Very
they had-
possibly.
They had...
And I think our
I would say
nutrition's
physically
better.
tougher and mentally tougher, but different challenges at the same
Yeah.
time.
And I think our nutrition's better, and our education is probably better as far as what's good for us. And we're spending time amongst peers who, it's not unusual for someone at 50 or 60 to say, actually, I'm going to run a marathon. Like the oldest guy that ran a marathon in this London Marathon was something like 92.
I
Yeah.
like
And I know that's not normal, but it's
Doesn't
they're
matter.
they're not as much of an outlier now as they used to be.
I like work with lots
20
of
years ago.
mature athletes.
Yeah,
I'd call them athletes, yeah.
yeah,
They're
definitely.
running marathons, they're doing Ironman.
But these are interesting conundrums because we are using the knowledge that we have for an age group that is potentially 20 years beyond where that knowledge might be at. Now you can say it's just as relevant,
Yeah.
but is it? Because as we learn more, we realise things have changed again. So it's just very interesting. When someone says to me, is that normal for me, Gordon, to have this pain in my knee? It's easy for me to say, no, it's not. But actually, how do
Don't
I
really
know?
know what normal is, yeah.
How do I know what normal is now
Yeah.
you're 80? You're taking, and most of not all, but quite a lot of people are on a cocktail of drugs for various comorbidities that keeps them going, which can't be good for them either way, but they die without it. So I just think that whole area is really, really interesting, and I hopefully that there will be research in the years to come that
I
will
think
start to
that's
help
absolutely,
us
yeah.
to manage it.
But that's the struggle with research, which if we actually compare that to why there's so little information on female athletes, it's difficult because then hormones get involved. And I think it's potentially we don't get that research on older people for the reason you said. If you take a cohort of, let's say your research study, I'm making the figures up, got 50 over 80-year-olds in, they're not all directly comparable because you've got different cocktails of medication in. So therefore we won't get a true answer because we don't know what the medication is doing. We haven't got everyone, would be hard to get a group of 80-year-olds that are directly comparable.
No, it would be very difficult. But I mean, things are beginning to move a little bit. And I've got some involvement in a app at the minute that's trying to help bring rehabilitation and to 50 plus, and it's to try to just to help with different exercises that might be valid. But it would be really useful at some point if a study was done. I mean, you will argue maybe it does. Maybe everything we've been doing is still good to come, but I don't see how it can be because we don't know what that ligament is now doing, or what that tissue is now doing, or where that fascia is now gone. And unless someone does some work on it to say, well, it's actually very interesting, there's very little change, or there's a lot of change, or with people with these conditions, there's these changes. Because if we're going to be living to 80, 85, or 90, we really need to be doing it, because that could be technically 30 plus years of life from 60 to 90.
Yeah,
but we
that's
actually
true.
don't have an awful lot of idea
Yeah.
what should be, what the normal context should be for everything.
But I wonder if an extension of the same common sense rules apply. So I wonder if we continue to say whether this person is 40 or they're 80, they still need to get their emotional needs met healthily. They still need to, where's their security coming from? How much control do they have in the choices that they're doing every day? How much privacy do they get? How much status are they getting? So there's those emotional stuff, but equally saying, actually, they still need to exercise if they have the chance, still
They're
need to walk, maybe
independent.
not doing trampolining,
Yeah.
but actually walking, swimming.
They're independent. is a massive thing.
Yeah, and
The
actually,
thought of not being able to
an
walk.
extension of the dietary stuff that you've talked about, actually just keep extending it for the next 20 years and checking in with that person to say, does this feel better or worse? If we change this, does it feel better or worse? Because actually I think there's a lot of really intelligent, sprightly, smart, inspiring 70, 80, 90-year-olds who you just, you know, they've just done sensible stuff over and over again.
Yeah, but
I'd
then
say-
but it's true, but there also might be the outliers. There might be an awful lot of people who don't. So I think I agree with you, I don't disagree at all, but I just think as well, though, it's important because we're applying things as practitioners, which means we have a scope of practice. So, you know, where are we discharging our duty of care fully? We are, because we can only give them what we understand and know at this moment in time. You can't not, if what you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah.
But we should be. I see more and more, like you're saying, sprightly, active agers. I'm trying to advise, so I'm having to use common sense and my 40 plus years of experience, and that counts for a lot, but at the same time there's still things I can't answer.
I wonder as well
interesting.
if actually the evidence for 70, 80, 90-year-olds is that they're not coming to see people like us because actually they're fine. So the ones who are struggling mentally and emotionally, they come and see me, but they don't make up the mass of the population of elderly people that I know.
But that will change, though. See, that the people who are entering that age of life are not the ones who would normally go look for people like us, because that's not what they've been brought up to do. So it'd be interesting in the coming years,
Yeah, have it.
when the 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds now in 40 years, or the 80-year-olds, whether that has altered and changed like most things have, and whether
Yeah.
that will be. Again, it's just a debatable point,
Yeah.
isn't it? We don't
Yeah.
know, is the thing.
Yeah.
And you might be 100% right, but it's always interesting how things continue to change, that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see whether those norms start to shift. And at what point we, in society, the people who determine what we need to look at and see more of, it just seems, when they start that, it seems logical to me, if we're going to help people live longer through better advice, through better diet, through drugs, well, we better start thinking about what that means and everything else that they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I'm not sure that the aspiration is longevity. I think the aspiration is quality of life while we are alive. And that this conversation that you were talking about earlier about end of life, it's equally as important to have and be confident about as it is to have a language around menopause. So we also have to have a very confident language around end of life. And also this whole thing we've been talking about for today is about, can we plan ahead for these things? And can we plan ahead for menopause? Have we got the language? Have we read the books? Have we changed our diet? Have we changed our exercise? Have we done some of those things? Have we made sure that people around us are equipped to know, this is the phase I'm going through, so please do not shame me while I'm going through this phase.
Totally.
And the same thing I think is true when we're getting older and we're coming towards end of life. We're like, look, don't tell me what exercises I should do. I'm 89. Do you know what I mean? Just leave me. I
Sure.
don't want to live till I'm 95. I'd rather
I
finish
agree with
my
you
life in the next 12
100%.
months if
And
it's
I'm
a high
not,
quality.
I'm not talking about, though, longevity.
Yeah.
But medicine's increasing longevity. I'm talking about quality of life.
Yeah.
If I'm 80, but I want to be able
Has
to
to
walk
be.
up and down. So that's what I'm talking about. So therefore, we need to start to look, in my view,
Yeah.
at how we help the quality of life. If we're going to say to people, we're going to make you live another 15 to 20 years, well, we better also understand what that means, because living
How does quality...
in wrecked up bodies where they won't do an operation because there's that many comorbidities, they can't do it. So are we really helping us? So it is about quality of life. I would never disagree with that. But medicine is making people live longer. So we need to look about, what does that mean then? What needs to change? How do we make that 20 years that medicine's doing a great job of giving us better quality? Otherwise, are we really helping people?
Yeah. I think medicine's doing some of it, but I think actually education is doing more of it. I think that people are generally more active, they're skilled, they're healthier, they're moving more, they're eating better. Our availability of a good diet is we've got way more accessibility to that than we've ever had. And we've got way more accessibility to be able to be near a swimming pool or near a place where we can walk. So I think most people I think are living longer and healthier. And that's to do with education more so, I think more so than it would be medicine. And I think that's a really good thing because we're just generally healthier.
Well, sorry, do you need
go
to
ahead.
wrap up? I was
Go
going to
ahead.
say,
We'll wrap up.
it's such a quite long comment that actually the younger generations coming in through aren't healthier.
I think that's true. I would agree with
So
that.
I think
yeah.
we've got this bump at the moment of people that were healthier than the generation above them, but then the two generations below are actually
less healthy.
less healthy. Yeah,
Yeah.
but that could be a whole another day's debate.
Yeah.
It could be. I think there's actually quite a few things that have come out of today that could nearly make separate webinars as well, which is something that we can look at. There's just one more question here. Somebody said, I really enjoyed the conversation about the lack of sleep and the breathing, the 7-11. But for more extreme circumstances such as PTSD, are there any tips for this where sleep is prohibited because of nightmares or
Trauma.
recurring thoughts?
Yeah. So that's not something that a person should do with themselves. That's like saying, I've got a broken leg, how do I fix it? You need to go to someone who can fix it. Trauma is not, in most cases, not a complicated thing to resolve. A very good human givens psychotherapist can resolve that in 1 to 2 sessions. It sounds like it's a bit of a, it sounds like it's very fast that we can do that, but we do, and I deal with that all day, every day.
Okay.
So I would recommend if someone has any sort of trauma to, and it will affect their sleep, that they would speak to a really good HG therapist and get that solved this month. It's not a long drawn out process, but I highly recommend they get that seen too, so that they can then overlay getting their emotional needs met more healthily. You can't get your emotional needs met healthy when there's an underlying trauma. It's like building a house with a cracked foundation. We need to fix the foundation, and then you can build your 2 stories, or you can build your skyscraper if you like, but you just get it resolved.
Okay,
Yeah.
brilliant. Well, that is the last of all of the questions. So I think we've come to the stage in the day where I'm going to ask Helen to leave, very politely, obviously.
It's been a great day, thank you.
No,
Thank you, I've
Helen's
loved
going to go to the kitchen, and we're going to prepare
See you later.
a lovely cooking segment with Stefan Delurum. You would have heard Peter during the day speaking about Stefan, their best friends. He's an absolutely amazing guy. He's been a friend of Peter's for years, Worldwide for years, mine for years, Boz's for years. And he's one of the best seafoods, in our opinion, in the world. He's absolutely fabulous. He has worked for Gillen Stein for for 25 years. He is preparing today. He's very, very kindly agreed to do a spring broth miso. So himself and Helen have spent quite some time prepping this, and they have come up with a list of very, very good nutritious ingredients. And they're going to prepare that. So Helen's just gone to the kitchen, and the next section should take about an hour and maybe 15-20 minutes maximum. So if you'd like to join in at home, please do so. I know some people have got recipe cards and are cooking at home. Richard and your daughter, if you are still doing this, have fun. But we will see you in about 1 hour and 15-20 minutes for a final roundup.
Hello, Stefan, it's really good to have you here today. This is the part of the day I'm really looking forward to. So, Stefan, you're going to be cooking. What is it that you're doing?
Welcome to Cornwall. So today we just want to show off and make everyone understand what food can do to their body, good thing, bad thing. So today is all about the goodness of and the freshness of the products. So we got lot of veg. So what I want to do is talk about how to cook without saturated fat, or without too much fat or cream or butter, and then using what's around you. You can use, it's spring at the moment, so we got some beautiful broad beans, we got some peas, some fresh peas, and then asparagus, of course, samphire, asparagus of the sea from the Camel Trail.
I'd really like to talk about this later when you're
Yeah,
using this,
sure.
because this is a really interesting vegetable that I don't use hardly at all when I cook.
Yeah.
And I think it's less commonly used by people. So we'll come on to talk about that.
Yeah,
I think that's really
No.
interesting. What I love about you including all these vegetables, first of all, obviously being a nutritionist, it really excites me because I can, these are packed with vitamin C, antioxidants that we know
Yeah.
support well-being. But also, it's such a great combination of these green vegetables because you're also cooking fish, which I know you haven't mentioned.
Yeah.
But fish, white fish is lower in iron. So by adding these green vegetables, you add more nutrients and a wider range of nutrients to the recipe.
Yeah, so the idea is to do a vegan dish. And then instead of butter, I'm using miso, miso paste. So it's a Japanese fermented soya bean paste. I can talk about this one as well. And then do quite the same ideas dish with fish and shellfish. And I just bring a few oysters because oysters is my favorite. I love oysters to bits, and it's very good to you.
I know when we first met,
Yeah.
obviously I worked with Stefan when he was running marathons, and he's probably the only client I've ever worked with that eats as many oysters as he does, because you
Yeah, I
sort of test them every morning.
always carry a knife, an oyster knife, and the people know me very well. When I go to Ireland or France, I say, "Oh, did you bring your oysters?" Yeah, most of the time I bring some oysters. I love oysters. But yeah, so the vegetable, like you say, is antioxidant and is good for your blood flow and heart disease. But so there's a link between all the amazing vitamin there is in this vegetable that people don't realize how good is to cook with fresh vegetable. There's a link between all these vitamin and the brain, and is called, I think it's called happy mood or happy something, but it's really give you this exercise is very good for you endorphin to make you happy and make you full
Release
of
those
energy.
endorphins.
But the vegetable play a massive part. So for this Japanese dish, so I went to Japan 4 years ago, travel in Japan, and I learned so much in Japan because I'm a trained chef, classical trained chef, using a lot of butter, cream. And in Japan, they love their food. They're so proud of their products. For me, the food over there is amazing, and people are amazing. But instead of using cream and butter, they use lot of things like miso lot of beans and lot of different condiments that you can do the classical French cooking without. So what I wanted to do today is talk about this stock. So that we call it nage, or we call it veg stock, or veg consommé, or court bouillon. All depends, and doesn't matter doesn't matter. Is a veg. He has to be vegetarian, but you need to do it at least 24. So I did it 24 hours in advance, so you get
You've added vegetables, water,
most flavor. Yeah. So I've got leeks, I've got onion, I've got garlic, I've got fennel, I've got lemon. So what does the lemon do? Antioxidants and the flavor, of course. I've got some wine, I've got some black pepper, not big black pepper like this. A little bit of salt to bring all the flavor. I've got some star anise.
I love star anise.
Just for the flavor as well. But stock is so important because it's the base. It's like if you go to Italy, if you travel in Italy, you go to eat a risotto, and then if the stock is not good, the risotto will never be. It doesn't matter if you put the most amazing fish or the most amazing meat or whatever you put in it. If the stock is not right, the flavor won't be good. So it's all about
the thought of making my own stock really daunts me, because to me that conjures up this idea of it's going to be really time consuming. Could I make a big pot of this and then keep it in the fridge or potentially freeze it so that when I'm cooking something like this, or I need a stock for something like soups or risotto, as you mentioned, it's ready there. I don't have to cook it fresh every time.
No, definitely. So that's a very good point. Is the only problem is the space at home, you know. Yeah. But yeah, you do your stock. You can do all different type of stock: fish stock, vegetable stock. You can keep in the fridge like 3 days. The problem keeping things in the fridge in a home environment is the space and the flavor will disappear. You know,
So it would need to be airtight.
You can't take it keep it more than 3-4 days, 5 days. You know, is because the flavor. But freezing it, yeah. So as soon as you make the stock, you freeze small quantities, small bags, or people use ice cube trays. So you put and then you put it in the freezer, and it's the best thing because the flavors keep, and then you don't have to. Of course, you don't want to make a stock every time you come back from work. And
Exactly, that thought.
you've got to wait 24 hours before you eat your meal, kids. But no, yeah, you can definitely froze stock is very good. So that's the base I was talking about, and then I'm doing for giving some zing and some more flavor and some freshness to the dish. I'm configuring some lemon zest. So you know I've cut it before. I just slice the outside skin. I take as many white skin away from the yellow skin, so it's not bitter because that's the bitterness. And then I squeeze for say 30 grams of lemon zest, lemon skin. I put double or 70-80 grams of juice. So that's all the juice of the lemon, and 10 grams of sugar, just a little bit of sugar because of it's quite. So you want to confit. Confit is like slow cook. You don't want to cook it too much. So the idea is to cook it around 70-80 degrees if you can. You know, you don't have to be but you don't want to cook it too fast. You just want to cook it slowly. And
that looks like it's reached a slight simmer, but not a boil.
Yeah, exactly. Simmer. And then and that when that's cooked, we're just going to cut it very finely and add it to the vegetable in the end. Just for
so you don't add the it's just the lemon pieces you'll add. Well, we'll see when we come to that bit.
and then this is cocoa, haricot.
So again, this
cocoa.
isn't so much of a popular bean. This is a white cocoa bean, isn't it? Like a white chocolate bean.
Yeah. That's the when I talk about recipe with cocoa beans. Often people say, "Oh, why are you using chocolate in?" So there's no chocolate. They call cocoa beans, and there's a very famous. There's a very famous bean in France. It's not Mr. Bean, that's me. There's a very famous cocoa beans called Paimpol. Is near Roscoff, North France, and the taste is very nutty, very nutty. And
it's a very
and it's full of protein, fiber, great for digestion. So this as well. The bean, the miso is a soya bean fermented. So they use this method in Japan for centuries and centuries.
Great for gut health.
Great for gut
bacteria.
Yeah, bacteria, because it's like yogurt. You know, it's like your yogurt at home. You've got live bacteria. You eat yogurt for digestion. It tastes nice as well. This is fragrant. It's very powerful in umami. You know, the umami flavor, salt, funky, salty, sweet flavor. And but what you will never boil yogurt.
Yes.
Why? Why will you?
You'd kill the bacteria and it wouldn't set.
The
My mother-in-law taught me that. She's Indian. She makes her own yogurt every day.
Yeah, exactly. So that will call the probiotic
Probiotic,
of the live bacteria. So they spend long time making this pest, this mesopest. So the mesopest is just soya beans, salt. Sometimes they use rice. Most of the time they use rice or barley. Barley will be for older miso, and then the koji. Koji is a mold.
But that is something people with gluten intolerance need to check, because some miso
Yeah.
will have gluten in, some won't.
Exactly. Some miso will have rice. Most of the time they will have rice, I will say, because it's the quicker option and the cheaper option. But so amazing flavor and good for your guts, good for digestion if you don't boil it.
Yes, so that's the important part, that if you boil it, the bacteria, it still tastes okay, I presume, but you lose the
flavor will be
benefits
great.
of the good bacteria.
So whoever is doing the recipe at home from Worldwide Financial Planning, in my recipe, I says, because that was before I went to Japan, I says, put the miso and the confit lemon when you sweat the veg, and then add the stock, take it to the boil. So don't put the miso yet. You will see, you will follow my recipe. We will put the miso at the end. We will use the miso like we use butter to do a liaison, to do a liaison to the broth, because today we're going to do a broth. And then we're going to eat it, but we're not going to boil it, and then we don't want to destroy the good thing about the miso. So that was the cook. That's the other beans who's good for your digestion. We got all the goodness of the vegetable, the flavor of the lemon, and then I'm going to finish it with some seaweed. So there's lot of seaweed.
That
Look
beautiful
at this.
purple colour, again,
It's
packed
beautiful.
full of
There's
antioxidants.
lot of different seaweed you can use for this recipe. Depends of the time of the year.
So it's seasonal seaweed.
Yeah, but seaweed depends on of time of the year. So I contacted a friend of mine. He's called Mick Smith. He's the chef director of the Portsminster Cafe in St. Ives, and he loves foraging. He's an amazing chef. He's a good friend, and he says, "Oh, you looking for dulce?" My son knows exactly where. His son is maybe 8 years old, and I was in St. Ives, so his son took me foraging. 8 years old for.
He's obviously learnt that from a young age, that relationship between the earth and...
Amazing. So we didn't find too many because this is the end of the season of what I was looking for, the dulce pepper, because it tastes like mushroom. He smells like truffle. But this one is the purple dulce. It doesn't smell like truffle, but it's full of iod.
Not sure which.
Is when you find in iron and
iron. Yes.
Iod. Sorry,
Yes, that would be, because of its
French.
dark colour. High in iron.
But the flavor of the sea taste and the lemon work amazingly, and seaweed is very good for your body. So and then the vegetable, like I said, we got fresh peas, we got broad beans, we got asparagus, we got courgette, samphire. You wanted to talk about the samphire?
Yes, it's just a vegetable that I don't use very often.
But it is not many people. But people use it more and more because they farm the samphire now. This one is not farmed. This one is wild. Is a short season. Is the season now. So if you live next to estuary, then you be lucky to find some asparagus of the sea. We call it asparagus of the sea. So they're quite salty, but you can eat them raw. They're very, very good. very good raw. So when you cook them, you have to be careful.
That is salty, really
you
salty.
can put pepper, but be careful. Be careful
So
with
would you
the salt.
reduce the amount? Yeah, I was going to say, would you reduce the amount of salt
Yeah.
in your cooking if you're using this? Because that is very salty.
Definitely. And then same thing if you use shellfish. But
Shellfish rather than normal fish. So it's shellfish you would reduce the salt when cooking.
yeah, yeah, because especially some of the shellfish can be very, very salty. But the season is maybe 4 or 5 weeks.
Right, very short.
So now they farm. So you can find sunfire in the supermarket. They won't be the flavors won't be as fragrant and
Probably
the
not-
texture is a bit different.
Right.
That's a bit softer the farm one, but the wild one like this. So you don't have to do much about it. It's very easy. You just cut the end. So you pick it if you go foraging yourself, and then you just cut the end. That's it. Wash it. In case, but there's a lot you
And
can
that
do.
would literally
Risotto.
take seconds to cook, wouldn't it? It wouldn't
Yeah,
need much.
second or nothing. You
Yeah.
can you
Which
can
again,
just
that combination with fish, which it's often
you-
teamed with.
You can just cut it like this if you want, and then
Right.
if you do your risotto or
Yeah,
whatever, or
you
pasta,
See, yeah.
just add it raw, so because it's crunchy. So be careful with the salt.
Yeah.
So you don't put too much salt in your pasta or in your sauce, and then you finish it with your. If you want to use cheese, you use cheese, or you can put a handful of sunfire at the end. Can be blanched or can be raw.
Right, okay.
All depends on your
I'm
taste.
going to start cooking with that more now.
And then I've got some tofu as well. That's for just talking about the vegan thing. Because tofu is full of goodness as well.
High in calcium,
Yeah.
important for vegans.
Yeah. And then he tests.
Good.
Nice.
I like tofu. I know tofu is one of those foods that some people like, some people don't. It's a bit of a one or the other. I personally like tofu, but I do think you need to work quite hard with it to get good flavour, which probably comes down to things like having good stock at the base when you're using it.
Because it's very good for you.
Yeah. It's high in protein, not as high as fish.
No.
So this recipe will come in, if you're using the tofu, will come in slightly lower in protein. But yes, lots of benefits.
It's very good for you. But what people forget is, so they say, oh, we're going to put a lot of sugar or a lot of salt. So yeah, you've got to think, you start with healthy products and you're going to destroy it because you're going to put a lot of not so good products for your body. And then I'm going to use a little bit of oil to fry my vegetable, but it's rapeseed oil. So it's not olive oil or veg oil or any different kind of. It's rapeseed oil because of
the omega-3 supports heart health.
and rapeseed oil is the oil you can take to the maximum high. So you
Because
can.
we don't want our oil to smoke, do we? Because that's when it becomes a trans fat.
Cancerous.
Yeah.
If you fry some oil in a pan and you take it to a burning or smoking, it's very, very, very bad for your cell, very, very bad for your body. So that's the oil. You can take it to 400 Fahrenheit. So we won't do that today. But yeah, and then is one of the best oil. If you have to use oil, is one of the best oil you can use
for that higher temperature. Whereas olive oil is good for that slow roasting and very much for dressings.
Yeah, finishing. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
So let's do it. So I've got this broad bean. So we're just going to blanch it very, very quickly. So we want to keep the veg al dente or crunchy. Less you cook the veg, more vitamin you get from it. If you can eat the best veg, I think you're the nutritionist, you're the specialist. Is raw broccoli, they say, or raw spinach. So there's more.
Once you put them in water, the water-soluble vitamins such as C start leaking out into the water,
Yeah.
which we often see with if you're cooking broccoli, certainly purple broccoli, you see the water becoming.
Yeah.
You see,
And then
everything
everything-
leach. Yeah.
And then more and more kitchen, more and more chefs think about wastage and using everything from
What time is
what you start with, because cost and look after the planet is using. You can use the stock. You don't have to throw the stock all the time.
See, that's a really good point. So could you
So
use
you
that
can use the
stock
stock,
to then make that?
Yeah. But
It's being planned and organised, isn't it?
Yeah.
It actually saves you time in the long run.
it's just stock take a long time. So most of the time it take 24 hours. So, but it's very, very good idea. It's just you have to be careful with the salt, because for the chlorophyll. So I've put salt in the water to fix the chlorophyll, so the color.
Oh, so you keep the colour.
So I keep the color. So I've got the broad beans. I've just blanched them. See, it's very quickly, very hot water, and then it'll be easy to peel. And then I put them
Oh,
on
you
ice.
mentioned peeling. So why is it important? I'll tell you this side story. Stefan once gave me a recipe for the best hummus I've ever tasted in my life. I was following his recipe. It was made from broad beans as well as chickpeas, etc. I got to the point where it said, peel your broad beans. I was, really, Stefan? And I did it. And it didn't take anywhere near as long as I was expecting. And it actually, oh, look at the colour difference. Is that why?
Yeah, that's why. And then you can eat the skin. There's nothing wrong with the skin. You can pan fry it or whatever. But
Oh, really? Yes.
it's got a consistence. It's not very pleasant. So if you do hummus with
So you would always
the
remove
skin,
the skin?
it'd be too much fiber in the hummus.
Yeah.
So-
yeah, to make it too tough.
If you don't mind, if you can
Shall I
just
yeah.
peel a few for me. So you just open the top like this.
See, I didn't even know that's how
And
you
then
did it. So they've got a little lid on them.
Yeah, they got a little
That's
lid,
really
and then you
exciting.
press the bottom, and you come.
See, I didn't do them like that. So that's
You're
the.
not vaccinated, you are a punk.
I'm not doing this so well, Stefan. I think I might need to use
There we
a
go.
knife. Can I use a knife?
You can use a knife. I've got a knife. Yeah, any
Thank you.
knife.
I'm going to split it.
So the lemon, you can smell. So it's
Oh, that
there.
smells delicious.
We can stop. We can stop the lemon. The stock is good.
Helen, that looks.
Yeah, so
you know what?
blanching the peas, and then I'll just show you what the broad bean look like. So the broad bean is like the peas, the same idea. It come in a pod. So because it's the season, you get the amazing fresh peas.
I love fresh peas.
and
Again,
they're
these
so-
take
they're so
ages
sweet.
to peel, but they're so nice.
And I just blanch them very quickly, and then it's the same for the broad beans. So you just open it like a pod, and here they are. They're beautiful.
As nature intended.
Yeah.
I'm doing these really slowly. You can tell I'm not a chef.
But we've got time.
You would
Service.
have sacked me from your kitchen,
What
wouldn't
time the
you?
restaurant's opening? So yeah, I do the same with the peas. Just a few seconds, because they're so fresh and tender and sweet. And
And full of vitamin C.
and then put them in very cold icy water, and then when we finish the dish, you will see the color will work very
And we do
very
eat
well.
with our eyes, don't we? So a nice colourful
Yeah.
vegetables in there.
And then I do the same thing with the asparagus. So the asparagus, I cut them differently for this recipe because I want to use as much as possible. So I didn't keep all asparagus, but you got the idea. You know what the asparagus look like. So I cut them in two pieces. So I cut the head, and then I cut the under part of the body because it's tender. And then you can't really use the bottom, the end of the asparagus is it's full of fiber. It's not very nice, and it's very difficult to eat. But you can use it for soup. You can use it for dressing, or for sauces, and then
Or your stock.
and then I cut the rest very thin like this. So I'm not going to cook that. I'm just going to blanch the asparagus like I did for the other one, and then the little end bits of the asparagus, I'm just going to fry them with the rapeseed oil when I finish the broth, and it still have the taste and the crunchiness.
So these are all really seasonal vegetables. It's June at the moment. Broad beans, asparagus, peas, all lovely and seasonal. If you were making this at another time of the year, what would you use different vegetables?
I will use I use a different recipe. Sorry. Or if I want to use the miso broth, like you want to do the same thing in the winter, you use the same technique, some idea. You don't have to use the cocoa beans. You can use noodles for protein.
Which the noodles, so would add more carbohydrates. So
Yeah.
something like perhaps if there's an athlete that needs a higher carbohydrate diet, you could serve this with a base of noodles.
Yeah, yeah. Any carbohydrate you can think of, and then the vegetable. You got different type of vegetable in. You're not going to use. I know you can find everything in the supermarket,
Yeah,
like strawberries all years and asparagus all years. But hey, it's better. I like cooking with what's available in the season because of the taste and the freshness, and you've got to follow the winter, autumn, spring, summer, and it's the joy. I love spring because you got more products coming than ever. But winter, there's endive, and you got the kale and the cabbages, and lot of veggies that you can. So
so you could substitute other vegetables in here.
Whatever you like. The color will be a bit. That's the best spring dish, and he work very well with seafood, and he work very well with fish, and he work very well on his own because you got all the flavor. So the asparagus is the same. See, I didn't cook them too much. Here we go. Now, and then you got the samphire.
And you're keeping that whole.
You're nearly there. And then the courgette and the asparagus, I keep them like that, and I'm just going to fry them. So you can test the stock if you want.
I'll let that stop burning, bubbling. I'll give it a minute, and then I shall taste that.
And then we're going to swap places, if you don't mind, because I'm going to prep the fish, and I'm going to talk about the fish.
Yes.
So I've been working with Matthew Stevens in Saint-Ives. He's my fishmonger, local. He's a bit like me. He's very local. I'm proper Cornish, me, after all this year. But Matthew Stevens over 22, 25 years, and they always been very, very, very kind, and they understand. They understand what we try to do when we go to colleges, teaching kids, telling them about all the goodness of food, and fish and shellfish is a great products to talk about and to give to the kids. So when they knew I'm going to do this filming, they said that's fine. We look after you. We give you what's best. So thank you, Matthew Stevens. And that's a brill, and the Cornish call it brill.
Right.
Because he's
brilliant.
Brilliant.
Oh, really?
That's
Is that
it.
what it's called?
He's brilliant. He's a brilliant fish. So yeah, I've got some of this.
So, and that's from the Cornish Sea. So that's a local fish.
Is all local.
How much importance do you put on that? it being a local fish.
But
And I guess we don't all have a choice. We don't live by the sea, or we don't have a fishmongers.
Yeah, that's the trouble for families is to buy where to buy fish. So more and more you can order online fish and you can find
See, that
everything.
worries me a bit. It's still fresh when it turns up.
But if you buy from the right person,
People,
so
yeah.
if you
So reputable.
buy from Matthew Stevens, for example, you do what you want, but I will suggest you buy from Matthew Stevens online. You will
And
make
that
sure
can be delivered.
make sure you get delivered to your place, and you can you can get whatever they've got instead of having the choice going to supermarket for salmon, mackerel, or collie or nothing. You sure it's fresh. So a fish like this, that's the thing is talking about freshness for a fish is
Yeah,
you see
what would I look for?
see how shiny it is. The eyes is bright, a bit like mine. The gills, they're not brown, they're red, and it's stiff.
Right.
It's not all floppy. And I've got some lemon salt there as well. I love lemon salt. But for this dish, I
So
need
both of them you would look to make sure they were
yeah.
still
See,
stiff. The
and
eyes,
they don't smell fishy. They're
they
fresh.
don't smell whatsoever.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
smell like freshness.
Which sometimes
if-
when I
if
buy
you-
fish from the supermarket, you open the packet and there's this overwhelming.
Yeah, because it's too old. So a fish, most of the time, we buy fish from. So we talking about sustainability and how which fish is better to use. It's very difficult because there's different season for different things. But we used to find mackerel everywhere, and everybody jump on the mackerel, Cornish mackerel, or in the last 10 years, really. Now mackerel is not a sustainable fish anymore, so it's not on
Because of the popularity. and-
because it's been overfished, and so we still have great fish. So I think sustainability for me is the method of fishing what they're using. So trolling is terrible because it's destroyed all the bed. Pool and line fishing is good, but it's all about day boat, not trolling. Day boat is the best way because the fish is 1 day old, and then you can keep it
Yes,
for
because
2
it's
or 3.
coming back. It's not staying at seas for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there's fish you can keep for longer and fish you can't keep, like mackerel can't keep. You have to use it very quickly because it's oily fish. Red mullet can't keep, one of my favorite fish, red mullet, because it's very very fish. So it come bitter. If you catch it, you eat it straight away. It's the best fish ever. If you leave it 3-4 days, it get bitter. It's not the best. It's not the best. But
So this is about thinking ahead again, isn't it? That what am I going to eat this? When can I get my fish? Therefore, I'll eat that on one or the next day. So planning ahead what we're going to eat will help with that.
But there is a very good website you can all look at. It's called MCS.
MCS.
MCS. So it's I think they're based in the southwest of, but it's control of security and control of the fisheries, the stock, and you got all the species. You can look at the season, what's good, where depends where you are in the world, and
Oh, right, okay. MCS. I'm going to have a look at that when I get home.
is a very very good tool.
And I guess you can
tools to
also,
see.
if you're lucky enough, I live in Oxford, and we actually have a very good fishmongers in Oxford. But I can just go in and ask if you're lucky enough to have a fishmonger, you could go and ask them for their advice.
Yeah, and see how fresh is the fish.
Yeah.
So there's three. For me, there's 3 ways to basically prep fishes. So this one is a flat fish, the brill. So you got 4 fillets. 2 fillets both sides, 2 fillets there. So the flat fish, you will recognize flat fish because the eyes they're on one side. They all 2 eyes on top of the head. If it was a round fish,
I've never noticed that before.
if it was a round fish, they would have one eye there, one eye there,
there.
a bit like us, really.
Yeah.
And then oily fish like a salmon, mackerel. There's different way to prep a oily fish that you prep a round fish. A round fish you start from the head to the tail. The flat fish we're going to do it now is just very, very easy to take off the
So
fillet.
this bit is the bit that I think a lot of people find daunting. How do I?
Yeah. But the oily fish, the salmon, is the most easy fish to because the scales are soft. So you just have to go down like this
With a sharp knife.
with the sharp knife. For a round fish is this. So it's all about practice. But people are scared of fish.
They are. That's definitely.
And the best way to eat fish, if you don't want to fillet it, is to eat it on the bone. Cook it on the bone. It's like cooking a piece of meat. You get more flavor from the bones, and you leave it rest, and then it's nice for the family. You share this big piece of meat on the. It's same
So
for
you
the fish.
put a big fish in the middle of the table and everyone can help
Yeah,
themselves.
you cook the fish
I
on the
love that
bone.
way of
It's
eating.
not messy for you to prep. It's messy to eat, but it's fun. And then you got so much more flavor from the fish because it's baked. And it's like shellfish. It's very good for you.
Yes.
It's full of iron and iodine and
Zinc.
and potassium. But if you cook it wrongly, so the best way is to steam or eat them raw if you can.
Oh, and oysters, obviously. Yes. you can eat,
Oysters.
yeah.
But if you go to France, you go at Fruits de Mer. Eleonore had the Fruits de Mer last night at the seafood. But if you go to France in a restaurant, most of the Fruits de Mer, so the crab will be cooked, lobster will be cooked, prawn, but the oysters, mussels, clams, cockles, they be raw. So
The
just
mussels would be raw.
Yeah,
See, I
just-
always think of mussels being
just open.
cooked in those big pots. And
so if you steam your shellfish, you're not going to destroy too much of the goodness of them.
Yeah.
If you deep fry them,
yeah,
you're
you're losing
what's the point?
fat soluble
If
vitamins.
you
into
cover
the,
them in breadcrumbs and deep fry them,
Yeah.
it will taste nice, but it's like what I talk about the goodness of the miso paste been destroyed by overcooking or boiling it. So back to our horses. Where's the braille? So you go. I put my eyes on. So you just need a very sharp knife, of course. Knives are very important. So you follow the line. There's follow the middle, and you can feel it with your finger, and then you start from the top, and then so that's the beard, they call it, on the side. And there is nothing wrong with the beard. All that you can't eat because it's bones, but you can keep it for stock. So you just shape it. You start to shape it so it's easy. It will be easy for you at home. Is nothing difficult at the moment. And then what you want to do is, so you've got different type of knives. So you got filleted knife, you got
talk
chopping
us through the knife.
So
because
that's a filleted knife. So it's very bendy. You can see. So you don't leave too much flesh on the bones. So what you have to do is press on the knife and then use all the knife. The problem people do normally is that they stab the fish like this using. So you got all this knife and they use only that part of the knife.
Whereas you would use.
So you've got
First
to
of all,
use.
it's a filleting knife,
So
not
you've
just
got to
any
use-
kitchen knife, and then
You've got to
you'll
use all the knife like this. You see?
yeah.
And then it's nice and neat. And they say there's no flesh
I
left.
think you've done this before, haven't you?
One or two times, yeah. There's no flesh left on the bone at all. But there's nothing wrong with the bone. The bone is good. You keep it for stock. So that's what we're going to use
So again,
for.
you could do like that vegetable stock, but put those bones in it to give
Yeah.
it the fish flavour, and then sieve it
So
before.
yeah, the vegetable stock, I leave all the vegetable, everything I put in there for 24 hours, 48 hours. The fish stock, I wouldn't.
You'd have to
I
use
do,
it.
I do the fish stock with vegetable and quite the same ideas, but I won't leave otherwise it will come cloudy. So you cook it
Right.
slowly. Normally a veg stock doesn't take more than a fish stock. Sorry, using white fish bones doesn't take more than 45 minutes, and then you take off the you pass it. You can take it down the stock for more flavor. Depends what recipe you're doing. So for this recipe, I'm not going to use the skin because it's going to be a broth. Skin on a fish is often good if it's roasted or grilled or pan fried. But if it's boiled, it's not going to be very, very pleasant.
Yeah.
So we're going to take off the skin like this. So you just hold the...
Stefan, I'm just going to move these slightly so you can move that chopping board more into the middle so that we can make sure we can see that. If you move that slightly that way,
Here we go.
and I'll put these this
That
side.
can go back. More space.
There we go.
There we go. So we'll have that. And then I do another fillet. So the other side, you turn the fish and instead of starting by the head, you start by the tail. You go around the head. Yeah, the idea is because of price of fish and price of food, you don't want to waste.
Yeah.
You don't want to waste anything. And then people spend years to invent things that you have to use, like knife, and then use it properly.
Yeah.
You know, every knife's got a purpose. There we go. But yeah, having very sharp knife help a lot.
That's definitely where I go wrong at home. My knives are not sharp enough.
But there's a lot of
Do you sharpen your knives every day?
no, but yeah, with that every day with that.
Uh-huh.
So that's very quickly. You know, just go
So every
up and
time
down.
you use
that's-
them before putting
yeah.
them away, you would give them a sharp.
But once a month, I've got like a stone, like a stone that you sharp your knife properly. Spend a bit more time, and then your knife lasts a lot longer.
And also probably makes cooking more relaxing because you can actually do the job they're meant to be doing.
There we go, like this. So that would be portion, 3 portion. So I've got different type of salt. You see, I've got lemon sea salt. I've got seaweed, but the seaweed sea salt will work very well with the broth, with what we're going to do. But we've got to test. We will put the salt after when we put the miso first, because miso is quite salty. So,
And the sunfire, so yeah.
So what I've got, I'm going to do the vegan one. So I've got the rapeseed oil. I just put a little bit of rapeseed oil. See, not too much. And then I want to fry the courgette.
Why are you frying those rather than putting...
Just to
blanching
give them a little nutty taste. And
Because I guess they would absorb a lot of water otherwise, would they?
yeah, and I don't want to color them too much, but it will be pleasant when you eat it, especially with the fish and shellfish, when they are a little bit cooked, not just raw.
So soft, but not
I just put
soggy.
every time I cook something, I put a tiny bit of salt. So the salt will bring the moisture out, and in the moisture you got the flavor.
Right.
So if you ever cook a soup or a sauce or that, and then you don't put any salt, you just follow the recipe like you do, sweat your vegetable, have your protein, have the stock, and then you have the salt in the end, it will never taste the same.
That's exactly how I would do it.
Salt a little bit. Every time you put something, you put a tiny bit of salt, So you bring the moisture out, the flavor out, and then in the end you don't have to put as much salt because
Which is what we want overall. We
Yeah.
want a less salty,
less salty.
meal.
It works
But you're
very
actually using
well.
the salt effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because salt, people have been using salt for generation to cure meat or cure fish or conserve things because salt is a great tool, not just for testing. So use it for the right
right
thing.
reasons.
So I've just put my courgette and my asparagus. So I'm going to divide the two in, because I'm going to use some for the vegan dish and some for the fish and shellfish dish. Spoon. Look at you, proper chef. Huh? Some color.
It is, isn't it?
Irish. You have to
My
come
mum's
back
Irish.
careful.
Oh.
You have to.
Oh, I'm way over, aren't I? My mum's Irish.
Yeah. There we go.
I think I've got most of those now. You might find the odd one.
I just taste the little cocoa. Is it nice? Huh? I still need a bit more. Still a bit too crunchy.
So when we were talking about this recipe, we discussed putting some carbohydrate in, and you added the beans because without the beans there was no it was extremely low in carbohydrate, whereas by adding the beans we add a small amount of slow release carbohydrate, not a lot, as we were saying earlier that some people that are more active might want to choose noodles. But again, as Stefan was saying earlier, beans, great source of nutrients, iron, fibre, B vitamins.
So very, very gently, you see, no color, very, very gently, just for that. And then I forget to talk about the seed.
The seeds, I love talking about seeds. In particular, very excited we're including linseed, flaxseed.
Yeah, because linseed, I learned, I was talking to someone this week, a friend of mine, and he's a lawyer in Hong Kong, but he's got a house in Cornwall. And I says, I'm going to cook this day, and I'm going to use linseed. He said, linseed? You can't eat linseed. It's for cleaning bats, cleaning the cricket bat. I says,
Exactly, yes.
I says, no.
So this is where we differ. So I'm really excited that we're using these for the nutrient value, but you're using these for flavour as well, aren't you?
Yeah, crunchiness and flavour, because I'm going to put it on top of the pea shoot. So that's the pea shoot, and it tastes nice.
Yeah.
It's good. So I'm not going to deep fry them. I'm just going to toast them a little bit. When you toast them, you release the flavor of the. Like if you do a curry, you will toast your cumin, your coriander, your seed. So I'm just going to put them under the grill.
So, I wonder why that oven was on. Can I pre-toast those and keep them toasted?
But it's better.
Or would they go...
It's better to keep them sealed, dry, in a dry, dark place. And then when you want to cook with it, because it takes a few seconds, you just flash them like that. And then you can use, that's some sunflower seed, some linseed seed, but you can use pumpkin seed, whatever seed you like. Seeds are very, very, very good for you.
They are, and I think especially if you're doing the tofu version, because the seeds add the omega-3, they add, potentially if you're using pumpkin seed, add the zinc, that you would get from the fish in this recipe.
So I put a bit more rapeseed oil
I'll come back this side.
For the tofu. So I'm going to finish the vegan dish. So I just put enough for one portion. There we go. This can be drained. Perfect.
So we've been talking a lot, which has made this take a lot longer, but if you had your stock pre-prepared, this would actually be a very quick meal.
Yeah, yes, because you use what veg you want. So the miso, you buy it. You're not going to make it. You buy it. So there's different type of miso. There's white miso, brown miso like this or dark miso. There's 3 different types of miso. The brown and the dark miso is very good for stock because it's more is more edgy and then
Right.
stro-
This is
stronger.
more mellow, this miso.
So this one is medium, is the the mild one. So yeah, just fry them gently like this, and then I'm going to have half of this. I keep the rest for the fish, like this. So I toast everything, and then I've got the fèves. We call them fèves in France, or broad beans. Fèves. I like to call them fèves. It's nice. That's a colorful thing.
Could you use soya beans?
Yeah, you can use soya beans. Yeah, any nice veg that you like. And then I've got the asparagus. Like this. So, like I said, be careful with the seasoning now because you've been seasoning everything, and you got the sunfire, so you got that, and then I don't know if you can see.
Do you want me to move the chopping board for
I'll
you?
just come. Yeah. So that's the confit lemon, and you'll see. Try a tiny bit. No, it doesn't take time. You don't have to buy it. It doesn't take time at all. It's just the juice, a tiny bit of sugar.
And I guess these are unwaxed lemons.
That's on wax lemon, yeah.
That's really nice. I love lemon.
But if you can't, if you have to use wax lemon, you just have to wash them well and.
Oh, so you just give it a good wash.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can't find.
The taste of lemon with all these seasonal vegetables is such the taste of summer, isn't it?
It's just when it's so strong, so strong. So you don't need
So
too much. You just need a tiny bit like this. And then I've got to be careful of that. I have to do that again, I think.
Did I distract you by talking?
Cut! I just need. There we go. Oh, a second.
Do you want me to do that and put them back in the oven while
Careful,
you
it's
carry?
very
Okay.
oil. There we go, linseed. Sure.
Yeah. My hands aren't can't take the heat as much as yours. It's fine. Oh,
There we
sorry.
go. I think we won't close the door. We just flash them like this. There we go. So we got all the veg. We got the tofu. And we've got the lemon in there. And then I'm going to pass the stock. Your beautiful stock like this. That's the broth. It's going to become the broth. A little bit. And then now we can finish it with the seaweed and is it okay now?
Oh, sorry, am I meant to be taking them out as well? They're popping.
There we go. Yeah, it's just to give them a little, and you can smell.
You can smell the nuttiness coming
Yeah.
out.
I'll just leave it there. Careful, don't touch it because
All right.
it's very.
I will close the oven there.
And then the fish, same thing. I just put tiny bit of rapeseed oil. And then because I'm going to finish cooking this fish in the stock, but I'm just going to flash it under the grill. Tiny bit of salt. A dash of oil on top. And I massage it just like this. So that can go in oven. On the grill, it's not going to take much time at all. And then For
this
this
is when you're
quantity,
adding your miso.
yeah. So I'm just adding the miso like I'm adding butter, like that. And remember, we don't want to boil it.
Yeah.
And then I've got my little seaweed. Don't want it too fine. Just like that.
And that adds another colour as well. That looks amazing.
And then I've got a bowl somewhere. So always test, chef.
Should I get the bowl?
Yeah. So it's a nice, lunch dish or spring dish.
It looks amazing.
And the cocoa, like I says, if you want to put noodles, whatever, it's just nice to have a different choice.
Yes. Yeah, because I wouldn't have
even
thought.
potatoes, you can use potatoes if you want, little dice of potatoes. That will work. And you just put a good quantity. Just take this off. See, the fish, just flash the fish. It's not cooked, it's just...
Yeah, it's still slightly translucent,
Yeah.
isn't it? But just starting to.
Whoops. So, yeah, we just put all the asparagus, all the texture, and then
Yeah.
you can see everything. So
Texture and colour.
that'd be enough for 2 or 3 people, really. And then we will just finish it with the little seed. There we go.
Should I move that fish?
Yeah, careful.
There we go. There's the seeds.
Perfect. So I've got the pea shoot like this, and then my little seed. Tiny touch of the seaweed salt and the magic stock. Et voilà, that's the vegan, and then we can move on.
That looks
do the-
amazing.
Voila. Happy days. You can try some.
Don't you try this? It looks so good. Stefan, that's got so much flavour.
Yeah, work.
I think that's the exact example of if you cook tofu properly, how much flavour there can be.
Beautiful. Good work, chef. So for the fish, we're going to do the same idea. So we got the stock. We've got the. Where's my?
I might have moved things. What are you looking for?
Yeah, sorry. So we go back. So we got the veg, and then I'm going to finish with like before, all the sunflower, the peas, white colors, like this, and then the fish we're going to put in the end. So I've got some clams. I'll put the clams in it.
I saw you checking the clams earlier,
Yeah.
and you were checking that they were still completely closed. Why was that?
So clams is like mussels. If the mussel is open and you try to close it and it doesn't want to close, it's still open. It's because it's dead. So you don't want to
So it needs to be
You
closed.
don't want to eat any dead shellfish,
Yeah.
so you need to be closed. If it's open and then you press it down and it stay closed, it's because it's still alive. So for this dish, I'm going to use the rest of the lemon. So I put the clams because they're raw and they're going to open, and I'm just going to finish the fish in a stock.
So fish actually.
And then I've got the little crab.
Did you cook that crab yourself, or did you buy it ready cooked?
Cooked myself, yeah. But it was just the claws. I didn't get the whole.
Right.
So there we go.
This fish was literally in the oven for a couple of minutes, and you're putting it in lard.
No,
So,
yeah, no, even just a few seconds,
but,
just to make it firm.
but fish really is one of the ultimate fast foods. Once people get confident about cooking with it really can be ready in minutes, can't it?
But the fish is better raw than overcooked. If it's overcooked, is you lost the flavor, you lost the texture. It doesn't work as well. So yeah, if it's very fresh, there's nothing better than raw fish like they do in Japan. So you can it's better undercooked. So I just flash it, and I want to respect the products because it's so nice. So the fish is going to be, I'm going to finish the fish braised in the stock, so all the flavor going to go in the stock as well. And the crab I'm going to use it the same time as the miso because it's cooked already. I don't want to overcook it. It's just for the flavor, and then that's going to be toasted in the broth in the end. And then the scallops, I'm just going to grill them very quickly. So the scallops is, you got the mussel there. You can eat the mussel, there's nothing wrong. It's just a bit tough.
Bit chewy, yeah.
But if you want to take the scallops out.
But again, you could put that into your stock broth, couldn't you?
Yeah, exactement. So a little bit of salt, a little bit of oil. There we go. And then
Am I putting that in the oven?
under.
Am I closing the door?
Yep. So now, see the
Now
clams.
they've come open, that's
The
okay.
clams open.
You want them to be open now,
Yeah.
don't you? What happens if they don't open? Are they still okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might need to hold them a little bit like this. But they just look beautiful. And then clams, they like squid. If you overcook them, they're tough. So you
Right.
don't want to overcook them. You just
So it really is just
to open, and they're nice and full, like you can see.
Yeah.
They look amazing. This one need to be helped up a little bit. I need my eyes. There we go. There we go. So I've got the crab meat. That go in there, like this. Got my little miso. I've got the lemon already, and then we talk about a meat option.
yes, yeah.
So my favorite for this dish, from my very good friend José Sol, is the Ramon master. Ramon is a ham, Spanish ham.
Yes.
So I didn't
So
bring.
what's different about this ham?
Is the way they look after is the pig. The pig is fed 100% with acorn. So the flesh is very very nutty,
Right.
and they keep the pig for 2 years. Normally in England will be 8 months or something like that. In Spain for this pig, they keep it 2 years, 200 kilos, big beast. So and then they cure the legs, and they use everything. They don't waste anything on the pig.
Do you want me
and
to
then-
get your scallops out?
Yes, please. And then they let the leg dry between 3 and 5 years, and 3 and 5 years more. The older he is.
Sorry, can you
well
repeat
done.
that? I was focusing on not burning myself.
Yeah, so they dry the legs between 3 and 5 years.
Right,
So,
okay.
you know, you go Serrano Ham is very
Yeah.
young, and is Serrano means from the mountain. But Iberico de Bellota is 100% pure pig fed with acorn, and then they let it dry for 3 to 5 years, depending on the price. Older he is like wine. More
Yeah.
expensive. More expensive is going to be.
And we can buy that in the UK quite easily, can we?
Yeah, you can buy from Rosé Sol.
And that would add a more nutty, slightly heavier flavour to this? How would it alter the flavour?
But
if we were to add that?
it will gel because you got all the flavor of the vegetable. Then you got the fish and shellfish, the crab, and the Iberico will enhance everything together. It's like there's no butter, there's the miso, but the Iberico is so we talk about bad fat and
Yeah.
good fat. Iberico, all the flavor. So you go when you prep the leg, everything is yellow. You can't eat the top skin. You can't use it for anything. The yellow fat you can't use it for everything. And then you come to the white fat, where it's full of flavor and it's very very good. You can finish cooking. You can finish it like you finish a dish with butter. And then the dry meat will you don't want to cook it. You just put it on top
So you put it
as
on
a garnish
at the end.
and it works very well. But if you can't get Iberico, you use Serrano. Serrano will work. It won't.
So salami, did you
No,
say?
Serrano ham, Serrano or Bayonne. All the dry ham that you can find in your supermarket. It will work very well with this dish. So you got vegan option, you got a shellfish fish option, and then you got shellfish fish option, and some meat if you know
Something for everybody.
something for everybody. So I like to put the cocoa first, and then the fish. See, they just rested on top to make it pretty. You got 3 clams.
See, when I look at this, I see so many vitamins and minerals. It's just so bursting
Yeah, and
with
then
nutrients. Such a
it's not too
beautiful
fat.
balance.
It's not too fat.
Yeah.
You got all these great flavors. And I hope you're enjoying cooking at home. Whoever can cook is very easy. You just need to get the right ingredients. There we go.
I'm going to cook this with my children when I get home. Well, I say they're children, they're teenagers, but one in particular loves fish. He would really enjoy
so
this.
It's like a nice broth, veggie, finish with a little touch of pea shoot and the lovely seed. Et voilà, Madame Hélène. We've done it. I just need to put the scallops. So the scallops, same thing as fish. Japanese love raw scallops. So you see, it's nacré. This, you can eat everything now. You can eat that as well, but
Again, is that tougher?
yeah. So I put the scallops like that. Bit of a raw on top for the color.
Adds more colour, yes, that looks lovely.
There we go. Voila.
That looks amazing, Stefan.
Bon
And
appétit.
And the one, it tastes amazing as well.
Let's try it.
Let me get my spoon.
I didn't put any.
Oh.
I need a bit of seaweed in the veggie one for the color. That will work. Lovely.
Looks amazing. Really amazing. Have some more of this one. Probably a bit too much.
I go for the fish.
It's really nice.
Bon appétit, mes amis, and enjoy the rest of the session with Eleanor. Yeah?
I think we're handing back to Eleanor in the studio now.
Au revoir. Thank you very much.
So Helen, thank you very much for being in the kitchen with Stefan. That food looks absolutely delicious. So Stefan will be over shortly. But listen, just one last question has come in. So I'm going to read this out. It's from Caroline, which Helen, you can answer for us. Hypothyroidism. Not enough research or information is there in this disease in the UK. Symptoms include brain fog, dry, itchy skin, fatigue, aches and pains, low mood, weight gain, high cholesterol, heart disease. It is underestimated how important your thyroid gland is to make your body work properly. Medication only fills your body to say you have the hormone, but it does not eradicate the symptoms. What foods or nutrition tips for inflammation and energy can you recommend? Or are there any supplements to make me feel better and improve my health?
Thank you for the question, Caroline. And I must say, I do sympathise with you, and I totally agree that we don't have enough research on hypothyroidism. What we do know is that iodine is related to the thyroid. Part of the thyroid is actually made of iodine. So ensuring there's enough iodine in your diet is important. The dish we've actually just cooked, the miso broth, is actually a great source of iodine, as is fish, great source, and also milk in the UK because of the milking process. So ensuring that you're not iodine deficient is important. Because the thyroid controls metabolism, it has a huge effect all over the body. So there will be this constant struggle with weight, unfortunately. And I think to a level it's accepting that it is just going to be slightly harder for you. But I would really encourage you not to think, oh, it won't make any difference whatsoever what I eat. It will. And I'd really encourage you to stick to, everything we've been talking about today for that healthy, balanced diet. But yeah, it is challenging. So really, I think that's the main advice. I do think the medication, it probably feels like to you that the medication isn't having much of an impact, but it will be. And what I'd recommend is that you make sure you get your levels checked quite regularly. I work with quite a few people in your position because of the impact that the thyroid has on weight, either hypo or hypo. And it is important to make sure your medication is right for your current levels. So just make sure that you've got that regular contact with your doctor. The other thing, also the thyroid gland is also related to, again, bone formation. So again, that relationship with your GP is really important to make sure that things like your bone density is being checked as well. I know you'd be looking for a better answer than that, but I'm afraid that's exactly as you say, we don't know an awful lot, but that's the advice I would be given at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much, Helen, and thanks for the question, Caroline. In fact, thank you to everybody today who has sent in questions. It's been a long day. It's been a very enjoyable day. I'm getting to the point I can't speak anymore. Peter's laughing. He's wishful thinking. But anyhow, on behalf of me and Orla, who has organised this event today, I'd just like to say thank you very much to the brilliant nutritionist that is Helen Money, Gordon Bosworth, absolute genius, and Jennifer Broadley, who is an amazing human giving psychotherapist. So thank you indeed, and over to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, everybody, for attending, and in particular to these three geniuses. I was very privileged to know these guys as friends, as well as coaches and assistants over the years. And when I've been talking to people and telling them, passing on some of their knowledge, everyone's going, oh, I'd love to hear that, I'd love to hear that. And trust me, we've only tapped into 0.01 of their knowledge. You could listen to them forever and ever and ever and ever again. So you'd be pleased to know that this is just the first, and there'll be plenty more coming after this. More on that later. Eleanor will soon let you know. So thanks very much, everybody, for coming, and we'll see you all again soon.